Hi, my name is Yang Cheng. I lost my job today. What a terrible day. Why am I so unlucky? Looks like I'm gonna have to work as a cab driver again. Well, as hard as it is, my life goes on. Hello, driver. There is a new order, 1 kilometer away from you. The order has been accepted. Please proceed to the address indicated. I encounter a lot of strange passengers. Each passenger has a different story. Hello, my name is Yang Chen. I've arrived at your place. He said on the phone. I'm still wearing makeup. It'll take at least 20 minutes. Then this amazing event happened, and I meet the system. The connection with the user was successful, and my life has changed a lot. But there are still people who don't like me. Obviously, you can't drive and you're also too slow. I'm giving you a bad review and I'm going to complain, and I'm also going to call the police to have you arrested for dangerous driving. Bad review? Congratulations to the owner for accomplishing a mission based on negative reviews. The system rewards the owner of the finance company. Please come to the company's office tomorrow to obtain the necessary documents. What is it? Order completed successfully. I'm becoming the king of entertainment and medicine, god of investment and artistic talent. I'm becoming the best of the best. Hello, Mr. Yang. The girls in short skirts bowed low. Hello. Go back to your work. I will be king of the world. On a bright sunny day, we are greeted by a huge building made of concrete and glass. This is Shinlun, the financial building of Yin City. Zhang Jinyan. I planned this project myself, so why can't I put my name on it and get a commission? The young man in the luxurious office of his boss was astonished and indignant. Don't you get it? Everything you do belongs to the company, and the company listens to me, replied the boss in an insolent voice. He sat back in his soft chair and lit a cigarette. Makes sense, doesn't it? He added. The young man clenched his fist with hatred so hard they turned white. Then I'm an idiot for continuing to work for this company. He was outraged and rushed out of that office. He returned to his workstation and began to gather all of his personal belongings. Yang Chen, don't be so impulsive. You still don't know how much power Mr. Zhang has. One of the employees tried to support him. If you lose your job, what will your girlfriend do to take care of her paralyzed father? Asked the second employee. Ian took the framed photograph and looked at it lovingly. He had big changes ahead of him, but he had no intention of stopping. Before they died, my parents left me a house and a car. I'm going to work as a driver until I find something else. He answered with confidence and headed for the exit of that office building. He went down to the underground parking lot, and all that was left was to put the box of things into the car. But at that very moment, he was distracted by his cell phone. Notification has come in popular messenger Yang Chen. Let's break up. You can't give me this life I want. We're from different worlds. Let's let each other go. I'm going after my dream, and I can't wait for you. He immediately called back, but all he heard in response was the answering machine's voice. Sorry, dialed number unavailable. He was furious. What a horrible day. Why is this happening to me? He could barely hold back his tears and anger. Well, as hard as it was, life goes on. He gathered his strength, determined that he was in control of his emotions, not them. The candlelight dinner ordered for the evening should not go to waste, he thought. He ordered for his girlfriend. Followed by a notification on his phone. Hello, driver. There's a new order a kilometer away. Order accepted. Please get to the specified location as soon as possible. He confirmed the order on his phone and set off. His car screeched out of the underground parking garage. I think it's because of the special coating on the concrete that makes it sound so peculiar. Hello, I've arrived at the address, he informed the client. What, already? I just applied the cream. Could you wait another 20 minutes? She asked. So why are you ordering so early? Can't you do your makeup and go downstairs before you call a cab? He asked in surprise. I'm almost done. Give me half an hour and it'll be ready. If you mark the order, I'll complain later, she replied indignantly. Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm canceling the order. He pulled out his phone and started looking at the cancel app. Immediately, a notification flew in. You have received a complaint from a customer. I have never seen such a terrible driver. The driver yelled at the passengers and canceled my order. Oh crap, that's all I needed. He was outraged. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The space inside the car lit up with a bright white light. It made my pupils narrow to an incredibly tiny size. What's going on? Who are you? He was surprised. A girl of extraordinary beauty stood in front of him. Her outfit was not like the office version. It emphasized her long legs and lush breasts. Host detected. Conditions for connection met. Bad review reward. System wishes to connect to host. Please confirm yes or no. Answered by a pretty girl with green eyes. What the hell? I've never heard there's an award for bad reviews, he replied, trying to figure out what was going on here. The system can reward you once the binding is confirmed, and also, every time you get a bad review, there will be a reward. The rewards will be different. It could be money, ability, luxury cars, or other skills. The pretty girl politely spoke out. Isn't that cheating? So why do I doubt it? Connect quickly, he shouted to himself. The connection was successful, and the beauty kissed him with her soft lips. He had not expected such a confirmation. The bad review system recommends getting bad reviews from passengers who look strange or have unpleasant behavior. Although you can still provide good service and get good reviews to maintain your driver rating, she adds. Because the host received a complaint, the system gave the host 28% of the shares in All Island Hotel Group, and he became the second largest shareholder of the hotel group. The host is invited to the hotel, and then the share transfer agreement will be sent to you, added the beauty. The system is so powerful that immediately after binding, sends you a big gift. He was surprised. Hello, driver. We have a new order. Distance 2 kilometers from you is All Island Hotel. This order was created for me, he marveled, so that I could go to the All Island Hotel and pick up the stock receipt agreement. Of course, the order was accepted. Yang Chen reached his destination pretty quickly. Hello, are you passenger with order number 8043? I'll ask him. Yes, that's me. A tall beauty replied. He opened the lady's door like a gentleman and helped her into the car. The door slammed quietly, and the driver started to drive smoothly. The car was speeding along the leftmost lane of the busy avenue. The sun was shining very brightly. Why do you keep peeping at me in the mirror? A passenger named Wang Jiayi asked in surprise. Belle, don't you know how to drive? I'm not looking at you, but at the road behind the car, Yang Chen replied calmly. You, how dare you insult me that I don't know how to drive? Obviously you are inexperienced and also slow. She was outraged. Yang Chen took her indignation literally and pressed the accelerator pedal. The car instantly began to pick up speed. What are you doing? She was outraged. She searched with her eyes and hands for something to grab onto and hold onto in the chair. Brother, I was wrong. Please slow down. She started to pray. Brother, dear brother, I'm really wrong. She begged. Slow down, please. I'm scared. She clutched the handle with both hands and asked me to slow down a little. Only if we don't have an accident can you get out of here alive. But I can let you go if you call me Dad, Yang Chen said sternly. He left the girl no choice. Daddy! Daddy! She continued to cry, frightened and tearful. Ha, good girl. He praised her, and then he stopped accelerating. He put his foot on the brake pedal and the car slowly slowed down. We have arrived at the All Island Hotel. You can come out, Yang Chen replied arrogantly. You bastard, just wait! I'll leave you a bad review and complain and then call the police to have you arrested for dangerous driving. The girl, in tears, hurried out of the car. Notice received. Congratulations to the owner for accomplishing a mission based on negative reviews. The system rewards the owners of Sin Lun Financial Company. Please come to the company office tomorrow to get the transfer letter, real estate certificate, and other documents. The finance company is where I used to work. Now I can take care of this bald bastard, he rejoiced. Moments later, Jan Min had already walked into the reception area of the All Island Hotel, and there he met an outraged customer. How dare you follow me? She was outraged, trying at the reception desk to call the police. Girl, your father has long since taken his place here, he answered cheerfully. Mr. Yang, your seat is at table 8. Our staff will take you there. The receptionist replied politely. By the way, here is another document that our manager wanted to give to you, so keep it. The document says Share Receipt Agreement. I'll show you to your table. The receptionist replied politely. Even if I misunderstood you, I will never forgive you. The customer he had just dropped off continued to resent him. He was led to the table he had booked, and a cup of flavored coffee was immediately brought to him. Mr. Yang, please wait. Your food will be ready soon. A couple minutes later, the same customer named Wang Jiang, whom he was giving a ride, passed by him. Her young body, lush breasts, and beautiful thighs attracted his eyes. Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Lun? She asked politely. Yes, I am Zhang Lun. And you are Mrs. Wang Jiang? Asked the young man. Yan Cheng watched this, and it seemed to him like a blind date. He continued to enjoy his flavored coffee and observe what was going on around him. After a moment, an elderly man named Mr. Li entered the room, accompanied by 2 young girls. The girl in the red dress was called Chen Xin, and the pretty girl in short shorts and a white tank top was called Zhao Feifei. What a coincidence, thought young Chen. Brother Li, I just saw a friend. I will go say hello, Chen Xin said politely. Yang Chen, but you're going too far. You and Zhao Feifei have already broken up. Are you here to interfere with us? Chen Xin asked. I'm not that low. I'm not interested in girls like you. If you're not ashamed to spend the whole day with a man at this age, I feel sorry for your parents. Young Chen replied sternly. You're just a rascal. The girl in the red dress was indignant. She obviously didn't expect such an answer. Chen Xin, is something wrong? Mr. Li asked, who heard his companion's indignation. Brother Li, it's all right. You go ahead. I'll be there soon. Chen Xin tried to control the situation, but she wasn't very good at it. Is everything okay? I can see you two aren't having a conversation. Boy, who are you? Mr. Lee asked sternly, adjusting his gold watch. I'm the ex-boyfriend of a Faye. We broke up today. When did you two hook up? You're lovers, right? Young Chen asked calmly. Fi, baby, is he telling the truth? Mr. Lee turned to the girl and asked her. No, I broke up with him quite a while ago, only he was against it. I did break up with him, but I didn't expect him to follow me to the All-Island Hotel. He's bullying me, Fei replied, and even tried to squeeze out a tear to make it believable. Fei, baby, be smart, it's not your fault. There's no need to get upset with him. I'll deal with him. Mr. Lee tried to comfort the corrupt bitch. Young man, the fact that you're hitting on my girlfriend annoys me, Mr. Lee immediately said, walking over to the table where Yang Chen was sitting. Waiter, get the manager. I need to talk to him. Mr. Lee went to the waitress. Yes, okay. Just a moment. She answered quickly. Yang Chen, why don't you get out of here? You'll get in trouble. Fei had the courage to chase the guy away on her own. This guy is such a weirdo. The situation has gotten to the point where you can get out of it. Wang Jiang watched the situation with interest. Miss Van, do you know this man? Asked the guy who came to meet her. I don't know him. He was the driver of the cab I came here in, she answered. He had a terrible temper. He almost killed me and made me call him daddy before he let me leave. I got out of the car and immediately left him a bad review, she added. What? How dare he behave like that? Miss Van, wait, I'll teach him a lesson. The young man immediately got up from the table. He too headed over to the table where Yang Chen was drinking coffee. Mr. Zhang, don't be so impulsive. Mrs. Wang calmed him down. Brother, Miss Wang just arrived in your cab. You bullied her, is it true? Mr. Zhang asked sternly. Yeah, that's right. Do you have any problems? Yang Chen replied calmly. He probably won't be allowed to drink his coffee in peace. My name is Zhang Lun. I'm on a date with Miss Wang. If you apologize to her now, I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll have you thrown out of here, he said sternly. Who is your father? Yang Chen asked calmly. He was so calm that he was fully enjoying the taste and aroma of the hot coffee. My dad is the chairman of Tianvu Investment. He's going to invest in All-Island Hotel Group. If I ask them to blacklist you, they won't dare say no. Mr. Zhang replied proudly. Okay, let's see how you do it, said Yang Chen. He has only been in this hotel for a few minutes, and already so much has happened. Is it a coincidence? I wonder what will happen next. At that moment, someone's quick footsteps were heard, and someone was obviously in a hurry to say something important. Mr. Lee, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to dinner? Asked the young man who had just come running. Isn't that Mr. Zhang? What a great day for our hotel. The guy was happy. Today is my girlfriend's birthday. We decided to have dinner here, but my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend was hitting on her. Because of that, we couldn't eat in peace. I hope you get rid of him, Mr. Lee said indignantly. I went on a date, but my date was being bullied by this guy. I want the manager to get rid of him too. Mr. Zhang added. His lips seemed to be trembling. Who could be so reckless as to insult you two? Surprised the manager. It's him! Mr. Lee and Mr. Zhang said at the same time, and synchronously turned towards the table where Yang Chen was sitting. Isn't that the new shareholder the board of directors just announced? The manager wondered. Security's out. Get those two bastards out of here. And in the future, don't let them into our hotel, the manager ordered. Manager, did I hear you right? I'm the caterer for your hotel. Mr. Lee was indignant. Manager, do you still want to get investment from our family? Mr. Zhang was indignant. This is Mr. Yang Chen, the second largest shareholder of our All-Island Hotel Group. Manager Polite introduced him. I can see that you know your business well, Mr. Yang Chen added. What the hell? Is that the second shareholder? Mr. Lee was surprised. Even the hairs on his bald head stood up in surprise. How did the second shareholder of the All-Island Hotel end up driving a cab? Is he really a rich man? No wonder he talks so arrogantly, Miss Wan remarked. Mr. Lee, in the future, we won't need your help in Jianglong. We don't need your investment either. Guards kick those guys out, said Yang Chen. What an idiot. What was I thinking when I broke up with him? What should I do? I wonder if it's too late to apologize to him, Fei thought. Yang Chen, I know I was wrong. I didn't have sex with him. I totally belong to you. Fei tearfully threw herself on her knees and started talking nonsense. Yang Chen, this Fei is a horrible woman who only loves money. Look at me, I'm still pure. The girl in the red dress joined her. Are these two women really picking a fight with each other? Yang Chen thought with surprise. Mr. Yang, I didn't know Fei was your girlfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to confront you. Mr. Lee was trying to make amends in some way. He set the cup of coffee down on the table so that it rumbled throughout the restaurant. Manager, why are these people still here? Yang Chen asked sternly. Roger that. Guards, hurry up and get them out of here, the manager ordered instantly. Yang Chen, let me explain, shouted the girl in the red dress. Mr. Yang, I was wrong, Mr. Lee apologized. This is Zhang Lun, the son of the chairman of Tainum Investment. The manager quickly said, "Why do we need their investment? As long as I'm here, we don't need them." "What are you afraid of?" Yang Chen asked. "Security, get rid of him. Also blacklist him and never let him come to our hotel group again," the manager ordered. "Don't you dare touch me. The second shareholder of the All-Island Hotel is not something we at Tynum Investment would pay attention to." Zhang was indignant. "Miss Wang, let's have dinner somewhere else," Mr. Zhang added. "He seems to like Miss Van. Then I'll steal her and see how proud you'll be of yourself," Yang Chen thought. "Miss Van—" Yang Chen turned to the young girl politely. He picked a delicate flower and held it out to her. "I've prepared the flowers. Why don't you sit down and chat?" he asked. "I think I scared you earlier with my jokes in the car. I would like to apologize for that." But politely added Yang Chen. "Since this is a blind date with rich people, isn't it better to choose someone more influential?" Miss Van thought. "Well, I'll give you a chance to make it up to him," she answered playfully and accepted his invitation. "Wan Jiang, do you realize what you're doing? I'm fucking antagonizing him because of you. Why are you insulting me like this?" Mr. Zhang was indignant. "You didn't do it for me. You did it for your own face. I didn't ask you to hurt Jan," she added. Of course, only a few minutes ago she complained that he'd scared her badly in the cab. "Okay, let's say I can't touch him, but I can hit you, can't I? If you dare to sit down and have dinner with him, you'll be in trouble," Mr. Zhang threatened. At this moment, Yang Chen gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "It's fine, don't worry. Miss Wang, you can sit and eat in peace, and if that annoying fly bothers you, I'll get rid of it. Dobavilian Chen." "You bitch!" Zhang was indignant and swung his hand to strike. I can only add that a man who raises his hand against a woman is just a weakling and a lowlife. Yang Chen quickly caught his arm and blocked the blow. "How dare you drink a woman?" he asked. "Security, immediately throw this garbage out of our restaurant," the manager quickly ordered. Today was a fun day for the guards, and they were already waiting for someone else to throw out. "I will not spare you. I'll go back to my father and tell him everything. Just wait," Mr. Zhang continued to be indignant. Yang Chen opened a bottle of red wine and carefully filled a glass with it, then held it out to the beautiful girl. "Miss Wang, let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Yang Chen," he added politely. "My name is Wang Jiang. I will delete the bad review and we can start our communication again." The girl seemed to blossom. "Ha ha ha, no need to do that. Let the bad review be a reminder of our peculiarity. Let's drink to getting to know each other," Yang Chen added. They clinked glasses, and the gentle clinking of crystal echoed throughout the restaurant. "Is this the arrogance of the rich?" He asked to go out with the girlfriend of a man who picked a fight with him. "It's nice to have money." Noticed the couple sitting next to him. "What does your family do?" Miss Van already relaxed a bit and decided to ask questions. "My parents died many years ago and now I am a cab driver. What about you?" Yang Chen replied calmly. "I'm from Sioux City. Now I work in a luxury store. Since I want to stay in this city, I have to date blind," she added. "Every man has the right to strive for a better life. A woman is not ashamed to rely on a man. Compared to Fei Fei, this Wang Jiang is a very sincere girl," thought Chen. "That's right. Let's have a drink." She supported his words and offered to have another drink. "Do you know why I was so prejudiced against you when I got in the car?" The wine was starting to take effect and the girl kept asking questions. "I had 2 blind dates tonight. The guy I met earlier was nice enough, but he tried to kiss me while we were at the movies." "That's outrageous," Miss Van added. "I think you just didn't like him." "If you did like him, you'd be fine with it," noticed Yang. "No. It doesn't depend on what a person looks like. Who kisses when they first meet someone?" She was surprised. "Kissing has nothing to do with your first meeting. It all depends on the atmosphere and the feeling. You can do even more things, as long as there is the right atmosphere," added Jan. "I don't believe it, how someone could want to kiss the first time they meet," she was surprised. Yang Chen took it as a challenge. He instantly stood up. Just a few confident steps and he came right up to this beauty. With his hand he pressed against the young beauty's delicate chin. And after a moment he kissed her. His tender kiss was mutual. He didn't show any pressure on the girl. "Bon appetit, put it on my tab. I'm going to rest in room," he added calmly. "He just kissed me. Why didn't I resist?" The girl was surprised. Did he give the room number on purpose? Is he really inviting me? I'm so embarrassed. What am I thinking? Oh, how unexpected you and I see the sign for the very hotel room that Yang Chung called. And here he is, fresh out of the shower, looking fresh. Someone knocked on the door. Who could it be? Wondered Yang Chung. He opened the door and Miss Wang stood in front of him. How unexpected. "Wang Jiang, is that you?" Before he could finish his sentence, as the girl pressed herself against him and they merged in a passionate kiss. "Yeah," the girl said shyly. "I'm so hot," she added, and her hand was already fumbling for hard nipples. "You're just drunk," Yang Chen immediately noticed. "What's that?" 8cc abs. I can feel them with my hands. I can't help myself," she added. "Don't blame me, you started it," Ian replied politely and picked her up in his arms. Yang Chen deftly slammed the door with his foot. He was the kind of acrobat to swing his legs with a girl in his arms. He carried her to the bed and they continued kissing. While you are watching them kissing, I noticed that he came out of the shower with a white towel. And now he has a black one. Write in the comments below the video whether you noticed it or not. They were completely naked and had already moved under the delicate bedspread. It felt so good to be pressed against the big, firm breasts on one side and the hard abs on the other. History doesn't tell us how much sex they had during the night. The morning sun was shining through the curtains. Yang Chen opened his eyes and found himself alone in a large, spacious bed. Had she really gone, he thought. He started up from the bed, still rubbing his eyes as he was quite sleepy after a rather active night. As he got out of bed, the blanket moved a little and he found a strange red stain on the sheet. Is that what I think it is? Maybe this girl was a virgin. A flood of thoughts attacked Sleepyhead. At that moment, he noticed money and a note on the nightstand. He carefully unfolded the note. You did a good job last night. I was very pleased. The money on the table is your service charge. Don't go out this month. Build up your strength, and when I get paid next month, I'll be back to tuck you in for the night. Oh, this girl is quite interesting and mysterious, and she's sexy as hell, Ian thought. Some time has passed, and you and I observe a huge glass building that glistened in the bright sunlight. It's the Shinlong Financial Building. Hello, my name is Yang Chen. I'm here to pick up my things. He spoke politely to the receptionist. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Chang Chu, office manager. Just a moment, I'll get everything ready. The new boss is so young, he must be a rich guy. One girl remarked, I wonder if there will be changes in the company. A second girl added. The boy hustled up, and in a moment he came running with a yellow envelope. Mr. Yang, all your documents are inside. You can check if everything is in place, the manager quickly added. No need. I trust that the manager is a good person and will not cheat me. I need you all to help me with the management of this company, said John. Of course, Mr. Yang. Girls, come say hello to Mr. Yang, the manager ordered me. Hello, Mr. Yang. The girls in miniskirts bowed low. Good, now get back to work, said Mr. Yang. Tell me about the people who rented the 15th floor, asked Ian. Okay, just a moment, added the manager. His nimble fingers instantly tapped the keys of the keyboard, and in a moment he was ready to give an answer. Boss, this is the rental information of the 15th floor. The tenant's name is Zhang Jingyan. His contract expires at the end of this month, said the manager. It just so happens that their lease is coming to an end, the manager. Let's go and talk to him, Jan said politely. Just a couple of steps through the luxurious office building space, and they were already taking the elevator to the 15th floor. Ding, ding, ding. While they were going up in the elevator, the manager received a notification on his phone. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. I have a call from a customer about a rental, said the manager. You can take it. I'll go first, Yang added. Yang walked through a large spacious corridor and found himself near a door with a sign Shinlong Finance. Hey guys, looks like everyone is here. Yang Chen said a polite hello. What? Is that Yang Chen again? They were surprised. Yang Chen, why did you quit? Let's go to Mr. John and Manager Lee. I'll talk to them to get you reinstated. Said his buddy thank you but no. Yang replied politely. Where is Zhang Xinyan? Quickly come out here. Stop hiding in the office, Yang shouted to the whole office. Yang Chen, why are you yelling? Do you know what place you're in? Is this the place where you can scream? Mr. Zhang came from behind. Did you get out? I thought you were too scared to come out. Do you have a commission you owe me? Asked Jan. Yang Chen, you want a commission? That's fine, but be a good boy and get back to work. How about I give you $10,000 for 10 months on the condition that you make at least one deal every month from then on? Asked Mr. Zhang. Why are you talking like a fart? You clearly promised a 20% commission on a successful case with no strings attached, added Jan. Where's the proof? You're just going to say I said that? What if I say you promised to work for me for free for the rest of your life? Mr. Zhang laughed. Did all the employees in the company hear this? Yang Chen asked sternly, turning to the other employees. If anyone who heard me say I was going to give a commission, the bald head asked. No, Yang Chen must have heard you wrong, one of the cowardly employees replied. Don't any of these dumbasses know that my today could be their tomorrow? Yang Chen thought with astonishment. Yang Chen, Mr. Zhang has been unusually kind to you, so hurry up and thank Mr. Zhang and get back to work, the same cowardly employee added. I love that you are talented. This is your only chance. Don't be so stupid. Get back to work. I have to go downstairs and talk to management about renewing my lease, said the bald head. Do you think it's easy for me to maintain so many employees? Lighting a cigarette, Mr. Zhang asked. Yes, we should all be grateful to Mr. Zhang, the same cowardly employee added. I came to work just to make money, but I can't even get the paycheck I deserve, and you still want me to be grateful? Really no shame. And Ian turned on the tape recorder a little early. Close the door now, screamed the bald head. Yes, sir, I'm listening 1 second, added the employee. The cowardly employee instantly ran to the door and closed it from the inside. Why did the door suddenly close? Nothing happened to the boss, right? Surprised the manager, who was still talking to the customer in the hallway. Yang Chen, if you delete the tape immediately, I'll let you go. The bald head shouted sternly. Mr. Zhang, aka the bald head, grabbed the nearest monitor he could get his hands on in a rage. In a rage, he smashed it to pieces right in the middle of the office. Everyone saw that you just smashed our computer, so your salary has been deducted, Mr. Zhang stated. My recording is still going on. I recorded everything you just said and did, calmly replied Yang. Phones have features called cloud storage, don't you get it? Even if I delete the data on my phone, it will still be saved. Yang added calmly. You scumbag, how dare you? Mr. Zhang was indignant. I can add that it was not a secret recording, because he kept the phone in plain sight. Mr. Zhang, what's the point of talking to him? First, then destroy the tape, added the cowardly employee. Apparently, he just had courage. And in that instant, the bald head heard someone knocking on the door of the office space. Oh, Manager Chan, why did you personally come here? I was just about to come down to talk to you about the lease renewal, Mr. Zhang replied in surprise. I'm here to see Mr. Yang. Why did you lock the door in the middle of the day? You didn't do anything to Mr. Yang, did you? Asked the manager. Mr. Yang who? The bald head's surprise was unparalleled. Isn't he standing over there? Mr. Yang is the new boss of our company, the manager added politely. What? He's the new boss? The bald head continued to be surprised. Mr. Yang, what's going on here? Sorry I'm late. I shouldn't have taken that call. The manager apologized. I'm fine. Manager Zhang, you're on time. Manager Chan, what do you mean when you say he's the new boss? Mr. Zhang asked. Mr. Yang paid $2 billion for this building, and now he owns it. He is now in charge of the place, added the manager. What the hell? Then why does he come to work here? What? Yang Chen actually spent $2 billion on this building? He quit his job yesterday, and today he's buying a building. Is this some kind of revenge? All sorts of thoughts were going through the employees' minds. Manager Chan, is it possible that you made a mistake and he just has the same name as your new boss? The cowardly employee decided to clarify. Are you kidding me? Do you think I don't even know who's in charge here? The manager asked indignantly. Don't be angry, Mr. Yang. You just misunderstood me. It's true that I should be punished for what I've done. The bald head started apologizing. How about I double your salary and we forget about it? He asked naively. Mr. Yang, have you worked here before, and he still owes you a salary? The manager was surprised. Yes, it's true, replied Yang. Yazhang Zhangyan. It is clearly written in our contract that we must act in good faith in accordance with the law. Otherwise, we have the right to terminate the contract and demand triple the rent. I don't think you have forgotten this clause, do you? Manager Chan asked. Is there such a clause? Then listen to this recording. How about I give you $10,000 for 10 months on the condition that you make at least one deal every month from then on? Jan turned on the recording he had made on his phone. Mr. Yang, let bygones be bygones. I will pay you 3 times the commission. You can delete the recording and the matter will be settled. The bald head knew that her butt was about to burst. No, I just want what I'm legally entitled to. I don't want any more penalties, Jan answered calmly. Manager Chan, this matter is left to your discretion. You must make sure I'm satisfied. You understand? Mr. Yang added calmly. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I'll do my best. The manager backed him up. They were about to leave, but a bald head blocked their way. Wait, said Mr. Zhang. Mr. Yang, I've already admitted defeat. Why do you want to get rid of me? You never know how life will turn out, Mr. Zhang begged. I'm a man who never gives his enemy a way out. Now get out of here, Yang Chen replied sternly. I want to discuss it. The bald head was indignant. Who are you to discuss it with me? Yang Chen replied sternly. Listen, everyone, if you help me, you'll get 50,000 yuan each. The bald head turned to the staff. The staff decided to flip out and let the suggestion pass by their ears. 100,000 yuan each. Just take away his phone and I'll immediately reward you with 100,000 yuan in cash. On top of that, I'll double your salary, added the bald head. Pathetic Zhang. Do you still think your words are still trustworthy? You didn't even pay me a commission. Do you think everyone here is that stupid? Yang Chen asked. This is really funny. Manager Chan took his phone out of his pocket and decided to act, as he realized that now it smells fried. Tell building security to go to the 15th floor immediately, Manager Chan added. 10 minutes later, there was already a crowd of people walking down the hallway of the office space. What's going on? Why did Manager Chang call us here? I have no idea. All the guards are here too. Looks like the bald head insulted the VAT manager. The young female employees have noticed. Let me see who dares to touch Mr. Yang, Manager Chan said sternly. The bald head realized he was in deep shit. All he had to do was get a handkerchief out of his pocket and wipe the underneath off his skull. "Manager Chan, I leave it up to you. I expect you to make the right decision," said Yang. "Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I'll make sure everything is done in the best way for you." Yang Chen turned to the rest of the staff. "Gentlemen, Zhang Jinyan is no longer in power. Why don't you all give back what you deserve? Otherwise, when he goes bankrupt, you will get nothing. Zhang Jinyan often makes us work overtime and doesn't pay us. Yes, he also makes us sign dubious contracts." The employees began to resent him. "He often deducts our wages for no reason. I always hated him, but I didn't dare to resist because I had to work under him." The cowardly employee was indignant. "Li Yuan, don't you dare throw stones at me," resented Zhang. "Now that Yang is in charge here, this is a great chance to denounce you. Of course, I must confront the evil to the end." The cowardly employee continued to resent me. "Yes, this dog is really fickle," thought Yang, looking at this employee. It wasn't long before the office of the Sinlun Financial Company was locked down. The doors were sealed with sealed seals. "Yang Chen, you're not going to get away with this," the bald head kept banging on. "It's your own fault. There are laws in this world. You can't do whatever you want just because you're the boss. Do you understand that?" Yang added. "Everyone, I'm going to open an advertising agency in this office. Does anyone want to make money here?" Jan turned to the rest of the staff. "Bro Yang, I want to. Me too." The frightened employees began to shout joyfully. "Li Yuan, are you Mr. Zhang's unfaithful slave? What's the point of hiring you? Get out of here. You're not welcome here." Yang added. "Mr. Yang, if I go with you to sue Mr. Zhang, can you take me in?" Cowardly Li Yuan started shedding tears. "Even if you go and kill Zhang, I still won't accept you. There's no result from people like you." "What's the point of hiring you?" Yang asked. "Get the hell out of here!" And with a juicy kick in the ass, he chased the cowardly employee away. In half a month at the most, everyone will be able to return to work. From now on, the management of the company will be handed over to Xu Xiaoli, so everyone can go directly to her if they have any problems. It's time. Everyone just take a vacation. Wait for the notice to return to normal work. Added by Yang Cheng. "Boss, did you just make me manager? But I don't have any experience, and I might end up messing things up," the girl answered honestly. "Being inexperienced is totally normal when you're just starting out doing something," Yang Chen added. "Boss, don't worry. I will listen to you and study hard," she replied cheerfully. "Let's all thank the boss." "Thank you, boss." And the employees bowed to the new boss. "Goodbye, boss. See you soon." They said goodbye and went about their business. Yang Chen went to the underground parking lot where his car was parked. "I'm done here. It's time to get to work," Yang Chen thought to himself as he walked to his car. A moment later, a notification came to your phone. "A new order has appeared 500 meters away from you. Let's go." He cheered like a boy, and the car squealed out of the parking lot. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the place where the order was to be fulfilled. He saw a couple of girls and a man. "A girl? Looks like Van Lixen, my friend from college. It can't be a coincidence." Yang Chen was surprised. As he drove closer, he became convinced that it was indeed her. The passengers got into the car. "Yang Chen, is that you? I didn't expect to see you. I was surprised to see you. Are you out with your boyfriend?" Yang Chen asked politely. "This is my boyfriend, Zhang Jiangkun." "Geez, who comes up with these names?" "Zhang. This driver is my university classmate Yang Chen. But at that time he was the best student at our university, not to mention how handsome he is." The girl said politely. "So he was very popular with the girls?" he asked immediately. "Yes, a lot of girls liked him. Too bad he already has a girlfriend." The girl said politely. "By the way, have you two broken up yet?" "Oh, sorry, I meant how far along are you now?" "You're getting married, right?" she asked. "No, we broke up." And Yang Chen pressed the gas pedal and the car started to accelerate. "It's a shame you turned down so many girls for her. And now you regret it, right?" she continued. "Yes, I rejected you, so what is the point of bringing it up now?" Yang Chen asked in surprise. "That's not what I meant. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't publicly rejected me, wouldn't I be living a miserable life with you right now?" she said. "Did that guy humiliate you?" asked Zhang. "Yes. I was 19 years old when I told him I loved him. He could have just rejected me, but he chose to humiliate me." She continued her story. "It's been so long, I've forgotten. If I have said something wrong, I apologize." Yang Chen replied politely. "Seeing that you are so sincere, our company is short of staff usually only responsible for serving tea and cleaning. Why don't you stop driving and join my company?" Zhang asked. "That's right, Zhang is Heiyun's advertising campaign planning manager. If you go to work, I can ask him to take care of you." Joyfully, she added, "No thank you. I like working for an online cab service. I don't need an official job." Jan answered calmly. "Why are you opening the window? Close it and turn on the air conditioning. It's hot as hell in here," she asked. The order didn't specify the mandatory air conditioning. You can say a few nice words to me and I'll turn on the air conditioner for you. Or you can turn it on yourself. Ian replied. How dare you say that? If you didn't know her, I would have done away with you a long time ago. Turn on the air conditioner now. Don't make me do it. Zhang was indignant. Don't be impulsive, he's driving the car. If you distract him, we could have an accident. The sneaky chicken added immediately. Yang Chen, we're old friends. Turn on the air conditioner now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll give you a bad review and complain. She added proudly. Don't think you can scare me with a bad review. If you don't like it, you can leave, Jan answered calmly. Stop right now! Zhang was already burning with Genhua. Yang immediately complied with their request, and the car stopped instantly. Get out of the car now! Zhang left the car and started kicking the driver's door with his foot. No, I'll stay in the car. And you continue to enjoy the summer sunshine, Jan replied calmly. Where are you going? Stop now! Shouted Zhang in the middle of a huge bridge. As you can imagine, it's a bridge over a large river, and you have to walk a decent distance to hide in the shadows on either bank. Zhang, where are we? She asked in surprise. This is the bridge over the river. There's no stopping here at all. We can't call a cab right here. Then what do we do? Zhang took his cell phone out of his pocket. I'll file a complaint against him. Have him fired. He continued to be indignant. On system notification, you have a new bad review. Congratulations to the host for the bad review. The system rewards the host with 2 million. It must be nice to be on a bridge in this heat, Ian thought to his indignant passengers. I started getting messages on my phone from people he knew. Today I went outside and called a cab. I met Yang Chen there, but he threw me out of the car on the bridge. Yang Chen, did you get a job as a cab driver again? Yang Chen, what's wrong? Didn't you work for some company before? He may have had some difficulties, or he may have just taken a break from his job for a while. I quit my job a few days ago. Now I work for an online taxi. If you're ashamed to know me, pretend you don't know me next time you see me, he replied calmly in a text message. I'm sending the recording from the car to customer service as well as the chat room so you can hear it, he added. Complaint messages started coming in. Wang Lixin, does it bother you that he's a cab driver? Do you need to feel superior to him? Wang Lixin, you obviously look up to him for being a cab driver and deliberately humiliated him. You're a bad person. He posted the recording in the Odnoklasniki chat room and now everyone is blaming me. She continued to resent him, walking under the hot sun on the bridge. I'm gonna kill him. Send him a text saying you're inviting him to a party at the Hing Hotel this Sunday to lure him in. So I'm going to make him look bad in front of your entire class, added Zhang. You're so smart, let's do it. Wang Lixin got excited. Wang Lixin wants to invite me to dinner at the Hing Hotel and apologize. Yang Chen was surprised. It depends on whether I'm in a good mood that day, he answered. It's a beautiful sunny day. Van Lixen and that guy must still be having fun on the bridge. Hello, the car you called has arrived at your location, he called politely. How am I supposed to get there in this rain? Come here to pick me up, answered the customer. Then just wait there, I'll come and get you, added Jan. He grabbed an umbrella and despite the heavy downpour went to help his client. Are you Miss Zhang? He asked, picking his way through the downpour. Sorry, there's so much water on the ground I can't walk on it. The customer snorted. Sorry, I don't have services for the disabled, Jan replied indignantly. He had just run here in the rain to hide a customer under his umbrella, and she was asking him to carry her to the car. Look at my new shoes. Do you know how expensive they are? There is so much water on the ground. What am I going to do if I don't get wet? Many people would love to carry me in their arms, but I haven't given them that chance. But you have that chance, she proudly declared. Let's forget about this point. I can only give you an umbrella, and you can walk yourself, Ian added calmly. You're so stupid, she was outraged and snatched the umbrella out of his hands. She walked to the car on her own, while Jan walked in the rain the whole time. You've upset me. Do that again and you'll get a bad review, she added indignantly. Please fasten your seatbelt, answered the wet Jan. Some time passed and they arrived at their destination. We're here, Jan announced politely. I can't get out. There's too much water on the ground. I'll get my shoes dirty, declared the indignant customer. It's a car, not an airplane. How can I get any closer? Jan wondered. I don't care. You have to get me to the location or I will leave you a bad review. Believe me, I'm not messing with you. I will really complain about you, she added. Good, then get out of the car and complain about me all you want, Ian added. I'm not getting out of the car until you take me upstairs, she replied. It makes me wonder, where do you get such stupid customers? Yang Chen took the key out of the ignition and got out of the car. Okay, just stay here as long as you want, he said and slammed the car door shut. I'm off for a snack, goodbye, Jan replied. He was smarter this time and used his umbrella himself. The insolent customers had no choice but to get out of the car. Just wait, I'll sue you. She continued to be indignant. Large raindrops of rain greedily dug into her lush black hair. The raindrops fell greedily into her lush black hair. As soon as this cheeky customer left the car and started picking at her phone to leave a negative review, Yang Chen returned to the car.
"Ah, you bastard!" she screamed as the car splashed her with water from the puddle.
There are always people in this world who think they are entitled to special treatment, Yang said cheerfully. Ian checked his small thermos, into which he poured hot tea. The thermos was completely empty. "Shit, I'm completely out of tea," he said, taking the thermos out of the cup holder. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a bad review and complaint. The system rewards the host with 50 grams of Da Hong Pao mother tree tea leaves. Please open the trunk and take out the reward. I specifically Googled it. Turns out this tea is damn rare and expensive, so you could say this is a very expensive reward." "It's a great system," once again Yang Chen remarked. He immediately pulled over to check the trunk. "The reward is only 50 grams? Why so little?" he asked in surprise. "Master, you don't know, but this Da Hong Pao mother tree tea is more precious than gold," she replied. "The original price at auction for 10 grams exceeded $200,000, and now it is a rarity that cannot buy even for money." "So expensive!" Surprised Yang, he still continued to feel intense astonishment. He chose an empty seat and went to check his trunk. Dear subscribers and favorite viewers, who of you have already determined what kind of car he has? Write in the comments. I am very interested to know your opinion. When he opened the trunk, he actually found a box of tea, $10,000 for each little 1-gram package. He marveled. "It smells so good. I have 50 packs, let's try one." He got excited. A new notice has arrived. The host has received another bad review. Bonus available. The host is getting a villa in Benjiang. Please stay at home. Courier will deliver the property documents, keys, and everything you need. Villa in Benjiang, its coastal area. Its approximate value is about $500 million. I wonder who gave me a bad review. It's really delicious. He set down his small thermos and was about to leave. Suddenly, a girl approached the car. The girl was dressed in a beautiful black dress, and she had luxurious hair of dark red color. "What are you doing, beautiful?" he asked the girl who got into the car with him. "Driver, this money is yours." She took a wad of bills out of her purse and handed it to the driver. "I'm not a cab, but an online car rental service. You need to place an order on the platform. You can get out of the car and get into another one," he answered. "What nonsense, just drive when you're told." The girl started to resent it. "Today I want to ride in your car," she added. At that time, a strange man approached the car. His outfit and ragged flip-flops did not inspire confidence. "Hey, open the door," this guy started yelling out the driver's window. "Don't open it. I warn you, if you dare to open the door, I will chew you to death," the girl declared. "Do you know him?" asked Jan. "No, I don't know," immediately answered the girl. "Do you know each other?" Jan opened the window and asked if he was the obscure type. "Of course, she's my girlfriend," the strange man shouted as if he were about to have his most precious possessions stolen. "I'm not your girlfriend. We met for the first time today on a blind date. When did I have time to be your girlfriend?" She was outraged. "Blind date? Wang Qiani, your father owes my family 5 million money and your father used you to pay off the debt. Why are you pretending to be so stupid? I booked a hotel. Don't spoil my mood. We're going to have great sex tonight." "Did you hear that? We're not in a relationship. If you hand me over to him, you're an accomplice to rape," she said. "It has nothing to do with you, so open the door and come out nicely." The strange man continued to resent me. "Belle, why don't you call the police? I'm just an online taxi driver and I don't want to get into a fight between you two," Jan added calmly. But the situation continued to escalate. "Why are you so calm? You're just an asshole. You're no good at all." She continued to be indignant, feeling like she was going to get sparks out of her eyes. "Aya, shouldn't your father be the most disgusting? I have nothing to do with you and I don't have to protect you. If you want, I can call the police for you," he added. The unidentified guy started hitting the car with his flabby flip-flop. "Come out, bitch," I said, he kept insisting. "Get out now!" she yelled at the whole car. "Brother, please do me a favor and save me, okay?" She started begging for help. "Seriously, just call the police. You're acting like a little girl." Ian was indignant. "I'd like to call the police, but even if it goes to the police, my family doesn't have the money to pay him back." She said it more politely. "Bitch, get out or I'll kill you in the car." The strange guy opened the car door and grabbed the girl by the hair. "Brother, we'll open the door and let me get in the car. Let's go to the suburbs. I'll let you play with her after I'm done myself," the strange man offered. Ian was getting pretty fucked up listening to this. He put the key in the ignition and started the car. "What are you doing? If you dare to take her, I'll find you and kill you, even if I have to search the whole city," the strange man said. "What do I care who you are?" Ian added calmly, and pressed the gas pedal. The car started to move. "You bastard, come back here!" Catch Up with the Car kept shouting the strange type, slapping his slippers in the middle of the evening city. "Just wait, I'm gonna get you." He pulled out his ignition keys, ready to give chase. "Thank you, you're a wonderful person," she replied politely. The car rolled quietly through the night city. "It's no use complimenting me. I'm not interested in you. I'll drop you off nearby, and you can take another cab home," replied Jan. At that moment, a black car cut them off. It was probably the same strange man. "Stop, I'm warning you, I'll kill you." The threats against Young Chen continued. "Brother, he's catching up. You mustn't stop now, or we're both dead." The passenger suddenly realized. Young Chen gripped the steering wheel tighter and stepped on the gas pedal. He began to get away from the pursuit of this strange man. Unclear like, failed to control and his car was damaged. "Ha ha! What a sucker, he just wrecked his car. I'm glad the girls are happy." "Get out of the car now," Jan said sternly, and demanded that his passenger get out at the nearest bus stop. "Now I'm giving you a great chance. If you take me home, I'll give you my first time in sex. You're still better than that bastard," she said proudly. "Why do I get the feeling you think you're living in a fairy tale?" "Get out of the car immediately," Jan asked sternly.
You cowardly bastard!
The girl opened the door and continued to resent him like an old hag. "You bastard!" she shouted after the car as it drove away. Dear viewers, write in the comments how you would act in this situation. I am very interested in your opinion. Young Chen realized that he had more important things to do. He went to his new villa. When he arrived at the right address, he saw the luxurious Bunjang villa. "Mr. Yang, you are now the owner of this luxurious villa. Here are the keys and everything else is in this envelope. I'll take you to the villa after you park your car," said the guy in the black suit. They walked into the spacious living room, the walls decorated with marble slabs, the floor sparkling with its cleanliness. "Great, I just need to get some clothes," Jan added. After a moment his phone rang. John pulled it out of his pocket and answered the incoming call. "Hello? Is this Mr. Yang Chen?" "I'm the secretary of All Island Hotel Group. I want you to come to the All Island Hotel headquarters for a meeting at 3 p.m. "Okay, I understand. See you then," answered Yang. We are greeted by the luxurious building of the All Island Hotel. "Sorry I'm late," said Yang Chen politely. "Hello, my name is Yang Chen. It is an honor to meet you, dear shareholders." "Hello, Mr. Yang. You can sit here. I didn't expect our new co-shareholder to be so young. I thought he was an old geezer. I'd like to introduce you. This is Li Wanhong, chairman of All Island Hotel Group. And this is Zhang Wu, the boss of Sky Curtain Investment. And the topic of our meeting is Sky Curtain's investment in All Island Hotel," added the guy in the black suit. "Investments from the Sky Curtain?" Yang Chen wondered what they are for. Maybe someone is going to make money on it. "Now that we all know each other, let's get down to business, Mr. Yang. I know all about what happened between you and Mr. Zhang's son at the hotel. Mr. Zhang is here too. Why don't you have a drink?" Mr. Li asked. "I hope Mr. Yan won't be offended by our children's ignorance," Mr. Zhang said politely. "You know that your son behaved quite violently that day. He insulted me so much and you want me to just forgive him?" Yang Chen was indignant. "Zhang, for the sake of our promising future, you should give in. You should call your son and ask him to sincerely apologize to Mr. Yang," Mr. Li added. "But my son didn't do anything wrong. He stood up for his girlfriend when she was being bullied. Why should he apologize?" Zhang was indignant. "Mr. Li, are there any other issues that will be discussed at today's meeting other than from Sky Curtain Investment?" asked Yang. "No. No further questions," replied Mr. Li. "Then let me make my attitude clear to all of you. I don't agree with the Sky Curtain investment in the All Island Hotel," declared Jan. "I have other things to do, so I'm off." He said goodbye politely. "Mr. Yang, how are you already leaving?" The others were surprised. He quietly walked out and slammed the door in farewell. "He's too toxic. I'm here who wants to invest my money in your hotel. Why are you bothering me? Why don't you try to please me instead? Why do I have to put up with this?" Mr. Zhang was indignant. "Don't be angry, Mr. Zhang. The young men are all a little angry. I will talk to them later and you should go back and discuss it with your son as well," Mr. Li remarked. "I mean, if you can solve the problem by apologizing, why not do it?" he added. "Okay, I'll go back and talk to my son," replied Zhang Sr. Yang Chen went down to the underground parking lot and was already approaching his car. "I finally found you!" Suddenly he heard a voice from behind him. "Didn't expect to see you so soon, did you?" As you can see, it was that strange guy. He had changed his clothes a bit and brought some girlfriends and metal baseball bats with him. "How'd you get in here?" "This is a closed parking lot for company employees only." Yang Chen was surprised. "I told you last time, if you take her, I'll find you anywhere. Did you think I was joking with you?" asked the strange man. "So what are you planning to do? Do you really want to fight me?" Yang asked immediately. "Don't worry, I'll deal with you in time, but now I'm going to smash your car," the strange man said. This scumbag and his girlfriend started swinging baseball bats and wrecking the car. Yang Chen just took his phone out of his pocket and started videotaping it. "You don't have to rent it, I can afford to pay for it. If you don't have a car, you can't make a living," added the strange man. At that moment, a red foreign car stopped near them. Dear viewers, we continue the quiz. Write in the comments who recognize the brand of this car. A red foreign car stopped, the door opened, and a girl with long hair of a dark red color stepped out. The one we'd seen before. How small is this world? Zhang Henji, what are you doing? Are you crazy? She asked me sternly. Why did you wreck his car? I promised to stay with you tonight, didn't I? She kept talking sternly. Sure, I just wanted to do something. He added. I'm just gonna make the guy feel bad for breaking my heart. I'm sorry, but how does a scumbag like that have a heart? You fell for a cab driver. How can you be so cheap? I'm going to kill you tonight, he said with anger in his voice. Fucking shame, Zhang Henji. My family only owes money to your family. Or do you think I would take another look at you if I had money? The pretty girl was indignant. At that moment, another guy came into the parking lot. What did you do to him? He asked. It's a long story what brought you here. Is the meeting over already? Asked Jan. My dad told me to apologize to you. Otherwise you would not approve in Lebanon of our family's capital, said Zhang Jr. Ha 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 ha. This act clearly made Yang Chen laugh. Is your family very rich? Jan asked quietly. Of course our family has a total asset of $1 billion, Zhang Jr. replied. So you know him then? Yang clarified. I know his family has several real estate companies that our family has invested in, replied Zhang Jr. You want my forgiveness, don't you? Then do something for me, Yang Chen said politely. What do you want? Zhang Jr. was surprised. Let's make a deal. You'll lend money to this girl Wang Qiani to pay off her debts, and in return, I'll let you invest in the All-Island Hotel Group, Yang offered. Why didn't you lend her the money? After all, you have a 28% stake in the All-Island Hotel, worth more than $3 billion. Do you feel sorry for this $50 million? Zhang Jr. asked. I still work in a cab, don't you know what that means? Yang Chen replied cheerfully. Are you from some secret family that won't let you go public? Just using that money, Zhang Jr. added. Shh, keep your voice down, said Yang. I see, you can just ask her father to bring someone to our office by 9 a.m. tomorrow to discuss the details, said Zhang Jr. Miss Wang, bring someone to Sky Kirshen tomorrow by 9 a.m. to discuss the details of the debt with him, and Mr. Zhang, the president of Sky Kirshen, has already agreed to it, said Yang Cheng. If you go there, it will help you a lot in this situation, said Yang Chen. I will! You finally realized it! I thought I couldn't attract you with my long legs! She threw herself into his arms and wrapped her legs around him. Why is your family lending money to her family? Are you kidding me? Asked the guy with the baseball bat. I have nothing against you, but he's the second largest shareholder in the All-Island Hotel. We spent over a year investing in the All-Island Hotel Group. We can't afford to lose him. Zhang Jr. waved his hands. What, it can't be? This taxi driver is actually the second shareholder of the All-Island Hotel Group, he was surprised. Don, do you see what is going on? Zhang Jr. asked him in a whisper. Damn it! He must be the son of some rich family who wants to experience life. Surprised, his bat fell out of his hands at those words. What do we do? You messed with the young master of the big family? You asked us to crash his car. His deputies started drinking. He nervously pulled out a pack of cigarettes, his fingers shaking with fear. You're the second shareholder of the All-Island Hotel Group. Why didn't you tell us this before? He asked. If you had told me before, would I have allowed a great misunderstanding? In a voice full of fear, he continued to speak. Do you think everything is so simple in this world? Yang Chen was surprised. What's going on here? Which one of you reported a crime? 2 police officers came running into the parking lot. It's me. My friend's car was totaled. A girl with huge breasts declared. Comrade policeman, we wrecked the car, but he made us do it. Yeah, if you have any questions, you better ask him. The deputies immediately shit their pants. Tell me what's going on. Why are you smashing other people's cars? Asked the police officer. My name is Zhang, or father is Zhang Yaowu, chairman of Yaowu Group Company. This guy stole my girlfriend. Shouldn't I teach him a lesson? This guy is right. Are you willing to offer him compensation? Asked the policeman. Compensation is possible, but only after a court decision. Borza replied with an incomprehensible type. Are you stupid? If after going to court, the court decides it's not something that can be fixed with money, what are you going to do? Willful damage to another person's property over $5,000 meets the criteria for a felony. Do you understand? The policeman was indignant. I don't care about that at all. My father's name is Zhang Yaowu, he added. I don't care who your father is. You committed the crime of intentionally damaging someone else's property. You're thinking about how you're going to fix it, said the policeman. Okay, I'll offer to pay him for the car. I'm not that bad. Tell me, how much do I owe you? Is 100,000 yuan enough? Did I say I would accept a private settlement of this matter? Let the court decide, said Yang Chen. If you don't think 100,000 is enough, how about 200,000? You had an old and broken car, the man continued to resent me. It's not about money, I just want justice, Yang Chen replied calmly, pointing to his damaged car. Are you trying to scare me? Are you going to prosecute me? So what if I have a criminal record? I don't need a job, I'll just get an inheritance, added this guy. Then you'll have to come with us. The cops rounded him up and took him with them. After a while, everyone gathered in the meeting room. This man is Zhang Yawu, the father of that strange man. He came to negotiate with you about the damaged car. Said his police officer, boy, you want a lot, Zhang Yawu said indignantly. You two really are the same. I'm not going to settle this with him or you. I'm going to go to court, said Yang Chen. 500,000 yuan. Will that be enough? The elderly man asked. His face was beginning to contort with anger and rage. I told you it wasn't about money, Yang Chen replied calmly. 1 million? It can't be more than that. If it weren't for the critical times for the company, do you really think I'd be this good with you? Officer, can I leave now? Yang Chen asked politely. Yes. You don't agree to mediation. We will follow the legal process of this case, the police officer added. A police officer handed him a form to file a report. Wait, don't sign it! Be a man, let's meet another time. You're still young, don't spoil your future path, the older man added. Are you done talking nonsense? Yang Chen snatched the application form out of his hands. I've been threatened by a large number of creditors since I turned, and he signed the application with confidence. Do you think your threat will work on me? Yang Chen asked in surprise. See you in court, he added. You bastard, come back here right now, the older man said through clenched teeth. It wasn't long before Yang Chen was in the real estate sales department. Mr. Yang, here are your keys. Do you have any idea about the price? The employee asked. No, I agree with the market value, Yang Chen replied cheerfully. I didn't quite understand what was going on here. He bought the house or sold it. Dear viewers, write in the comments how you understood this situation. We will figure it out together. The house will be handed over to you. Please call if you need anything, said Jan. I need to buy a car as soon as possible. I can't afford to put off being a cab driver. What kind of car should I buy? Yang Chen wondered. As soon as he thought about it, a new notification immediately came to his phone. I wonder what it is this time. The system detected that the host had received another complaint, triggering a bonus. Said a beautiful girl in an interesting outfit. Maybe there's no girl at all. Maybe it's just his hallucination. That's great! Yang Chen was happy. What do you think? Write your opinion in the comments. This story just keeps going on and on and on. The owner wishes to purchase a limited edition luxury car that looks like a normal production car, which the owner can use for cab work. The owner is asked to pick up the car from an underground garage. The girl pressed her breasts against him and said this in his ear. System, you're so thoughtful, thank you. He was happy. And the nice girl handed him the car keys. Let's go home and get some rest, said Yang Chen. He returned to his villa. His villa was in a small cottage community with equally luxurious villas nearby. It's so cozy here. He settled down in the yard of his luxurious pitchfork, a comfortable rattan armchair standing on the bank of the pond. Neighbors from a nearby villa were scrutinizing him. He was being scrutinized by the owner of a neighboring villa, a girl with a glass of red wine or some other red-colored drink. Miss, dinner is ready, said her maid. I asked you to find out about the owner of that villa. Did you find out? She asked. I asked the guard to find out who the new owner of this villa was. He was young, he drove a very ordinary car and didn't look like a rich man at all, replied the maid. So secretive. Could it be the son of one of the big families? The villa owner asked. Auntie Lan, take 2 bottles of wine and pay him a visit. Don't ask him about his life. Just let him know we're at villa number 8. After a while, the woman rang the intercom. Who are you? Yang Chen opened the door. Hello, I'm the manager of villa number 8, she answered politely. My hosts had prepared a small gift and decided to say hello to our new neighbor. She added politely. You are too kind. Could you tell me who your employer is? Yang Chen asked politely. Her name is Shui Inong. May I ask what your name is, young master? She asked. My name is Yang Chen. Very attentive. Come inside and have a seat, he added. There is no need for that. My miss just asked me to come visit. We are all neighbors. Just look out for each other in the future, she replied politely. The girl was eagerly awaiting her assistant's return. Aunt Lan, how did it go? Right from the doorstep, she asked. He's really young, and he has a good character. He must be the son of some big family. I left right after I gave the gift, and I'm sure he'll surely come back in a short time with a return gift. Miss, you can wait and see him for yourself. Thank you, Aunt Lan. It's getting late. Go get some rest, the villa owner added politely. Yang Chen glanced at his watch. It was 10 p.m. on the clock. It's too early to go to bed to rest. We can go out for a walk with a glass of wine, Yang Chen thought. That's what a real cab driver means. He doesn't need a vacation in a luxury villa. He only needs the steering wheel of a car and the night city. Already in a moment, his new black car, all-known Lux brand, stopped near the movie theater. Dear viewers, write in the comments who recognize what kind of car. Hello, your car has arrived. Fasten your seatbelt when you get in, he said politely to his new passengers. Cheese, I am a student at the University of Finance. Could you please come to the entrance of the girls' dormitory building before 10:30 p.m.? The girl asked touchingly. Judging from the navigator, it is almost 15 kilometers. It will take about 20 minutes. It will be a bit difficult. Young Chen replied calmly. Sir, please, my girlfriend's hostel will close at 10:30. Can you please go faster? Asked her boyfriend. In fact, he was intentionally late because he wanted his girlfriend to stay with him tonight. Maybe then they could go to the hotel and have a little tumble. Okay, I'll do my best. Hold on tight, Young Chen replied and pressed the gas pedal. Sir, thank you very much, the naive girl rejoiced. Sir, don't say too much, her boyfriend added. If you can't get to the dorm by 10:30, not only will we not pay you, but you'll have to drive, her boyfriend added, clearly hungry for sex. What do you mean by that? His companion was surprised. I scared him into going faster, he said quietly to his girlfriend. Don't worry. If I dare to make a promise, I'll do it. I'm also from this university. I know the way to it. I will take you there in 15 minutes and you will be there on time. Yang Cheng added. What department are you from? What's your name? My name is Lin Xiaoyu. I'm an English major. I never thought I'd bump into a high school driver by such a fall. The girl was happy. My name is Yang Chen, he added. You have deviated from the original route while taking a new route, at which point a notification from the voice assistant has arrived. Where are you going? Why did you stray from your earlier route? Surprised by the guy with the freckles on his face. They may be tattoos, but they're more like freckles. If I take the main road, you won't make it back in time. You can save 5 minutes by taking the shortcut, and I guarantee that I will get to your dormitory door on time. Yang Chen calmed them down. Looks like Big Brother really knows all the roads around here. Then let me add my contacts to you. We will contact you directly when we need you in the future, she added. Her boyfriend clearly wasn't happy about this. A moment later, the car stopped outside the university dormitory building. Yang Cheng fulfilled his promise. The happy girl got out of the car and waved her hand to the guard. Auntie, wait, don't close the door. I'm coming. Thank you, Big Brother. Goodbye. She said goodbye politely. She went back to her dormitory. Where do I need to take you? He asked the guy who was sexless that night. I'll reorder and you take it and continue your trip. This prick's obviously up to something. I got a new notification on my phone. You have a new bad review. Weird, I've only taken one order tonight. Must have been the guy on the back row who sent this review. Thanks to the host for getting another bad review. Depending on your strength, the system rewards the host with a real combat technique that takes effect immediately. What's that combat technique? It has some kind of superpower, Yang Chen thought to himself in surprise. Man, what are you trying to say? Why did you give me a bad review when I delivered your girl on time? Did I do something wrong? You can tell me directly instead of leaving me a bad review. Yang Chen decided to clarify. In the form of a car, and don't get distracted. I'll explain it to you later when we get there, answered the guy. Boy, we have arrived. Can you tell me why you left a bad review? Once again asked Yang Cheng. Guys, come on, we're here, he said into his cell phone. I told you this punk was up to something. Motherfucker, get out of the car now. Get out of the car, I said, shouted his acquaintances, waving baseball bats. Dude, what do you mean by that? Yang Chen asked him in surprise. I really got into it with her all fucking day, eating and drinking, and deliberately put it off until the last 15 minutes when I decided to go to the hotel with her. You said you wouldn't make it to the hostel, right? How dare you take a shortcut and send her back? Now I have to have sex with my hand. If you're dating, why do you care so much about the night? Besides, you got in the car and talked me into taking her back, Jan added. This brat got out of the car and started kicking it with his feet. Already broke the mirror. You ruined my day. Get out of the car, he kept yelling. I've just mastered the combat technique. I think I can handle a few bandits, Yang thought. If you dared to get out of the car, you've got some guts. Let's finish him off quickly, guys, said one of the bandits. That freckle-faced brat had a baseball bat swinging, trying to hit him. Wait a minute, said Yang Chen. What's the matter? He was surprised. Are you afraid? Fine. Then get on your knees and apologize to me and I'll spare you. We're still waiting for a chance to beat you up, added the guy with freckles, or freckle tattoos on his face. You know it's not going to end well for you if you do it under a security camera, right? Let's just go where there's no light and fight. You won't leave any evidence if I go to the police afterwards, Yang Chen added. Ha ha ha, it looks like you've accepted your fate, the freckle-faced guy said cheerfully. And all the bandits followed Yang Chen into the deep and dark courtyard. After a couple of minutes, moans and screams echoed from this dark courtyard. Clearly someone was being beaten. Who do you think was beating who? Within minutes, there were already several battered men lying on the ground, their baseball bats broken. Young Chung calmly walked out of there. He knocked me down with one punch. "You'll be responsible for this, and you'll have to pay all our medical expenses," one of the thugs said. "It really hurts. The blow was too strong. Yeah. How was I supposed to know he was a martial artist?" Wiping his snot, the boy added. Yang Chung forces his car and was about to drive away, but a man got in his way. "Hey, come here!" Yang Chen called that brat over to him. "No, not again. I've already learned my lesson. You can't hit me anymore. What if you beat me to death?" "Idiot, I won't hit you!" Yang Chen replied calmly. "Okay, then what's the matter?" the guy with freckles asked him. "You owe me a new car," said Yang Chen. Yes, I got it," the freckle-faced guy agreed. As soon as he left, he got a call from the same girl. "Big brother, did you deliver my boyfriend? I'll pay you the fare," she added. "Better help your boyfriend with his medical expenses. He called some thugs to beat me up, but I beat them back. Besides, I'll give you some good advice. Break up with your boyfriend. He's a good man to me." The freckle-faced guy had hoped this evening would end very differently, but his sneakiness and cunning had led to this result. At that moment, his phone rang, surprised he was still in one piece. "Why did you want to beat up our driver?" It was his girlfriend. "You just met me and you're flirting in front of me. Have you thought about how I feel?" He was outraged into the phone. "I just hit him, that's all." "You must be out of your mind." The girl was obviously angry at his words. She realized he was deceiving her. "Oh shit, I'll file a complaint against him. Then we'll see what you do." The freckle-faced guy continued to resent him. Just moments later, a new notification came in. The system has detected that the host has another complaint. Initiating system reward. The host is getting body strengthening. You need to tell me when you are ready for this process. Thanks to this complaint for another great gift for me, Yang Chen thought. He returned to his villa and settled down in his luxurious bed. "System, start strengthening the body," he said. "The master's body strengthening is starting. The whole process will last for 749 seconds. Please do not interrupt this process. So that you don't have to calculate on the calculator for a long time. It's about 2 hours. Starting the process of strengthening the body." Yang Chung. He felt his body enveloped by powerful streams of energy. He even got a little excited. 7,749 seconds later, he woke up. The reinforcement is complete and the host can move around freely. From now on, excluding the influence of external factors such as weapons, the host is the strongest person on Earth. From now on the strongest person on Earth, Yang Chen rejoiced. Why does it stink so bad in here? Yang Chen wondered. Is this really the legendary meridian cleansing? Yang Chen was surprised. The next day greeted him with a beautiful sunny morning. The fresh coolness was calling him to go for a morning jog, which he decided to do. While jogging, he came face to face with the owner of the neighboring house. It turned out to be a pretty girl who also decided to go jogging in the morning. "Hello, are you Miss Big Boobs?" "Oh, you are Miss Zhu, right?" he asked. "Yes, you must be Yang Chen from the neighboring villa," she replied. "Yes, Miss Big Tits. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much, as well as your breasts," he replied. "If you liked my gift, I'm very happy. Good luck with your morning workout. See you soon," he added politely. Not bad for a son, and from a large family he has a good character, she thought. I wonder what I should get her in return, he thought. Yes, it would be that rare tea. Yang Chen remembered his gift. It was not long before he rang the doorbell of the intercom of the neighboring villas. Mr. Yang, come in." The door was opened by a woman I already know. I didn't want to come empty-handed, so I'm holding my big fat package. "Dear subscribers, what are you thinking?" "So, I brought it to share with you," he said politely. "Is that tea?" Of all the various gifts he's given, he's brought some kind of tea. Although maybe I'm wrong and it's a very expensive tea. It's hard to tell from this opaque bag. Mr. Jan, it is you." The mistress of the villa rejoiced. "Auntie Lan, treat Mr. Jan to the wine I bought last week. And I have finished my morning routine and will join you. I don't mind getting drunk in the morning either," she added. "Miss Shui, I apologize for the intrusion," Yang Chen added. "I would like to share my tea with you, so why don't I make it?" asked the assistant. "Good, then we need to boil some water." Genius answer from Miss Big Boobs, or were they going to eat the tea dry? "Auntie Lan, I won't drink. I need to hurry up and get my car." Chen politely thanked her. "A car? What does Mr. Yang do for a living?" Miss Big Tits asked. "I work as a cab driver." "Goodbye, baby. Didn't you know that all cab drivers are so rich?" Is he just an ordinary cab driver? Could it be that Mr. Yang Chen is not a rich man at all? Miss Shui thought. "Miss Shui, what do you think this tea is?" The assistant looked into the bag and was a little surprised at what she saw. "I wonder what kind of tea this is. I've never seen or smelled it. take these tea leaves to the old Hong and let him see what kind of tea it is, whether it can be drunk at all. Okay, miss, yes, I'll go to old Hong right away, her assistant replied. How can a cab driver afford a villa in such a luxurious village? He's such a demanding man. Miss has big tits. At this time, Yang Chen was already riding around the city somewhere and had arrived on a new order. A tall girl with very long legs and a short skirt was already waiting for him. Hi, did you call a cab? He asked cheerfully, flicking his left arm out of the driver's window. Why did you move to such an ordinary car? You should drive a sports car or something, asked a girl with long hair of a dark red color. I hope you remember this girl from the previous S. Are my legs longer and whiter now that I'm dressed up? She asked with a smile. At that moment, an idea occurred to him. It was like a little bird whispered in his ear. You can't talk? You can score 99 points if you don't talk, and only 59 points if you do. Fasten your seatbelt, he answered discreetly. The girl was very surprised by such a cold answer. I made reservations at Queen Mary's to take you out to dinner tonight, she added. Forget it, I still have to pick up my car tonight, he replied. Besides, don't you want to get me drunk and take me to a hotel and fuck me good like last time? He asked. Haha, why not? You're so handsome. I'd still like to buy you dinner to spend time with you, she added. I don't want to have dinner. With a short answer, he tried to end their conversation quickly. I'm such a sweet, beautiful, and long-legged girl with a great mind and thin waist, and you refuse when I ask you out to dinner. Are you a man or not? You don't have a sexual orientation problem, do you? We're here. He hit the brakes. Get out of the car if there's nothing else you want to say, he added. Aren't you interested in girls at all? You've really convinced me that you're gay, she replied indignantly. Time is running at breakneck speed. As soon as he dropped off the horny lady, a new order came to him. Hello, I'm here, he said calmly. Mr. Driver, I'm here. The frightened girl waved her hand to get his attention. You're not going anywhere until you pay, the guy in the sports jacket said sternly. I just passed by without even touching the bikes, the girl replied indignantly. I parked here for 10 minutes, and while you were gone, they didn't fall. Who are you kidding? If you don't pay up right now, I'm gonna spank you, says the guy in the sports jacket. It's not my fault that the bikes fell and hit your car, the girl said with tears in her eyes. Would you like to go to the building next door and turn on the video surveillance system to make sure what really happened? Yang Chen asked, and pointed to the surveillance camera that was nearby. Right, we'll find out by looking at the CCTV footage. The girl was happy. Bro, I see your car still has a temporary license plate, so it must be a new car, noticed the guy in the sport coat. I advise you to mind your own business, or I'll smash your car in your face. He continued his outrage. Hey, take it easy. Are you trying to forcefully extort money from her? Yang Chung immediately recognized him. Such a tall man shouldn't bully a little girl. Yang Chen added politely. What does that have to do with you? The guy in the sports jacket asked in surprise. She ordered my cab, so I'm in a hurry, and you're just holding me up. Let's look at the security cameras, and we'll figure it out. Yang Chen added. Are you that stupid? I already warned you, he added, and pulled out a baseball bat. Don't you think I wouldn't dare crash your car? He asked. If you can pay for her repairs, she's all yours, Yang Chen replied calmly. Ha 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 ha, you have a regular cheap car, I can buy a lot of those, the type remarked. Then smash it, added Yang Chen. You think I wouldn't dare to do that? He asked with anger in his eyes, and was about to roll up his sleeves. Without dragging others into our affairs, the girl added. Don't stop him, Yang Chen added and affectionately held the girl's hand. Just let him do what he wants. I've dealt with bastards like this before. It's nothing new. I'm so sorry I got you into this, the girl said. Don't worry about it. Yang Chung gently hugged and comforted her. If I don't wreck your car today, I'll always be ashamed of myself, screamed the guy in the sports jacket, and started to break the car with his baseball bat. What the hell is this? He looked at the license plate of the car, indignant. Good thing I had time to notice it, or I might have had to pay more than I can afford in a lifetime. Why did you stop? Come on, keep going, Yang Chen added calmly. Brother, you misunderstood me, he said, and let go of the baseball bat. The wind must have flipped the bikes over and they hit my car. It had nothing to do with that little girl. You can have her. The guy in the sports jacket started to put it in reverse. I thought you'd be eternally proud of yourself if you crashed my car, Yang Chen clarified. It's all my fault. Come on, you two, hurry up and leave. Don't waste your precious time. Have a seat, said Yang Chen. Thank you, the schoolgirl thanked him. Thank you very much. Without you, I would have been in a lot of trouble today, said the schoolgirl. I guess it's fate. If you hadn't ordered my car, I wouldn't have been able to help you, calmly replied the man. Why is this guy suddenly being so nice to you? She asked in surprise. I don't know. Maybe it was a sudden change of mood, Yang Chen replied cheerfully. We arrived. Within minutes, the car pulled up to a large building. Brother, my name is Zhao Yun. What's your name? My neighbor invited me to dinner. Would you like to join us? She added. No, thank you. Have a good time with her. Yang Chen replied politely and said goodbye to her. Then please give me your phone number. I'll call you next time I need a car, the schoolgirl added. Okay, I haven't exchanged my contacts. Now it happens, just by leaning the two phones against each other, there is no need to dictate a lot of numbers. The schoolgirl glanced at the black car that was driving away from her. I'm a little hungry, Yang Chen thought. Just a few minutes later, his black car pulled up outside a cute cafe. Miss, would you please take my order? He asked politely. He sat down at a vacant table and was about to relax when his phone started ringing in his pocket. It was a message from that schoolgirl he dropped off earlier. Brother Yang, did you leave already? I'm in room 302. Something must have been spiked in my drink. Please help me. Did this girl really want to fool around? He thought after reading this message. Without waiting for his order to be fulfilled, he jumped into his car and drove straight to this building where he dropped off the schoolgirl. Miss, please go to room 302 and check the situation inside. He's talking to the receptionist. Yes, sir. I'll check it out, she replied. No sooner had the receptionist gone to room number 302 than Yang Chen noticed a familiar face. He saw two girls leading a schoolgirl he knew up the stairs. A strange man was walking in front of them. The request for help wasn't a joke, he thought. Let me go, I have to go back to the dormitory, said the schoolgirl. Okay, we'll take you to the dormitory, said the girls who were driving her. Yang Chen decided to intervene in this situation and overturned a square chair to block their way. Damn it, you again? I can't believe I'm meeting you here. The unidentifiable type was indignant. You got out pretty quickly, Yang Chen noticed. Shut up. Don't bring it up. Get the hell out of here. I'm not gonna mess with you today. That's what he said. If you haven't figured it out yet, he's the guy who crashed his car in the parking lot with his buddies. The police took him away that time. Let's go, girls, he said sternly. Stop. Yang Chen blocked their way to the exit again. Are you her roommates? What are you doing with her? Yang Chen asked. Don't be ridiculous. She's just had too much to drink and we're helping her to the dormitory. One of the girls was indignant. Then why did she send me this disturbing message? And Yang Chen showed the message on his phone. What? What is it? We all opened our mouths in surprise. I'm actually her roommate, said one of the girls. And I'm her boyfriend, and Zhao Yun is my girlfriend. It's all slander. The guy was indignant. Then I'll call the police and we'll find out, okay? Yang Chen had already dialed the police number. All that was left was to press the call button. You bastard! Do you intend to try to make things more complicated than they already are? The type continued to be indignant. Just wait, I'll make you regret it, he shouted and rushed out of the room. I had nothing to do with it. One of the girls left her and hurried out too. Zhao Yun, wake up. What's wrong with you? I wonder what they gave you to drink. Yang Chen tried to bring her to her senses. Brother Yang, please take me out of here, she said in a sleepy voice. Administrator, could you open a private room for me? He asked politely. Yes, of course, I'll open it right away, the administrator replied. He carried the girl to a vacant room and gently sat her down on the couch. Brother Jan, thank you, you saved me, she said. He gave her a glass of water to drink. What were you doing in there, he asked. My roommates said they wanted to take me out to dinner, but when I got to the room I found that this man was there too. I was about to leave, but he said I should have a glass of juice before I left. And after that, I felt dizzy. Obviously your glass of juice was spiked with something. Why did you drink it in the first place? Yang Chen asked. This is outrageous. I'm calling the police right now, said the girl. Yes, we can't let the bad guys get away with it. Yang Chen supported her. Within minutes, the police car was outside the front door of the premises. This time, Zhang Hengji wouldn't get off so easily. Yang Chen thought, and helped the girl into the police car to come to the police station to make a report on this bandit. After a while, Yang Chen had already returned to his villa. But when he approached his house, he was slightly surprised as Aunt Lan was waiting for him. Aunt Lan, what are you doing here? He asked politely. Oh, Mr. Yang, you're finally back, she said. My hostess would like to invite you for a cup of tea. I wonder if you would accept such an offer, she asked. Thank you for inviting me, but I'm tired today. Let's do it another time. I will be free tomorrow night, so I hope you will come to my place for dinner, replied Jan. You see what he just did? His neighbor had just invited him for tea. He turned her down and instead invited her to his place for dinner the next day. He's a sly one. He's obviously up to something. Good. Then I'll prepare some dishes to come tomorrow. Auntie Lan, take care of yourself. He said goodbye politely. In the neighboring villa there was a little tiff. Aunt Lan, didn't I ask you to invite him over? Asked the landlady miss. I'm sorry, but he said he was very tired today and wanted to go to bed early, answered the assistant. He invited us to his house for dinner tomorrow night, added the assistant. Many people in the neighborhood want to have dinner with me, but he's the only one who refuses my invitation. Surprised Miss Big Tits. All right, let's pay him a visit tomorrow, added Miss Big Tits. She did say yes to his invitation. The phone rang. The Zhao Yun girl from the police station called. Brother Yang, The police said my roommate did it, but she was obviously put up to it by that bastard. It could have been due to lack of evidence. Be more careful in the future. I'll find a way to deal with that bastard, replied Jan. The next day, he arrived at the designated location to pick up his new passengers.
Hello, passengers, please fasten your seatbelts, he habitually said to his passengers.
Instead, the guy with purple hair who sat in the front seat decided to do something very horrible. Namely, he took off his shoes. And the luxurious interior of the luxury car was filled with the aroma of stinky garbage. Cheese, please put on your shoes, sit properly, and remember safety. Young Chen was very surprised at this behavior of his passenger. I'm feeling very tired and want to take a nap. Why does the average cab driver have so many rules? Asked a passenger with stinky feet. Sir, if you don't put your shoes on, I'll have to ask you to get out of the car. Yang Chen's patience as the fresh air in the car was coming to an end. If you continue to behave like this, you'll get a negative review, said the passenger with smelly feet. Do you intend to look for trouble? The girl asked him indignantly. It is inappropriate for a man working in the service industry to complain about the smell of his passengers' feet, she added. You called the driver, not the masseurs. I'm not going to stand for the smell of your feet. Either give me your shoes and I will continue to take you to your destination, or you can get out now and call another car, answered Young Chen. I'm not going out, and there's nothing you can do about it, replied the insolent man with the stinky feet. He still had the nerve to put his foot on his leg. Young Chen didn't intend to take it any further. He got out of the car and opened the stinky passenger door. With a slight movement of his hand, he grabbed him by the elbow and threw him out of the car right in the street. What the hell are you doing? The passenger with the stinky feet wondered. Help, somebody please, call for help. The passenger's girlfriend started screaming. Help, this driver is verbally abusing us. He even hit my boyfriend. Can someone get justice? She continued her outrage. A few onlookers had already gathered around the car. This is slander. This man took off his shoes as soon as he got into my car. I told him to put them on, but he refused. I had to ask them to leave my car. Yang Chen calmly added, What is it that stinks so badly? Surprised were the people who came to the cries for help. This passenger has no manners to act like this in such a luxury car. This guy is too brazen. Discussions began among the people who came to the rescue. What kind of luxury car are you talking about? It's just an ordinary car, said the guy with the stinky feet. Holy shit, that's a really expensive car. The guy with the stinky feet noticed the cab car that came on his order. What's wrong, honey? Is this car really expensive? The girl asked him. This luxury car cost her $1 million. This guy must be a wealthy man. We're in trouble, Stinky added. What are you saying? It can't be. She was surprised. Handsome, we're really sorry. Can you forgive us? How about as a token of apology, I buy you a meal, she said. Red-headed girl, what do you mean by that? Stinky asked loudly. I want to buy him a meal and apologize. You can go back without me, she added. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? The stinker continued to resent me. Didn't you hear me? I told you to leave. You've never listened to me since we were kids. It's so annoying. Now get away from me, she added. Miss, since you know each other, would you mind putting his shoes away? He asked politely. Okay. Hold on, handsome. I'll get them now, she replied. Yang Chen opened the car door and the red-haired girl threw the stinky shoe out of the car. It's done. Let's go. I'll buy you dinner. She got into the front seat right away. She was ready to go. Thank you for your kind words, wonderful lady, he added, and carefully closed the door. Excuse me, but my car's rearview camera is a little dusty. Could you come out and wipe it down? Yang Chung asked politely. I think you can guess why he asked that. Let me know in the comments what you think. Sure, wait. I'll be right out of the car to wipe it down, the girl with red hair replied cheerfully. As soon as she got out and walked over to the rearview camera, the car immediately drove forward, leaving the girl in the street. Wait! I haven't gotten in the car yet. My purse is still in there, the girl screamed. But Young Chen was a real gentleman. He wouldn't stop the car for such a trivial matter. With a slight movement of his hand, he threw the purse out the window. Ha ha ha! You wanted to be with a rich guy, and he dumped you. The guy with the stinky feet was happy. You asshole! Get a twisting and juicy right punch! And the girl with red hair did it instantly. Don't you see why I did it? She asked in surprise. What are you talking about? Stinky was surprised. You insulted him in the car! If I had succeeded, he would have forgiven us. How can you not understand that? The girl told me indignantly. Sorry, it's all my fault. I misunderstood you. Stinky has decided to make things right. If you really want to cheer me up, leave him a bad review and file a complaint, she suggested. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll give him a bad review and file a complaint. Stinky agreed. Immediately after this order, Yang Chen had to go to have his car dry cleaned. It was impossible to drive the car with such an odor. A new notice has arrived. You have received a new bad review and complaint, seen by Yang Chung. Congratulations to the host for getting a bad review. The system rewards the host with a 32% stake in the Botan Hotel and $5 million in cash for making you the second largest shareholder in the company. Please remember that you need to go to the main office of the hotel to get all the necessary documents. System, how wonderful you are. Can your rewards make up for the stinky feet I got? Yang Chen asked me right away. At this moment, a message came in from a girl named Wang Lixin. Yancheng, tomorrow at noon, you must come to Bao King Hotel room. What a coincidence. I'm lucky again. Yang Chen was happy. Immediately after dry cleaning the car, he returned to his villa. When he arrived at his house, he met two cooks who were waiting for him. What are you doing here? He wondered as he got out of his car. You're Mr. Yang, right? We're here on Miss Shu's orders and we're waiting for your return. Tonight, we will prepare a sumptuous dinner for you and Miss Shu. The head chef replied. Okay, then we should probably get the dishes and kitchen ready. Yang Chen added. Wow, these plates and saucers are so exquisite. Are these all antiques? Oh my god, these knives are used by the best chefs. They got excited. Be careful not to damage any of these items. These plates and saucers look fragile. If anything breaks off or breaks, it would be a disaster, noted the chef. All cooks, please stay focused and attentive. The chef has given orders. Yes, sir, they responded with glee. Someone who is held in such high esteem by Miss Zhu must be an unusual person. I don't even dare to use this gold faucet. If even a speck of gold dust wipes off, will the boss blame me? Chief, do you need anything else? I can go and buy it right now, Yang Chen added. Mr. Yang, don't worry, we have enough food. All you have to do is wait for us to prepare it, the chef replied politely. Thank you for your hard work. Thanked him. You're welcome, Mr. Jan, added the cook. Yang Chen finished all the preparations for the long-awaited dinner and went to greet his guests. Someone knocked on his door. Miss Big Tits, Auntie Lan, welcome to my humble abode. Your presence makes my home look magnificent. He greeted me politely. I am honored to be a guest in Mr. Yang Chen's house, Miss Big Boobs replied happily. I thought it was Aunt Lan who came to cook something, but I didn't expect Miss Shu to be so serious and invite the cooks, added Yang Cheng. They are the chefs at our hotel, and I have been using their services for some time. Mr. Yang, don't pay attention to them, added Miss Shui. If these paintings were authentic, each one could be worth several million. To own such paintings, it must be an unimaginable fortune, Miss Shui thought to herself. Yang Chen opened a bottle of red wine and immediately filled the girls' glasses. Please sit down. Let's have a drink. He politely invited the girls to the table. I wonder, what kind of food do you like? Miss Shu asked. I'm afraid Miss Shu will laugh at me. But when I was young, I never had the chance to eat such exquisite food, Yang Chen replied modestly. Honestly, this is one of the best meals I've had since I graduated from university, Yang Chen added. Looks like he is really a rich guy from a mysterious family who used to live well at home, and then left to experience the poor life, thought Miss Big Boobs. What kind of cars do you like? Miss Big Boobs decided to keep the conversation going. I'm a big fan of sports cars. Yang Chen answered right away. But now I've had this delicious wine and I'm a little drunk, so I'm not in any condition to drive right now, he added. It's like the plot of a novel, at the end of which he will return to his ancestral home to inherit the family fortune, thought Miss Big Boobs. Mr. Yang, try this dish, it's so delicious, she offered it. Yang Chen carefully cut off a piece. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the perfect degree of frying. This dish is really delicious. After 1 hour, all the guests were very full. Woo, I'm full, someone said. And now, when you've had your fill, let's take a walk, suggested Miss Big Boobs. Okay, I don't mind. Let's go. Yang Chen agreed. The heat of the day had passed a little, and the weather outside was pleasantly sunny. There was a slight breeze in the park where they were walking. Hey, you bastard, you're really unlucky, a male voice shouted from beside them. I thought after that day I'd never see you again, added the guy with the baseball bat. Who are you? And how did you get in here? Get out now! Miss Zhu was indignant. This girl's pretty cute. I'm having a personal conflict with this guy. I don't want you involved, he said. You'd better step aside and stay out of my way, added he. Does this guy really not know that Mr. Yang is from a powerful family? Miss Shui was surprised. Damn it. Get out of here, yes, and don't stop me from going out with Mr. Yang. She resented the situation. Miss, I think you're beautiful and I don't want to hurt you. But if you get in the way, you could get hurt, he added, threatening me with a baseball bat. You damaged my car, I was going to find you anyway. You're counting on your father's company. But if everything goes wrong, you have nothing to fall back on, right? Yang Chen asked. You're right that I rely on my father, and there's nothing you can do about it. The bandit laughed. Brothers, kill him, he shouted to his aides. and they came at him from all sides with baseball bats. After a moment, Yang Chen used his signature punch, a juicy and twisting right-hand punch. The bandits started flying apart like skittles in a bowling alley. Oh my god, he's so strong, and his martial arts skills. Miss Big Tits was surprised when she saw the bandits start to fall to the ground. "Stay away from me, you dare not hit me, or my father will destroy you," he said fearfully. "How dare you still threaten me?" Yang Chen was outraged and threw his signature punch, a juicy and twisting right-hand punch. "How dare you hit me, you bastard. Even my father never hit me. It's all over for you. You're already dead." With tears in his eyes, he continued to scream. "Ha ha! I'm not done with you yet. What are you scared of? Did you wet your pants?" Yang Chen added, and delivered his signature punch again, a juicy and twisting punch, only this time with his left hand. "Please stop, these blows could kill me," he begged for mercy. "Please, I've realized my mistake, I'm sorry." Got up to ask him, "Get out of here, I don't want to see you anymore," Yang Chen replied sternly. The battered bandits picked up this scoundrel and ran away from Yang Chen. "Mister, your martial arts skills are excellent. Could you tell me who you learned from?" Miss Big Tits asked. "I can't tell her I'm getting them from the system. We have to figure something out." "Oh, it's been so long since I last saw my teacher," he added. "Oh, that's really unfortunate. If fate permits, I'm sure you'll have a chance to meet again in the future." "Mr. Yang, what will you do with this guy and his father's company?" Miss Shu asked. "At this point, I'm not sure what to do with them, but it won't be long before I have a way," he replied. "It must be because he's still gaining experience, so he can't use the power in the family to destroy Yao Wu's company," she thought. "Mr. Yang, I can help you with this problem. As a token of our friendship, and for protecting me from those thugs, what do you think of my offer?" she asked. "I will be grateful to you and will definitely pay you in the future," Yang Chen added cheerfully. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Yang. You don't have to be so polite since we are friends helping each other naturally. I will make sure that you will see the fall of the Yao Wu company very soon," Miss Shui said joyfully. "Recently, I managed to acquire 32% of the shares of Bao King Restaurant. When you are free, I would like to invite you to try their dishes," suggested Yang Chen. "I'd love to. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to dine at the luxurious Bao King Restaurant," she said. "Welcome back, miss," and the assistant carefully set down her house shoes. "How was your walk with Mr. Yang Chen?" she asked. "It's quite obvious to me now that Mr. Yang, the son of some secret family, is a martial arts practitioner. He single-handedly took down 12 people in 1 minute," Miss Shui told. "Ah, yes. Immediately start an investigation into Yao Wu's company. Find all the information on all the other companies that invest in them. I want this company to go bankrupt as soon as possible," she added. "Understood. I will get to work on this issue immediately," her assistant replied. The next day, everyone had already gathered at Bao King Restaurant. "The classmates have already gathered. Why hasn't Yang Chen shown up yet?" "Man," asked rudely. "I sent him a few messages, but he hasn't replied to them," she replied. "If Yang Chen does not show up, I will not pay for this dinner. Let your classmates split the bill among themselves," added the rude man. "You can't do that," said the girl. "Lixin, what's going on here?" her friend asked her. "Did you two have a fight?" asked the guy with glasses. "He said he wouldn't pay for us if Yang Chen didn't show up. Why don't we reschedule?" she said. "Wait, Van Lixin, what do you mean? You're the one who invited us here and now you want us to leave." The guy with the glasses was surprised. "No one forced you to treat us, but since you suggested it, you should definitely follow through." "Or do you think we can't pay for ourselves?" her friend asked. "It's all because of you. Now they think I'm a bad person, and she attacked this man with her fists." Zhang Jiangkun, pulling his girlfriend Wang Lixin away from him, irritably said, "They are your classmates, not mine. Why should I be the one to treat them?" Suddenly, Wang Lixin, a classmate, intervened in the conversation with the words, "Stop arguing. Yes, you are not our classmate, so you can get out of here." He looked at Zhang Jiangkong without showing any signs of anger and quipped, "If you don't have the money to pay the bill, then we'll just split it between us." Angry at these words, Zhang took out some money from his pocket and waved it around. "It's not that I don't have any money. It's just that you're not my classmates. So why should I treat everyone?" Wang Lixin tearfully points a finger at Zhang Jiangkun and shouts, "Zhang Jiangkun, we have to part ways. I don't want to see you anymore." You can see from her face that she's disappointed in her boyfriend. Zhang Jiankun, heading towards the exit with an annoyed face, muttered, "All right, so be it, but you will regret it in the future." Tao, clearly hiding his anger as Zhang Jiankun left, said to the others, "All right, guys, let's not let this situation ruin our mood." Everyone's faces showed mixed feelings of anger and frustration at losing their source of free food. To ease the tension, Tao said, "Even if we split the bill in half, I can assure you that no one will regret it. The food at Bao King Restaurant is really good. A red-haired classmate replied, "It may be good, but it's too expensive." Another classmate was curious and asked, "Wan Lixin, how much did the dishes you ordered cost?" She replied, "About 8,000 or a little more," with a slightly annoyed look. The classmate sipped his water and said with a disgruntled face, "God, it's too expensive. After this, I won't have enough money to pay the phone bill. Wang Lixin, you should borrow money because this whole situation is because of you." To which Wang Lixin replied, "I don't have any money either. I'm unemployed." Ashamed of her position, Tao smilingly asked everyone, "Are you having difficulties?" He smirked and continued, "I can lend you the money, but don't forget to pay it back." To which their classmate happily replied, "Brother Tao, you are the best." And looking at Wang Lixin, he continued, "Wang Lixin, don't you think that a person like Tao is more reliable than this Zhang Jiangkun?" Suddenly the door opened and Yang Chen appeared, saying, "Sorry I'm late. I got stuck in traffic." Tao and the teacher immediately got up from their seats, and Tao greeted Yang Chen with the words, "Yang Chen, you finally arrived." Because of your tardiness, Wang Lixin had a fight and broke up with her boyfriend. After he said that, the teacher continued, "Yang Chen, there is a seat next to me. Have a seat." Yang Chen thanked the teacher and sat down in his seat, and the teacher replied, "No need to thank me. Please sit down. The food has been served and everyone is gathered, so let's start eating." Wang Lixin irritatedly said, "Yan Chen, how did you have the nerve to leave me on the bridge?" with his arms crossed over his chest. To which Yang Chen disdainfully replied, "After everyone has listened to the recording, do you think any more explanations are needed?" Tao intervened in the conversation. "Yan Chen, don't be angry. She was just venting her frustration after feeling offended. I have already taken care of this dinner. However, you should apologize to everyone for being late and buy a few bottles of wine as a gesture of goodwill. If you want a drink, you can buy the wine yourself. Don't bother him." Tao, not taking the teacher's words at face value, said, "Waiter, bring me a few bottles of good wine." And the waitress immediately ran after her. A classmate with glasses marveled at the quality of the wine and said, "Brother Tao, you are amazing. Such an exquisite bottle of wine costs tens of thousands. But how do you think Yang Chen can afford such an expensive drink?" To which a red-haired classmate said, "Is this wine really expensive?" And the waitress didn't hesitate to reply, "This bottle costs only 128. Tao immediately became alarmed and said, "Beautiful. We didn't order this wine. Why are you serving it to us?" He was clearly nervous as he waited for an answer. The waitress looked at Wang Lixin and said, "Miss Wang Lixin, your boyfriend ordered this wine for you." Wang Lixin replied, clearly annoyed by the situation, "I broke up with him. Can you cancel the order?" Tao immediately started to calculate in his mind that these 2 bottles cost almost 260,000 and added, "Wang Lixin is not worth it," while Wang Lixin looked at the waitress with hopeful eyes. The waitress indignantly replied, "Your parting has nothing to do with the food you ordered. It's inappropriate that you just want to cancel your order when you've already ordered it." Suddenly, Yang Chen intervened in the argument. "Don't argue. I'll pay the bill for the drink." Holding a glass of wine in his hands, and with an expression of dissatisfaction over the argument, the teacher leaned towards Yang Chen and asked in a whisper, "Yang Chen, can't we just cancel the order? I'm worried you won't have enough money." But Yang Chen ignored these words and continued to sip his wine with a nonchalant look. But the teacher still insisted, and turned to the waitress. "Waitress, we don't want this wine anymore. Could you please talk to the manager and return it?" To which the waitress replied with a clearly disgruntled tone, "This wine is not returnable. Even if you talk to the manager, it won't change anything." Asterisk. 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 2 minutes later. Asterisk. 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 The waitress brought in the manager, a very large middle-aged man with the name Shu Chao, and he walked in from the doorstep shouting, "What's going on? Who wants their wine back?" But upon entering the room, his gaze stopped on Yang Chen, and he became nervous, after all. This was their new auctioneer that the company had informed him about this morning. He immediately changed his attitude, afraid of the new auctioneer's influence, and asked him, "Mr. Yan, are you satisfied with our chef's culinary skills?" Everyone was immediately surprised, especially Tao and Wang Lixin, thinking, "What's going on? Why is the manager so polite to Yang Chen?" Yang Chen pointed his finger and said, "This dish is a bit cold and not very flavorful." The man in the black suit ordered the uniformed girl with black hair, "Go and tell the kitchen to prepare a fresh batch immediately. Also bring 2 more bottles of this wine. Make sure Mr. Yang likes it." The girl got nervous and said, "Yes, sir." The blonde woman with long hair exclaimed, "I'm sorry, but we can't afford to pay for so many bottles of wine." The man said, "Miss, you must be joking. How can we ask for money when Mr. Yang comes to dine? And got embarrassed. Mr. Yang coming to our hotel is a big celebration. In a raised tone, Yang Chen said, "There's no need for that. Didn't Wu Tao say he would treat us? As for the wine, I'll pay for it." "You can go mind your own business," Jiang Kun said nervously. Jiang Kun approved. "All right, Mr. Yang. I wish you a pleasant time." He walked out and the door slammed shut. Jan said cheerfully to the others, "Let's not get distracted anymore and get to eating." One of the classmates asked, "Yang Cheng, why is the manager of the Baoking Hotel so polite to you?" Her friend with red hair tied back in a ponytail confirmed, "That's right. He acted like your subordinate." Yang Chan replied, "I saw a lot of promise in the future of the Baoking Hotel, so I bought some shares. No wonder Cao Chao is polite to me." After which, he brought a glass of wine to his mouth. An agitated classmate covered in sweat said, "Yang Cheng, how do you have so much money to buy shares in the Baoking Hotel if you work as a cab driver?" He only furrowed his eyebrows in response and exclaimed, "My father left me some money." A classmate asked, "Doesn't that mean you're rich?" And he fixed his glasses. "Why do you keep working as a cab driver when you can buy an apartment and rent it out?" Lixin said, "Yang Chen, I am truly sorry for what happened earlier." He sipped his wine in response and continued with a confident speech. "I still remember how you and Zhang Jiangkun bullied me," he said with a smirk on his face. Her eyes glazed over and with sincere revelation she exclaimed, "I apologize. Please don't hold it against me, okay?" KGHA. Suddenly the door opened and the manager walked in with more news. He said, "Mr. Yan, he came with a group of thugs to find you." The manager held the battered, swollen-cheeked guy completely at a loss. The perp said, "What's your connection to the Baotsun Hotel? What was I confused about?" "Why the hell did you bring people to attack our second-largest shareholder?" the manager exclaimed, slapped the perpetrator on the cheek, and the man choked on blood and fell down. "How could you do such an idiotic thing?" said the man. Already with two large cheeks, the man said in confusion, "The second-largest action, no? Of course, this time I really got into trouble," he thought. The criminal said with tears in his eyes, "Wang Lexin, please help me. Otherwise they will beat me to death." She was indignant and said, "Stay away from me. It's only your fault that you are in such a miserable situation." Yang Chen looked at his phone and thought, "It's almost time for my date with Shui Yinong." "Manager, handle this situation. I'm late for my date." He nervously said, "Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll take care of everything. Enjoy your meal, everyone. With the exception of Wu Tao, who will pay for his own portion, I'll take care of the rest." He smiled and left proudly. "In addition," he said after the date, "I'll try to join you." 26, the manager exclaimed. "Since you are all Mr. Yang's classmates, we will treat you as honored guests. Enjoy your meal. I won't bother you again." With a wave of his hand, he left and slammed the door shut. In complete silence, they continued to eat, everyone sitting in confusion. A classmate said, "Okay, let's go in while she's hot. Good thing one of your classmates got rich. You should be happy about that." "I didn't expect Yang Chen to become so rich," she whispered with the other one covering her mouth. Lixi thought, "If I had known the family was so rich, I wouldn't have given up even after he insulted me years ago." She screwed up her face, and again her thoughts flashed. "I must try to make him like me. My destiny is to become a rich wife, and no one can stop me." At this time at the hotel, number 318 Miss Shu came to see Yang. Jan opened the door and said, "Miss Sweet, you look fabulous." She replied, "This is my first date with Mr. Jan. Of course I have to pay special attention to how I look." His eyes sparkled and he confirmed after you said that I was rather embarrassed. "I didn't have time to go home and change into a suit." Shu said, "Mr. Yang has a great physique and good looks. I did not even dress up, you are really beautiful." Her eyes were also sparkling. Chef asked, "Master, can we start selling the dish?" He put his hands in his pocket and said yes. The food was brought to the table. Everything looked gorgeous and sparkled like diamonds. 3 bottles of wine, lobster, steak, crab dessert, and sushi. Shui in my mind. He thought so highly of me. There's no way I would have been able to order this dish for 300,000 yuan. Yang Chen continued to eat at this moment. The phone next to the glass vibrated, and it seemed to have a message. He picked up his phone and read. The message was from Wang Lexin. It said, "Thanks for treating us today. Let me take you out." "Yang Chen, let's watch a movie tonight. Why aren't you answering? Just say something. Otherwise, I'll start to worry." Lixi seemed to be obsessed with Yang Chen. "I think she's up to something. If I start answering messages, I have a chance. I'll tell him it's my destiny to be a good wife." He. Night passed and morning came the next day at Yang Chen's house. The phone rings. Yang Chen wakes up. On the phone, he was informed, "Boss, we successfully purchased office equipment and got a new business license." He said, "Great." He picked up the phone again and called Xiaolei. "Hello, Xiaolei. The company is all set. Let everyone know that they have started work. By the way, Our company has been renamed Arcane. Meanwhile, back at the office. Okay, I'll alert everyone to get back to the office and get to work right away. Yang Chen got up from the bed. He looked out the window, scratched the back of his head, and said, "What nice weather, time for a ride." An hour later, Yang Chen arrived late to order. The customer asked, "Hey, why are you so late?" "I'm sorry, when I took the order there was 1,5 kilometers away. I had to make a detour around the island exit for it to take more time." He smiled. The girl started yelling, "You know I'm in a hurry? My train leaves in half an hour. If I don't make the train, will you refund the money for the ticket?" Yang Chen is shocked. "Half an hour? There's no way I can make it in time. The train station is pretty big. Even if I get back on time, you'll have to run really fast to make it." The client was very angry. She was literally aflame. "The neighbor told me that my husband had brought a woman home and I had to hurry," she said. "Please don't worry, I will go faster." Yang Chen was madly surprised. "Why don't you call the train station and ask them to wait a little while?" She took the phone out of the yellow bag and said, "That makes sense. If I don't come, they can't leave." She called the dispatcher and said, "2 tokas. Hello, is this the train station? My train is scheduled to leave in 30 minutes. Could you please tell the driver to delay the departure a little and wait for me? I'll try to get there as soon as possible." Yang Chen covered himself in cold sweat and his mind flashed. Is she really going to call? Does she have a problem with her head? She just started yelling in a rage. "He hung up on me. Won't even answer me. What kind of relationship is that?" While they were driving all the way, she was screaming, "I paid for the ticket and they don't want to wait for me. It's not fair." Yang Chen, "Miss, please don't be upset. Where should I drop you off?" He stopped the car abruptly. In a gentle voice, he said, "Please don't forget your things. I hope you will use our services in the future." Still in displeasure, she said, "I will never use this cab service again." Yang Chen thought, in this world, one could meet all sorts of people. And she's gone. Yang Chen received a message. "Chan Yun, can you pick me up? I need to discuss something with you and ask for your help." Without thinking quickly, rushed to her and wrote, "Send me your location. I'll be there soon." A few minutes passed and he arrived at the university. Yang Chen got out of the car, closed the door. He got a message. "You got a new bad review." He got nervous. Did she seriously leave me a bad review? Once again, the gorgeous, long-haired, sexy girl showed up. "Congratulations to the owner for getting a bad review. The system rewards you with a brand new sports car. With its help, others will no longer find the host slow." He was just thrilled, his eyes sparkling and a smile appearing on the outside. "Amazing, I'm going to be one of the fastest people in the cab industry." He tucked his hands in his pockets. Holding the keys to a brand new sports car in his hands, Jan said, "It's strange that last time the theme indicated where the car was parked. Why this time there is no information about its whereabouts." The girls were excitedly discussing the blue sports car. "Wow, what a great car. If I were more attractive, I would definitely follow its owner. There's no point in thinking about it. We don't even know who owns it," her friend added. "There she is," thought Yang Chen, looking at the blue sports car gleaming in the sunlight. "Boy, does my car look great?" the owner of the Blue Beauty asked him with a smile. "It's really not bad," Chen replied, looking at the brand new Bugatti. "So it's not my car at all," it flashed through his mind. "Young master, get ready, she's coming," shouted the car owner's man. "Hey bro, how about I give you $100 and you hold the banner for me?" suggested the owner of the blue car. "We need another one. Hey, you there, come here," shouted Lin Nan. The young man in green uniform happily agreed. A valise containing money suddenly flew out of Nan's hands. It opened, and with a muttered "oops," the car owner began to gather it back up. "Wow, so much money." Cheers came from all directions. Only Yang Chen seemed a little sad. Maybe because it wasn't his car? Smiling, Lin took out a wad of banknotes from his valise with 2 fingers and handed it to Chen. "Here, take it." "Brother, it's a little inappropriate to hand over money without asking my opinion first." "Ah, that's not enough? Then I'll give you more," Nian shrieked, waving the money in front of his face. "Brother, go for it. It's easy money," the man with whom they were unfurling the banner urged him. "Okay," Chen agreed glumly. The unfurled scarlet banner was about 4 meters long. The inscription on it read, "Zhao Yun, I like you. Be my girlfriend." Lin Nan stood smiling with a huge bouquet of roses. There were at least 30 of them. The girls talked among themselves. "See, I told you not to go out, but you didn't listen. Now Lin Nan and his gang are here again. Why don't we go back and ask the driver you called to pick us up from the back entrance?" "Hey, why do you keep going that way? Lin Nan will make a fuss again," said her friend. Lin Nan thought, Zhang Hengji used dirty methods to pursue her. If he had more money, he wouldn't be in this situation. "Do you think she likes you?" Chen asked. "Don't you understand? There is no girl in this world who can resist a man who can drive a sports car," replied Lin Nan proudly. Zhao ran up to the banner, read the inscription, and looked at Chen with surprise. while completely ignoring the guy with the bouquet of roses. He gave me a few $100 to help him with the banner. Answer him quickly so we can get out of here, said Yan. Do you two know each other? Lin asked in surprise. Yes, she hailed a cab in which I was the driver. That's how we met, replied Yang Chen calmly. You're just an ordinary cab driver, aren't you? Nan asked in surprise. He was clearly starting to suspect something. Zhao Yun, I've liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend. Kneeling down, he presented a bouquet of red roses to the girl. Stop it! We met last week and you're already saying you like me? You expect me to believe you? Don't waste your time on me, Yun replied angrily. You're denying me, he shouted. Lin now looked confused. Yes, I don't like people like you, she said. You don't like me? Are you mocking me? Lin was indignant. Am I not attractive enough? Not rich enough? Not good enough for you? I can see that you're too embarrassed by the crowd. Lin started to get angry. I told you I don't like you. Leave me alone, she said loudly. Yang Chen, why are you helping him? Zhao asked and jumped up and kissed him. The voices of all the spectators merged into one thunderous wow. Stop it at once! Lin turned red with anger. The kissing and laughing couple was really starting to annoy him. Embarrassed Zhao, hugging Chen, confessed to him. Sorry, this is my first kiss. I accidentally got saliva on your face. Zhao felt her soul fly. She wanted to do it again, and again. Suddenly, she noticed a lipstick mark on Chen's cheek. Let me wipe you off, she said, and took out some wet wipes. Your lipstick has such a sweet peach flavor, Chen noted with pleasure. He clearly didn't mind this kind of tasting. Excuse me, Zhao said. Someone called out to her from outside. Zhao Yun, what's going on? You're acting too bold, aren't you? Ha ha. The atmosphere was so pleasant that I couldn't control myself. I'm the one who created this whole atmosphere, Lin said angrily. Why are you kissing him? He's just a poor cab driver. Can you not bother us anymore? Chen inquired. I'm going to take her out to dinner. You're just a cab driver. Stay away from Zhao Yun. Don't you dare touch what belongs to me. Are you threatening me? Chen clarified. Yes, that's right. I'm threatening you. Do you think the poor driver can compete with me for the girl? I forgot to tell the owner the license plate number. Your license plate number is AYC. And why didn't the system tell me this before? Why does this license plate seem so familiar to me? Chen approached the car. I knew it was my car, he exclaimed, noticing that the license plates in his clipboard and on his car were identical. Ha ha, yours? This car costs over 40 million. Even if you work as a driver all your life, you still can't afford it. Lin Nian, is this your car? Asked Chen for reassurance. He needed to know that the system had not made a mistake. Lin fearfully began to think. This isn't my car, but the owner isn't here, so I can use it. Of course she's mine. How can she not be mine? He yelled aloud. Stay away from her, Chen advised. Suddenly, someone unlocked the alarm on the blue sports car, and the engine rumbled contentedly. Vroom, vroom. Ling Nian, how did the car start? I didn't see you take out the keys. What's going on? Thought Lin warily. Is the owner of the car nearby? So it's not your car? Chen continued to interrogate. So what? What do you care? Yan calmly walked to the car, pulled the door towards himself, and calmly sat in the driver's seat as if it was his personal transportation. Why the hell did you get into someone else's car? Shouted Lin. Yang Chen, come out quickly. This car is very expensive, Zhao exclaimed worriedly and ran to the car. Zhao Yun, don't go there. What will you do if he asks you to borrow money? Yang Chen, come out quickly. We'll be in trouble if the owner shows up. Zhao Yun, let's go for a ride and then have a bite to eat. I know a good restaurant nearby. You won't regret it, I promise you. Who's the owner of the car, by the way? Why did he start the car but never showed up? Isn't he the least bit concerned about the potential theft of a luxury car? Don't you get it yet? Chen asked, nonchalantly showing his keychain. He made it clear that this was his car, and Lin could only dream of such a car. This can't be, thought Lin. He's just a cab driver. How can he afford a sports car worth over 40 million? If you don't get in the car, I'll leave without you. Chen winked at the girl. She couldn't believe her happiness. So this is really your car? Zhao asked admiringly, still pondering over the events that had happened. Take a look at the license plate, and you'll understand everything, Chen said modestly. So those are your initials, the girl gasped. Does this car have an individual license plate? Yang Chen, YC, author's note. Just get in the car. I want to get out of here. I'm starting to get annoyed with this place and I'm hungry. Good, Yun agreed happily and ran to the car. She couldn't wait to get into the passenger seat and see if the leather was really that exclusive. I planned everything carefully, but I turned out to be a minor character, Lin lamented. Zhao Yun, are you really sitting in a sports car worth several tens of millions? I'm so jealous. I didn't know being a cab driver could make someone so rich. Do you want to sit in the car? If so, get in. I'll call a cab and I'll come get you. Thank you. but maybe that's not such a good idea. Her friend tried to object. She felt uncomfortable because Zhao was the one who should go with Chen. Yang Chen is my friend. He won't mind if you take a ride with him, Zhao persuaded her. After that, I'll buy you dinner. I could have taken a cab myself, she said, fastening her seatbelt. She made it clear that she had no claim on Chen or his car. Yes, this girl is really naive. Just a few days ago, she was set up by her roommate, and now she treats the conniving woman like her best friend, thought Chen. Out loud, he said, Then you two can call a cab. You obviously have a lot to talk about and brighten the ride. I'll wait for you at the Baoking Hotel. Good, she agreed, leaving the car not without regret. The car sped away, leaving behind puffs of smoke and the pungent smell of burning rubber. Zhao Yun, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I really don't understand why he did this to us. The girl justified herself. You see that now? He doesn't even consider you an important person. Lin cheered joyfully. What do you care? Mind your own business. You don't even have a car like that, Zhao said to him. You're just a lowlife. You can only throw money around. It doesn't matter. Let's take a cab and leave. The friends dialogued. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long, and soon a yellow car pulled up on the sidewalk. Lin Nian kept pondering. This car might not be his. I think he knows its owner. Sis, can you help me check if there is a guy named Yang Chen who drives a sports car? He dialed the phone number. I checked the repurchases, and there's no mention of anyone named Chen. There are only 3 such sports cars in the entire Haicheng city. One car is owned by Qin Feng, another belongs to Song Siming, and the third belongs to Yu Cheng. Who is Yang Cheng? I've never heard of him. Are you sure? So the initials on the license plate are not Yang Chen's abbreviation. Are you at the Baoking Hotel? I'll come to see you soon. Who is he? Did he bully you? I'm discussing business at the Baoking Hotel right now. Where are you? Great. He also went to eat at the Baoking Hotel. Wait for me there, I'll find you right away. Your cab isn't faster than my car anyway, mocked Lin to the arriving girls. Look, he's nowhere to be seen. He definitely lied and took the chance to escape. Yang Chen, we've arrived. Where are you? Zhao asked the caller. Didn't he tell you the room number? Do you want me to help you find it? Lin continued to tease. Are you stupid or something? I already rejected you in front of so many people. Leave me alone. Even if you're a rich man, it won't change anything. Such a bold statement, a voice came from outside. The voice belonged to a tall, long-legged, spectacular brunette. I'd like to see what kind of girl dares to disrespect my little brother like that. Sister, there you are, shouted Lin happily. Where did you get the confidence to say such a thing? Lin's close relative asked angrily. Do you think he has any other brilliant qualities besides relying on his family's wealth? Would you choose someone like him as your partner? Zhao asked. Honestly, I despise him with all my heart, but after all, he's my own brother. We're obligated to help each other and all that. Shrugging her shoulders, the girl answered her. Sis, you don't need to waste time talking to her. Let's find that cab driver first. His car is parked over there. But I don't see anyone around, the girl said as she approached the car first. Lin and Zhao looked through the windows and confirmed that Chen was not there. Zhao Yun, it looks like he's completely lost his mind. What should we do? Could it be that we've really been tricked? The girl began to have doubts. As far as I know him, there's no way he could be a liar. Zhao justified him fervently. Haha, you're a pretty naive and silly girl. It won't be a surprise if someone deceives you one day, Sister Lin said admonishingly. I can choose who I want to be deceived by, but rest assured, no one will let your little brother deceive me. Zhao angrily replied to her. How dare you insult me to my face? I'll beat you up right now and then see if he comes to your rescue, Lin exclaimed. A black car slowly pulled up to the hotel. Lin and the girls stared at it expectantly. I told you he wouldn't cheat! Joyfully, Zhao shrieked, holding the phone in her hand and easily recognizing the driver. It was Yang Chen. Ha 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 ha! It turns out his real car is just a Passat. Yeah, this guy sure knows how to put on a show, Lin said with a sneer. Chen opened the car door and asked, Why didn't you go inside? We agreed that I would arrive later and we would meet at the hotel. Where have you been? They were bullying me. Zhao rebuked him. My work car was left outside the university, so I went back to get it, Chen explained. Lin Nan, you're pretty persistent, aren't you? Why don't you stop following us? He asked. Are you still pretending? Lin asked, annoyed. My sister has already checked. This sports car belongs to Yu Cheng, not you. You're pretty brazen, pretending to own it while working as a cab driver, he said. I don't understand. Say it again. Yu Cheng, who is it? Cheng asked, tweaking his ear so he could hear his interlocutor better. Young man, you don't seem to have any money working as a cab driver. If you confess everything, I'll help you get a good job, Sister Lin offered. Forget it. I don't want to work for someone with such a dirty heart. You are deliberately making your brother look like a loser so that your family's business will definitely go to you in the future, Cheng objected. Stop trying to sow discord between me and my brother! Teach him a lesson! The girl shouted, signaling to the guys standing nearby. They instantly pounced on Chung. At that moment, a man in a suit came out of the hotel and said, "Let's see who dares to raise a hand against him." "Mr. Yang, are you okay? Do you need any help?" he asked. "Yes, I'm fine. May I ask who you are?" Cheng asked the question, shaking himself off. "I am Wang Yunhui, the manager of Baoking Hotel. I was told that you made a reservation for dinner, so I came out to greet you," said the man. Why was the manager of the prestigious Baoking Hotel so polite to young Chen? The brother and sister thought at the same time. "It's good that you didn't get hurt," the manager remarked. "Manager, may I ask who he is?" "Why are you being so polite to him?" Sister Lin asked in the hotel representative's ear. "This is Mr. Yang, the new second-largest shareholder of our company. Were you planning to do something with him right now?" the manager asked threateningly. "Yang Chen, are you the second-largest shareholder of Baoking Hotel?" Zhao asked, wiping away her tears. She couldn't believe that Chen was so rich. "And that sports car is yours too, right?" she asked. "Of course it is. How can I even drive someone else's car?" Chen convinced her. YC is really an abbreviation for Yang Cheng, not Yu Cheng. "You are so good at coming up with tricks too," Zhao said. "Manager, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else?" "He's just a cab driver," Lin's sister exclaimed. "Do you think everyone is as blind as you are?" replied Wang. "Do you think the real heirs of rich families are like your brother, who does nothing all day long?" he asked. Apparently that wasn't enough for the manager, so he said, "Leave the Baoking Hotel. We will not allow you to successfully conclude the contract for the renovation of the university library." "Shit!" The girl's fingers clenched into fists. "It's all your fault," she shouted, hitting him in the head with her knuckles. "Sister, why are you hitting me?" Lin groaned, rubbing the bruised area. His back was also starting to ache. "Apologize to Mr. Chen immediately," the girl shouted, pinning him to the ground with one hand and pushing him to his knees. "Why are you treating me like this? I don't deserve to be treated like this!" Lin shouted indignantly. "Ling Nian, cool down a bit." "What the hell are you talking about?" his sister asked him. Without paying the slightest attention to her words, Lin picked up a cobblestone lying nearby and headed towards the blue car. "Stop! Don't act impulsively! Stop him for God's sake!" she shouted to the bodyguards waiting for orders. "Yang Chen, he's going to crash your car." Zhao was scared. "Don't worry, he will pay for it," Chen replied in a calm voice. But against all expectations, Lin swept past the shiny blue car and launched a brick at his yellow sports car. "Lin Nian, why are you crashing your car?" his sister asked him. Dodging the guards, he shouted, "Leave me alone!" Stepping aside, he quickly dialed a phone number. "I am the legal heir of the Lin family. From now on, I will say goodbye to my free life and fully focus on the family business. Big sister, thank you for your contribution to the Lin family all these years. I promise that I will never mistreat you in the future," Lin solemnly proclaimed. "Lin Nan, that's just great. Looks like you've come to your senses quickly," Chen said happily. "Yang Chen, I hate the hell out of you, but I still have to thank you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm indebted to you." Lin bowed. "Let's talk about it later if the need arises." Yang Chen made a conciliatory gesture with his hand. "Yang Chen, you ruined my plan. You're so cruel!" Sister Nan shouted. Her face twisted with anger made it impossible to doubt the girl's intentions. "What are you talking about?" "It doesn't make the slightest bit of sense," Chen replied. He couldn't understand what he had done to her. "Come on, let's forget about all that. Let's go upstairs and have dinner," Chen declared. Zhao readily agreed. "Great. I'm a little hungry too." Zhao finally received her long-awaited dinner. A huge round oak table was set up for the three of them, filled with all kinds of dishes and viands. Lin Nan crashed his own car. "Perhaps he will crash yours as well," remarked Zhao's girlfriend while tasting the red wine. Chen laughed back, holding the chopsticks in his hand. "I don't think so. He could have broken it, but he didn't." Yang asked Zhao, "So why aren't you eating? Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Eat as much as you like." "That's not what this is about. I called you here to talk about something else," Zhao replied indignantly. She looked displeased. "What happened?" asked Chen. "During the previous incident, 2 of my roommates were detained. Their families and teachers are hoping that I will give them another chance. Brother Yang, I think this matter should definitely be dealt with. We discussed it for a long time, but we didn't come to a public opinion," girlfriend Zhao stated. "They should confess that Zhang Hengji encouraged them to do it. If you don't bring Zhang Hengji to justice, he may continue to persecute you in the future," Chen said. "Of course I want Zhang Hengji to go to jail. However, my 2 roommates refuse to testify against him. His father is the boss of Yaowu Company. They dare not insult him," Zhao confessed. Chen replied, refilling the wine in his glass. "It makes absolutely no difference. Just do as I say. Explain your condition to them. That in itself would be considered a show of kindness to them. As for the Yaowu Company, you need not worry too much about them. Zhao, taking a sip of wine, exclaimed, "Good, then I will do whatever you say. Now that we're done eating, let's go to the movies." Stroking his stuffed belly, Chen suggested. Zhao's girlfriend didn't have to be persuaded for long. She was happy to have any kind of fun. "Okay, let's go." Chen thought, "This person is so clingy. I obviously only asked Zhao Yun out, and she still follows me around so shamelessly." She furtively caught his glances. Yang Chen just furtively glanced at me. Oh my god, he must have liked me. "Manager, ask the driver to bring my first car to Binjiang and wait for me to come back for it," asked Chen Wang Yunhui after leaving the hotel. "Mr. Yang, rest assured, I will personally drive her there and make sure everything is secure." "Well, Manager Wang, I really like the way you're doing your job. When I meet your boss, I will definitely recommend you to him." "Thank you, Mr. Yang. It's my pleasure to help you," said the flattered manager. There was a conversation going on in Villanum 8. "Isn't it too hasty to assume that he is from some powerful secret family just because he lives in Villanum 1? Asked Mr. Zhui. "I think he must be trying to hide his identity," replied his wife. "We own 9% of Yao Wu's shares. We only have to wait for them to come to the market to cash them in. At this point, it is unwise to break off the relationship with Yao Wu because of an unknown young man. At least until we confirm his identity," the man continued. At that moment, there was a timid knock at the door. "Come in," said the lady. "Sir, miss, Yang Chen has returned in a new sports car." "What brand was the sports car?" Mrs. Zhui asked. "I was too far away, so I couldn't see clearly," said the daughter who came in. "He spends money as if there were no limits. Even I can't spend that much money." The woman waved her hands in the air. "Well, I'll bring him a present to look at the sports car. If it's really worth millions, he's definitely a super rich man," Miss Zhu declared. The father agreed. "Okay." Yang Chen, sitting at his villa in the evening, rummaged through his phone and found something strange. "What? Isn't that my morning passenger? I bought a train ticket and you took my money, so you have to do me a favor." "You can't leave without me," yelled his client. She was held tightly by the hands of the police officers. Chen said, "God, she's such a bitch. No wonder her husband cheated on her." The system has detected that the host has received another bad review. The system presents the host with proof of all crimes committed by Yao Wu. "Man, that's cool. The system is so powerful that it has evidence of Yao Wu Company's criminal activities," rejoiced Yang Chen. The system kept broadcasting. And this passenger also added a complaint which triggered an extra bonus. "Congratulations to the host for gaining the magic driver skill." "What is this skill? Isn't it a hint that I can't drive?" Chen asked, tweaking his ear to better hear the information. "The host can drive any car or boat after gaining the magic driver skill. 100%. 0 skill in driving any vehicle that can be driven." "Oh my, if that's really true, then the skill magic driver I got quite deservedly," Chen shrieked happily. Someone rang the doorbell. Who could have come at this late hour? Chen asked, perplexed. Opening the doorknob, he saw his neighbor in a fancy evening dress. "Mr. Yang, you're back." "I hope I didn't disturb your peace by coming here so late," said the guest. "No, you didn't bother me at all," Chen answered. He was just wondering what he owed to a visit at such a late hour. "And I brought you a watermelon that we bought especially for you," the neighbor said coquettishly, holding out a gift bag to Chen. "Thank you very much, Miss Shu. You are too kind. Please come in and have a seat," invited the host to invite the guest. "You're welcome." "I'd like you to take a look at the night view of my city from the lakeside," asked Miss Zhu, glancing at a car parked nearby. Chen happily agreed. "Sure, why not? I'll go and cut the watermelon. Let's enjoy the night view while we eat it." Taking advantage of Chen's departure, Miss Zhu thought, "We should go closer and see what brand this sports car is. My goodness, it's worth almost 50 million, and this is a customized license plate. It's really unusual," Miss Zhu continued to ponder. Chen came and brought the food. The watermelon was completely sliced and ready to be served. The neighbor stood with her back to him and seemed to be admiring nature. "Let's enjoy the night view while we eat watermelon," suggested the host. "Mr. Yang, you are too kind." Miss Shu was pleased by the coincidence of circumstances. "Mr. Jan's new sports car is really beautiful," she declared, pointing with her hand to a blue car parked around the corner. "If you want, you can take her for a ride," suggested Chen.
"My driving skills are terrible, haha,"
joked Miss Shu. "You're so rich, but why do you keep working as a cab driver? If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to tell me," she continued to intrigue Chen. "Being a cab driver allows me to meet different types of people, and for me, it is a way to grow personally and gain experience. I need to improve my thinking before I start running a company," said Jan. "By the way, Miss Shu, could you take a look at these documents?" Chen asked, handing her a rather puffy brown folder. "What's this?" she asked, carelessly opening the folder and beginning to familiarize herself with its contents. He had managed to gather so much evidence of Yawu Company's illegal activities. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can achieve, thought Miss Shui. Mr. Yang is truly impressive. You managed to study them so thoroughly in a short period of time. I have my own ways, but I'm not at liberty to reveal them, confessed Chen. Sending a slice of watermelon into his mouth, Yan reported, Now that I have all the evidence in hand, I won't give the Yawu Company a single chance to survive. I had already started collecting dirt on the Yawu Company, but you were quicker. Now that we have proof, I will expose them immediately and make Yawu collapse. Chen confessed, Actually, I just want Zhang Yawu and Zhang Hengji to feel humiliated. Whether the Yawu Company collapses or not, I don't care. Taking the file folder in her hands, the guest said, I will take care of it as soon as possible. I have to go back now. Thank you for your help, Miss Shui. Thanked Chen. The girl came home and immediately began to report. Daddy, luckily Mr. Jan let me in. Look at this. She showed her father a bag of documents. Where did you get all this? Mr. Zhu was clearly surprised at how easy it was for his daughter to get the necessary data. Mr. Yang gave them to me. He asked me to help him deal with the Yawu Company, and today he managed to gather all the evidence. There must be a very powerful family backing him. By the way, I saw his new sports car that cost 50 million. 50 million! A surprised Mr. Shui couldn't handle his emotions and broke out into a bit of a sweat. Yes, and he also said that as long as Zhang Yawu and Zhang Hengzi are not punished, it doesn't matter if Yawu Company collapses or not. Do you think he knows that we own 9% of Yawu Company? The girl asked. I will find someone to sell our stake in the company to Yawu. Since he wants to keep a low profile, you should also avoid intentionally getting close to him in the future and keep an appropriate distance, advised Shui. Understood. The next day in the morning, Chen's cell phone rang. Hello, who is it? Asked Yang. Yang Chen, I need to buy some clothes for my job interview in the morning. Can I order your car to pick me up? Sure, why not? I'll give you a discount of 500 yuan, Chen mumbled. Thank you. I'll send you the address. Come and pick me up. It was his classmate. In the morning, Yang Chen arrived at the designated address in a black car with tinted windows. Yang Chen, we're here! The girl called out to him, waving her hands and trying to attract attention. Yang Chen, this is my cousin Fang Huihu. We'll go shopping together, said the girl. Hello, Mr. Yang, said Fang. Hello, Miss Fan. Nice to meet you, Chen said and started the car. Soon they came to a large building with a signboard gleaming gold. Chen asked, Is this the store? Yes, the cousins answered him. Then you go and buy what you want. I'd rather wait for you outside, Chen said. He wasn't going to get out of the car and was still wearing his seatbelt. Why wait outside in this heat? Come with us. The girl gently touched him by the shoulder, urging him to keep the company. Good, but I still don't understand why you need me, said Chen perplexedly. Don't ask unnecessary questions, just join us. Miss Fan, welcome, said the female assistant. That voice sounded so familiar. Chen tried to remember. He finally remembered. Is it Wang Jiayi? The girl counselor's thoughts were somewhat different. Yang Chen? Did he come here for me? Miss Fan asked. Seeing Wang looking at Cheng, she asked, Do you two know each other? No, but it has been a long time since I have seen such a handsome man. Is he your boyfriend? Jiayi asked, almost in tears with resentment. He's an acquaintance of my cousin and works as a cab driver. I left my car for maintenance and ordered his car. Ms. Fan told me. Yali and her boyfriend held hands and rushed into the back of the store, telling the girl, We'll call you if we need help. Okay, the counselor replied. Wang Jiayi, come over here, Yali shouted angrily. In her hand, she carelessly held her shirt. The figure made it clear that she was in a position. I'm Li. Did you pick anything out? The girl asked obligingly. Li threw the shirt right in her face, smiling mockingly. The counselor couldn't understand what had happened. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it, said Li with an expression of genuine regret in her eyes. Jiayi instantly mastered herself, took the green shirt in her hands, and said while smiling politely, Don't worry, it's fine. Did you choose this shirt? No, I'm pregnant and I prefer something looser. But loose clothes make me look too fat, said Li. Bring me the dress I tried on first, commanded Yali. God, she's tried almost 20 outfits. And now she wants to try on the one she tried on first again. This is so annoying, Jai thought. The free female counselors were talking about what was going on. Why all the showboating? She's just dating a rich guy. Her boyfriend took a look at Wang Jiayi, and because of that, she's making a circus out of it. After rummaging through the closet for a bit, Jiai approached the customer. This is the first dress you chose. By the way, find a set of clothes for my boyfriend to try on too, asked Yali. Does he want to buy something too? Wang Jiayi asked in surprise. The boyfriend was standing beside her at the time, smoothing his hair. We'll decide whether to buy or not after he tries it on. It's my day off, and we'll do whatever we want, said Lee. All right, I'll take him to the men's section so he can pick something for himself, Jia-yi said, and choked up. Excuse me! She dashed past Ya-li and ran straight to the trash can in the center of the department. Lee looked at her in surprise. Everything inside Lee's body clenched, and her emotions drove her to coughing and crying. Ka. What's wrong? Are you okay? Miss Fan asked. Yes, I'm fine. It's just a little dry in my throat. Have you picked out the clothes you like yet? Jia-yi asked. Miss Fan, holding the rolled-up clothes in her hands, said, I like this outfit. I'll go and try it on. Okay, replied Jia-yi. Walking into the fitting room, Wang Jia-yi saw Chen and thought, couldn't you at least worry about me a little? You scoundrel, despicable person. Yang Chen, how do I look? Ya-li abruptly interrupted her musings, bursting into the fitting room wearing a new dress and smiling brightly. You look great, though that's just my personal opinion, Chen replied, smiling and raising a thumbs up. Okay, then I'll take this outfit. Help me pack it, Ya-li asked. Looks like you and this young man are more than acquaintances, Jia-yi remarked. You misunderstood us completely. I don't have any male friends, so I asked for his opinion, said Lee, as if justifying herself. Mr. Yang, what do you think of this suit? Miss Fan seemed to have decided to get involved in the game as well, and walked into the fitting room wearing a new pantsuit. You look good. But I don't like this style of dressing at all, replied Chen, thinking a bit and scratching the back of his head for reassurance. Since you're here, why don't you buy something? Miss Fan asked. Okay, then wait here while I pick out my clothes, agreed Chen. All right, come with me to the men's clothing department on the second floor. Wang Jia-yi invited him. Why did you throw up? Are you sick? Chen asked thoughtfully as he and Jia-yi walked along the row of mannequins in the department. Jia-yi turned around abruptly. I'm pregnant, and it's your baby. What? Chen couldn't believe what he was hearing. Here, this should fit you best, Jia-yi told him, holding out the box. At that moment, Chen abruptly hugged her from behind, surprising her. Oh my god, what are you doing? There are security cameras in the store. Be cool. Jia-yi decided to cool it down a bit. Repeat what you just said, Chen demanded, pressing the girl against the counter. You should take responsibility, Jia-yi said. Chen put her hand in his and pulled her with him. Where are you taking me? The girl shrieked fearfully. She wasn't glad she'd imposed this game. If it's really true, then let's get married, Chen suggested. He wanted to be a decent father since what had happened had happened. Ha ha ha! Did you really believe me? I was just messing with you. I'm having a little stomach trouble. Did you really believe that I'm pregnant? Laughed Jai. Damn it, you can't be serious. How could you joke around like that? Poor Chen was sweating with worry and visions of what was going to happen next. Who would have thought that you would believe it? Wang Jia snuggled against his shoulder. If you keep joking like this, I won't be able to stand it. Pick up some clothes for me, Chen asked. Ha ha, it looks like I've really succeeded in playing a trick on you. If I really get pregnant, I will definitely let you know. She couldn't calm down. When I saw you today, I felt much better. That couple tried on about 20 outfits, but still haven't made up their minds, said Jia Yi. Who are they? And why do they behave like that? Asked Chen. This woman was my colleague, but somehow she married a rich guy, answered the girl. But this guy's too annoying. And she wanted me to accompany this guy. But that only makes me disgusted, Jia continued. Is she even crazy? I'm going to teach her a lesson, Chen shouted angrily. He was clearly unhappy with his classmate's behavior. Why do you want to stand up for me? Jia asked. The subject of their conversation walked into the dressing room, cutting the conversation short. What's wrong with you? We're not done yet, and you're already serving someone else? I made it clear that I would take care of your business, and you treat me like this, Yali asked. If you can't afford the clothes, then don't waste the salesman's time. You try on clothes, but you don't buy anything. Go to another store and don't waste her time, Chen said sharply. Look at your clothes. How dare you come into this store? Lee's friend shrieked. What about you? You tried on more than 20 outfits, but you never bought anything, replied Yan. Miss Wang, pick up the most expensive outfit for me, asked Chen. Wang Jai only gasped in surprise. The free salesgirls continued to whisper. What's going on? A consultant asked, perplexed. It looks like they had a serious fight, her colleague answered her. Wang Jia presented Chen with a package with outlandish ornaments. The box shimmered with mother of pearl in the sunlight. Is it definitely the most expensive outfit? Chen interrogated. Yes, Jai replied confidently. Who is the manager of this store? Jan asked. The girls' consultants looked at each other in bewilderment. They were waiting with interest for the development of events. Hello, how can I help you? A woman in a green pantsuit walked into the hall, her name tag clearly visible on her chest. I want to buy the most expensive clothes, but your salesman has to accompany me through the whole process. Do you mind? Chen asked. Of course not. It's a very great honor for us, replied the manager. Wang Jiayi, you must accompany this handsome gentleman. Don't worry about anything else, she mumbled. I will, Jiayi agreed. But we got here first. Why does she have to help only him? Li shouted angrily. Are you deliberately ignoring us? Li's boyfriend asked. You've tried on over 20 outfits, but you haven't bought anything. Admit that you don't have any money. If you don't buy anything, why waste time on you? Chen answered him. You've got to be kidding me. These clothes only cost a few tens of thousands. You don't think I can afford it? We just couldn't find anything suitable, the boyfriend objected. Wang Jiayi, gather all the clothes I've tried on. If we don't buy anything, people might actually think that I can't afford these clothes, Yali shouted. What? All the clothes will cost 160. I said it for nothing, but she took it seriously. Pale, the young man thought. Wait, we have enough clothes at home. Why buy more? He asked Li. What? You won't buy them for me? She got angry. I'm pregnant and you don't want to take care of me? When I have a baby, then you'll leave me, right? Yali asked, sobbing. The young man said conciliatory. Calm down. I'll buy it for you. Wang Jiayi, bring all the clothes we measured. What the hell are you talking about? She's my personal counselor, Chen angrily shrieked, hiding Jiayi behind his back. So, you won't be able to buy anything here anyway, Li's boyfriend argued angrily, pointing his index finger in his direction. Miss Wang, choose the most expensive clothes, shoes, bag, jewelry, and create a matching set for yourself. Now you'll see it all for yourself. Chen now pointed at him with his hand. This guy is so bossy, smart, and handsome, Jiayi thought admiringly, secretly wiping away her tears. She was amazed by his demeanor. The cousins, meanwhile, were talking among themselves, and one asked, I wonder why there are so many people on the second floor. So let's go and have a look, suggested Miss Fan. Yes, I'm going to buy her things. Are you in some kind of trouble? Chen asked. Jiayi was standing behind him. The young couple were talking to each other in a high-pitched tone. Yang Chen, these things are very expensive. You can't buy them for strangers. His classmate tried to reason with him. Do you still think they don't know each other? Miss Fan asked. How could an ordinary cab driver afford such an expensive bag? Wang Jiayi, bring that 00 bag that we looked at last time. Li's boyfriend went wild. I'm Li. You're lucky he's willing to spend money on you, said Jiayi. Of course, I'm never short of money, replied Li condescendingly. Hey boy, can you afford a 328,000 bag? She asked Chen. Oh, I'm just a cab driver. How can I have that kind of money? Yan scratched the back of his head. But since you have money, Miss Wang should help you with your shopping, he said, exchanging a glance with Jiayi. She winked at him. Are you trying to provoke me into buying expensive things? Yali's boyfriend turned pale. He couldn't find a dignified way out. How can you slander me? If you don't have enough money, that's your problem. Smiling, Chen spread his hands apart. Li was whispering to my boyfriend at the time. Do you really think it's too expensive and you won't buy it for me? It's not about what I think. He's provoking me on purpose, don't you see? He excused himself. You always say that you are very rich, so you should treat Yali better. She's carrying your child now, and you don't want to spend your money on her? Jiayi rebuked him. Don't try to sow discord between us. Do you think I won't hit you because you're a woman? The young man shouted angrily and swung around. But Chen reacted instantly, intercepting his hand and grabbing his throat. What kind of man are you to raise your hand on a woman? If you want to fight, I'll be your opponent. With these words, Chen took him by the neck and pulled him off the floor with one hand. Let me go, or you'll regret it, his opponent wheezed in pain. It was only a matter of time before he stopped breathing altogether. You don't need to stoop to his level at all, Wang Jiayi whispered, putting her arm around Chen's shoulder. She didn't want to become the root cause of the bloodshed. Chen let go of his throat, and the young man coughed and muttered, Ahem, we're leaving. And you just walk away after he insulted you? Why don't you hit him? Li just got mad with impotence. The young man clenched his teeth in anger. I won't be able to defeat him, he thought. Yang Chen kept looking at him expectantly. Shut up, we're leaving, the young man shouted at Li. But we can't just leave. She was frustrated and couldn't find a place to go. You have to buy me that bag. If you don't, I'll have an abortion. Let's see you justify yourself to your parents, screamed Li. Do whatever you want. Maybe it's not my child at all. If you're sleeping with me for money, you can sleep with whoever you want. Seeing him turn around and go down the stairs, Yali shouted, Bastard, don't do this, stop! Unfortunately, she ran after her boyfriend too fast, and her foot slipped down the step with a crack of her heel. I'm Li, are you okay? The young man asked concernedly, immediately coming back to help. I'm in a lot of pain, whispered Li, holding her stomach. You should take her to the hospital soon, Wang Jiayi said, worried about the future fate of Li and her baby. The called cab arrived instantly, and the anxious father-to-be in his arms carefully carried his companion into the yellow carriage. Li relied on my child to get on top of the world. She deserved it, the store manager coldly remarked. Young man, do you want to buy anything else? She asked Chen. Yes, I'm looking for a formal suit. Miss Wang said she would help me. Wang Jiai, make sure he finds something he likes, asked the manager. I will, the consultant responded happily. Let's go pick out some more clothes, said Miss Fan. Okay, that's not a bad idea, agreed her cousin. How expensive are you looking for? Jiai asked. About 3,000 yuan. But why 3,000 yuan? She asked in surprise. Because last time you said you'd come back as soon as you got your paycheck. I give you 3,000 yuan right now, said Chen. But why are you talking about it now? Jiai asked. By the way, is it possible to make clothes to order here? Asked Yan. Of course I need to measure your measurements, Jiai said, and took out all the necessary marking materials and tools. Is it just me, or has he gotten stronger? Or did I get something wrong that night? Jiai pondered while measuring Chen. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chen decided to tease the girl when she kneeled down and started to measure his waist. Did you go to the gym? Jiai asked him. She was confused by such a sudden change in the young man's physique, so she decided to make sure. I think my body has been improved by the system, thought Chen. Yeah, I didn't want to disappoint you, so I went to the gym, he said out loud. My body is stronger now. He winked at Jiai. You're just a pervert. No one will want to touch you, said the girl. Nevertheless, pushing the young man away, she ran her hand across his chest. Chen couldn't help but notice this fact. You can say you don't want to, but you still touch, he thought. Miss Fan watched Chen and Jiai as they walked down the stairs. They seem to be very close, she thought. I have to ruin the relationship between him and my cousin so she stops liking you, she continued to ponder. Wang Jiai, have you picked out clothes for Mr. Yang yet? The manager asked. She wanted to make sure that the customer would receive first-class service. Mr. Yang wants a custom-made suit of the finest quality. I've already taken his measurements. Contact the manufacturers and pass on the measurements, Jiai reported. The satisfied manager was just full of gratitude. Mr. Yan, thank you for your support. The order will be ready in half a month. Wang Jiai will contact you. Goodbye, Mr. Yang. The store manager bent down in a half bow as Chen said goodbye and left the premises. Jiai continued to stand straight. Where are we going now? Chen asked the girls while starting the car. To the All-Island Hotel, said Miss Fan. But why do you buy such expensive clothes when you work as a cab driver? She asked. I saw clothes I liked, so why not buy them? Chen joked. Miss Fan watched his behavior and thought, flirting with my cousin and fooling other women. You bastard. Why don't you introduce him to my co-workers? Let's see what happens. Pulling the car up to the hotel entrance, Chen said, I'll go upstairs and get something to eat. Call me when you're done with your business. Why don't you eat with us? Fang started to persuade him. Yes, Yang Chen, join us. Her cousin was not far behind. All right, let's go. Chen locked the car door and went along with the girls. Fang continued to look at him with suspicion. We're here. Let me introduce everyone, Ms. Fan said. There were 6 people sitting around a round table in the room. This is Zhao Qin, the manager of the Human Resources Department, and Yang Zhaqiang, the manager of the Investment Department. Fang began the introduction. And this is my cousin and her acquaintance Chen. She introduced her companions standing at the entrance of the room. Yang Chen is unlucky. There are only 8 seats. The manager laughed. Hey, Yang Chen, being a cab driver is exhausting. Find a free chair and join us. But Yang Chen didn't. Chen's classmate started to protest. Forget it. Ask the waiter for an extra chair. The girl waiter brought in a chair, glanced at Chen in passing and thought, this man looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Meanwhile, the manager asked Chen, Mr. Yang, what is your income from being a cab driver? I heard that they can earn more than 10,000 a month. Is that true? Wow, that's a lot of money. We work hard trading stocks and barely make more than 10,000 in a month. If I ever get tired of investing, I'll join you, Zhao added. And why do I have the feeling that they are up to something? Chen couldn't figure out their secret plan, sipping his cocktail a little at a time. By the way, Manager John is very good at investing. If you ever want to start, you can go to him. You don't have to worry about anything. He will do everything for you, Ms. Fan assured Chen. For ordinary people like you, buying stocks is fine. But you shouldn't buy them thoughtlessly, the manager advised, taking a sip of red wine. Miss Fan persuaded her cousin. You see how much he knows. When you join the company, you'll know even more. Let's raise a toast to Manager Yang and Zhao. Mr. Yang and Mr. Zhao, I'm not strong with words, but cheers. Standing up to her full height, Chen's acquaintance raised her wine glass. You are new and don't understand a lot of things, but that's okay. I will train you gradually. the manager continued. Manager Jan goes on to talk about investments. I have some spare money and I want to invest it. Which investment company do you work for? Chen asked. Have you heard of Tianmu Investment? If you have money, you can rest assured that we will bring you great profits, assured the manager. Here's your premium white wine. The waitress came in with a tray. But we didn't order anything? Fan said in surprise. Our manager instructed us to bring this wine to Mr. Yang. He will come downstairs soon to greet Mr. Yan personally. The waitress smiled politely. They must be referring to Yang Jiaqian, thought Fang, looking at the bottle and figuring out how much it might be worth. Manager Yang, I didn't expect you to have such a great reputation. The manager of Baoking Hotel is sending you drinks. Your network must be really extensive. Fang congratulated him. I believe the hotel manager used my services. I made him a lot of money and now he wants to thank me, explained the manager. Sorry I'm late. Mr. Yang, did you get the wine? Asked the panting manager as he entered the room. Yes, thank you. I'm very grateful to you, replied the satisfied manager. His ego was getting bigger by the minute. But who are you? The hotel manager suddenly asked. I am Yang Jiaqian, manager of the investment department of Tianmu Investment. I don't care at all. I asked you to deliver the wine to Mr. Yang, not you, said the hotel employee, pointing his hand at Chen, sitting modestly in the corner. What? Both cousins and Jiaqian shrieked in unison. A grimace of envy contorted their faces. The best service to the common man? Yang Chen is just an ordinary cab driver. Why send him wine? Asked Fang angrily. Mr. Yang is taxiing for the soul, smiled the hotel manager. Actually, he mumbled. Manager Chung? Chen asked him. Mr. Yang, I remembered that I have some unfinished business. If you need anything, call me, said the hotel manager. Let's sit down, Chen proposed to the audience. Everyone froze in amazement and continued to stare at him as if they had never seen him before. Manager Yang, please keep talking about the investment. If you explain it well, I will trust you with a few million, said Chen. Mr. Yan, I apologize for my bad behavior. Tried to justify herself to Fan. There's no need for that. We have nothing more to discuss. He closed the topic. Manager Yang, continue to talk about your investment knowledge, asked Chen. Okay, agreed the manager. Excuse me, Mr. Yang. I have to take this call. It must be something urgent. The son of the CEO of our company is calling me. The manager excused himself. Mr. Yang, my boss's son wants me to return to the company, he informed after receiving the information over the phone. Why doesn't he come here himself? Chen asked. He asked the manager after draining the glass to the bottom. Call Zhang Lun and tell him not to bother us. Sir, do you know a man named Yang Chen? The manager spoke in a low voice on the phone. Put it on speaker, I want to talk to him, Chen asked. Okay. Zhang Lung, don't interrupt our meal. I want to hear him talk about his investment knowledge. By the way, an acquaintance of mine wants to work in your company. Could you arrange it? Chen asked. Since Mr. Yang says so, I can't refuse. I will take care of your acquaintance too, Zhang Lun replied. Manager Yang, take care of Mr. Yang and don't give him any trouble, came from the phone. Okay, the manager replied. He pondered. Even Zhang Lun listens to Yang Chen. He's a very unusual person. Zhang Lun spoke on the phone. I agreed to lend money to the Wang Jiayi family and help your acquaintance get a job in our company. You must vote for our company at the shareholders' meeting of Baoking Hotel. Of course I will do so. Thank you, Yang Chen exclaimed as he sat at the table and continued tasting the excellent red wine. Manager Yang, be sure to explain everything to Mr. Yang, came from the phone. Yes, yes, the manager immediately agreed. Why are you standing there? Sit down and start eating. Chen invited Manager Yang, who came in and stood at the door hesitantly to join the meal. Mr. Yang is the second largest shareholder of Baoking Hotel, right? Asked the manager. They're just nominal shares. Until they are realized, they are just pieces of paper. Am I right, Manager Yang? Chen asked. Yes, you're right. Let me explain to you what futures investments are, said Manager Yan, refilling the wine in his glass. A blue and clear sky shone over the city. Yang Chen went down to the basement to his car. There was a girl waiting for Yang Chen in the car. He said to his escorts, Go back. There's no need to see me off. Yang Chen asked his girlfriend, Where are we going now? The joyful girl replied to Yang Chen, How about we go for a swim? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Yang Chen said, Okay, let's go, and they traveled on the road by car. They drove through the whole town. Yang Chen and his girlfriend came to the water park. There were many people in the water park. Yang Chen was walking with his girlfriend. Yang Chen's girlfriend told him, I'll go to the restroom and you can go swimming. Yang Chen said, Okay. Yang Chen put on his goggles. Yang Chen professionally dived into the pool. The girls at the water park noticed Yang Chen. They liked him. They said he's so handsome. He has a beautiful body. Is he a professional swimmer? Yang Chen floated out of the water. The girls standing beside him continued to admire him. Yang Chen went to the side of the pool. The girls approached Yang Chen and started talking to him. Hey handsome, Will you add us to your messenger contacts? Yang Chen was drying himself with a towel. Yang Chen was embarrassed by the girl's proposal. He answered them. Sorry, Just then, one of the girls approached Yang Chen. She hugged him from behind. What? Yang Chen was surprised. Yang Chen recognized the girl who approached as his old acquaintance. He thought, Wang Qiani? Why is she here? A girl named Wang Qiani shouted to the other girls, This is my boyfriend. Get out of here. The girls were not satisfied and stepped aside with the words, Let's go. Yang Chen was happy to see his old friend named Wang Qiani. He told her, Your swimsuit looks great. Wang Qiani replied, Yang Chen. Of course I possess a cute face and fair skin. I am called the flower of our city. Then Wang Qiani asked Yang Chen, What are you doing here? Yang Chen replied, I came here with an acquaintance who is coming up soon. Wang Qiani said, You are so handsome with a great physique. You're busy working in a cab. How do you have time to exercise? Yang Chen replied, Wang Qiani, this is none of your business. The girl told him, Danti, go away. I haven't had enough to admire yet. Yang Chen said, Enough is enough, my acquaintance is coming soon. Wang Qiani asked, Who is she? Yang Chen replied, She is my former teacher. Wang Qiani asked, I am curious about what kind of woman made you go swimming with her. Is she prettier than me? Yang Chen was starting to get annoyed. He asked Wang Qiani, Why are you picking on me? She's more innocent than you. Can you pretend you don't know me and leave? Wang Qiani started to leave. She said, Okay, I won't bother you. That's when Yang Chen was approached by his girlfriend, with whom they had come to the water park. Yang Chen was already in the water. He shouted to his girlfriend, I'm here. The girl replied, I can't swim very well. Yang Chen began to move toward the girl. I'm going to swim over to you now. The girls at the water park were discussing Wang Qiani. Just look at that swimsuit. She's clearly a conniving girl pretending to be innocent. Wang Qiani thought, if Yang Chen likes innocent girls, then I need to change. Yang Chen was at the edge of the pool. He was talking to his girlfriend. Yang Chen asked, Are you a bad swimmer? She replied, Yes, I'm not very good at it. The guy said, Come on, I'll teach you, get in the water. Yang Chen's girlfriend dared to enter the pool. She said, Okay, and entered the water. Suddenly the girl shouted, Yang Chen, help me, I'm scared! Yang Chen picked up a girl in the pool. He told her, It's okay, hold on to me. The rest of the water park guests were interested in what was going on. What happened there? There was screaming. Yang Chen said to the girl, Lie on my back. She replied, Okay. Yang Chen, with his girlfriend on his back, swam to the edge of the pool. There was a group of girls standing near the edge of the pool. Yang Chen turned to them. Ladies, what's going on? It's such a hot day today. Why are you arguing instead of swimming? The water park guests began to ask Yang Chen, Are you here to help her? How many girls do you have? The guy had just gotten out of the water with droplets dripping off his body. What do you care? Asked Yang Chen. Can you stop arguing? One of the female customers said, It depends on whether you're willing to go clubbing with us tonight. The guy raised his hand and said, I don't agree. One of the girls said, Okay then, let us go to the hotel and have fun. This made Wang Qiani very angry. Wang Qiani was in a great rage. She grabbed the girl by the hair and shouted, You despicable woman! Wang Qiani threw the girl into the pool with the words, Get lost. The girl only had time to shout, Ah! Yang Chen turned to Wang Qiani. He said to her, Couldn't you be more calm? She replied, If I am calm, they will take you away. The guy decided to leave the water park. He took his girlfriend and Wang Qiani by the hand. Suddenly, they were blocked by two girls who shouted, Stop! None of you will leave until we settle this matter. Yang Chen spread his hands to the side, as if to protect his companions. The guy said, Hold your fervor. If you touch them, I will not be responsible for myself. Wang Qiani thought, I'm glad you have a shred of conscience. A guy came up, he was wearing shorts and a baseball cap, and he said, Calm down, let's talk peacefully. The girl Wang Qiani threw in the pool came out of the pool. The girl angrily said, What's there to discuss? She threw me into the water. It won't end until that girl drinks water. Yang Chen asked, Do you want her to drink water? The girl said, Yes! Yang Chen went to the water refrigerator. He took one water bottle from there. The guy threw the water bottle to Wang Qiani. Wang Qiani didn't expect it, but she caught the bottle. She opened the bottle and began to drink. At the same time, she said, Look how I drink. These words were meant for the girl she had earlier thrown into the pool. Wang Qiani said, Now that I drank water, this matter is solved, right? The girl was very angry. She could only say, You. Wang Qiani walked over to Yang Chen. She said, Look at his muscles, he can easily handle you. The guy was not happy with these words. He said, Didn't I tell you, when you are silent, you can score 99 points. But as soon as you open your mouth, the score immediately drops too. The girl who climbed out of the pool was already dry. She shouted angrily, Stop right there! The girl turned around and stepped aside. She said, I'll be right there. Yang Chen's girlfriend said to him, Yang Chen, let us just leave. Wang Qiani said, What are you afraid of? Yang Chen can handle anything. Here Yang Chen confidently said, Right, I will deal with it. Let's ignore them and continue to have fun. Yang Chen and his girlfriends decided to stay. He said to his girlfriend, come on, I will continue to teach you. She replied, okay. Wang Qiani was already splashing in the pool at this time. After a couple minutes, an offended girl and her boyfriend came over. She pointed at Wang Qiani and said, this is her. You have to help me get revenge. She threw me into the water and I could have drowned. Wang Qiani unexpectedly saved the situation. She recognized the guy who came over. Wang Qiani asked him, your taste has spoiled after my refusal. The guy good-naturedly asked her, Wang Qiani, I didn't recognize you. Tell me how we can solve this situation. Wang Qiani told the guy, decide. She wanted to cheat on you, and I stepped in to stop her. The guy was astonished and asked, what? His girlfriend started making excuses. Don't listen to her. She's lying. The girl pointed her finger at Yang Chen. She started to tell it was him who came up and started flirting with me. I told him I had a boyfriend, but he wouldn't leave. The guy got really angry. He started yelling at his girlfriend. Do you think I'm stupid? Wang Tianyi may be temperamental, but she never lies. The guy shoved his girlfriend aside with his hand. He said, stand aside. I'll deal with you later. The guy walked up to Yang Chen and said, let's deal with this man to man. Yang Chen replied, okay. Wang Qiani intervened. She said I was the one who threw her into the water, don't bother other people. Then the boyfriend of the offended girl said, I'll give you a chance. See that obstacle course. If you can pass it faster than me, I'll apologize. But if you can't, you can crawl under my feet. Yang Chen replied, okay, I agree. He was determined. The water park created a specially challenging obstacle course for the guests. That's where the guys went. As they walked there, the girls shouted, Yang Chen, go! Suddenly, a girl with a microphone came up. She asked him, dear participant, may I ask what you do for a living? Yang Chen replied, I work as a cab driver. The girl with the microphone was to give the start of the obstacle course. She asked, okay, are you ready? Yang Chen replied, yes. The girl started counting. 3, 2, 1, start. The boys pushed off the tiles on the ground and ran. First, Yang Chen overcame an obstacle course of cylinders on the water. The girl with the microphone exclaimed in surprise, wow, he's really fast. Yang Chen rushed forward with all his might. The girl was amazed, she exclaimed in surprise. How can a cab driver make such a move? Yang Chen's girlfriends cheered for him. They shouted, Yang Chen. Yang Chen confidently passed the obstacle course in the form of rings hanging over the water. Next was a difficult test for the participants. They had to accelerate and pole vault over a high hurdle. Finally, Yang Chen ran to the finish line. There he was greeted with applause. A guy with a microphone asked, Yang Chen, you are the fastest participant. You were able to overcome all the tests in 1 minute and 21 seconds. That was amazing. Then Yang Chen cheerfully said, let us see if the second contestant can pass the test. Yang Chen was already standing with a medal on his chest. The guy with the microphone shouted, okay, let's take a look at the next contestant. At this time, another participant was still just running. Everyone shouted to him, go! Suddenly he tripped and fell. It was on an obstacle course of cylinders on the water. Wang Qian laughed at the guy's fall. She said, ha 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 ha, this is so funny and ridiculous. The fallen guy was given a life preserver. In the pool, someone nearby wanted to help him. But the guy replied, don't touch me. Yang Chen said to the fallen guy, you are so fast. Here, Yang Chen finished his sentence. You passed the test in 1 second, congratulations. Yang Chen was approached by his girlfriend and said, Yang Chen, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The guy gave the girl his medal and said, take this medal. You can exchange it for a prize. Thank you, said the girl. She kissed him. Just then, an angry Wang Qian walked over. She asked sharply, why did you kiss him? The girl replied, this is my way of thanking him. Why are you so flustered? The loser guy was talking to Yang Chen. This test is no good. You are too fast. Do you dare to compete with me in the race? Yang Chen cheerfully replied, all right, but if I win, you will do whatever I say. Agreed? Wang Qiani came up. She said, he is a great rider. You will definitely lose. Yang Chen said, don't worry. I am a professional race car driver. Car races were held outside the city. There was a special track there. The boyfriend of the offended girl had already come to the racetrack. Wang Qiani was also there. Yang Chen was not there yet. The guy asked Wang Qiani. That guy was scared. Why don't you call him? Wang Qiani replied, he is not a coward. It takes him a long time to get here. The guy hugged Wang Qiani and told her, I don't understand how you could fall in love with a cab driver. She said, shut up. You can't compare with him. Just then a car pulled up. Yang Chen was in it. The offended girl's boyfriend said, why the hell did you come in such a beat-up car? He clarified, did you come after the end of your shift? Yang Chen replied, stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. I want to go to bed early. Yang Chen's opponent said, let S make something clear. The one who wins does whatever he wants to the loser. Right? Yang Chen confirmed. Right. He thought to himself, I will use my magic driver skill. The guy offended by the girl said, let's get started. There were cars and racers all around him. Wang Qiani got into the car with Yang Chen. He asked her, what are you doing here? The girl answered him, that's the rules. A woman must sit in the passenger seat. Yang Chen said, what meaningless rules? Okay, buckle up. The girl at the start realized the flag. She asked, ready? The girl lowered the flag and shouted, start! The cars sped off at breakneck speed. Wang Qiani asked excitedly to Yang Chen, why are we going so slowly? Yang Chen replied, where do we have to hurry? It's the turns that are important, not the speed on the road. He pressed the gas pedal. It's time to accelerate. Hold on tight. The cars were almost level with each other. Wang Qiani shouted to Yang Chen, we are almost at the finish line. Hurry up! He was annoyed by her shouting. Yang Chen asked, why are you shouting so loudly? Wang Qiani answered him, it's more fun that way. The guy said to her, I'm really bored with you. They pulled up to the turn sign. Yang Chen warned, get ready for the turn. The boyfriend of the offended girl was surprised by Yang Chen's riding style. He said, this guy is crazy. He speeds up on the corners. Yang Chen added gas and turned the steering wheel sharply. He was able to get around his opponent on the turn. Yang Chen's opponent was surprised. He said, no, how did he overtake me? Wang Qiani held onto the handle on the ceiling of the car. She said, Yan Chen, and you are good at drifting. Yang Chen was ahead of his opponent. Wang Qiani shouted to him, Yang Chen, you're amazing, faster, even faster. Here he replied to Wang Qiani, didn't I tell you not to shout? The cars were running at almost even speed. An offended girl in the afternoon told her boyfriend, he's catching up with us. Hurry up. Her boyfriend said, don't worry, he won't catch up to us, I can win it with my eyes closed. The race continued. At one of the corners, Yang Chen's rival Yang Chen was able to pass him. Wang Qiani quacked angrily Yang Chen. What the hell are you doing? Resorting to such a cheap ploy because you can't win. The cars were gradually approaching the finish line. Yang Chengle gripped the steering wheel tightly. He said to his companion, I'm going to overtake him at the last corner. Hold on tight. The girl asked him, how will you do it? He blocked the traffic lane. Yang Chen pressed the gas pedal sharply. His opponent would be surprised by such maneuvers. He shouted crazy. He came so close on the turn, this guy is definitely looking for trouble. Yang Chen was able to overtake his opponent on the turn. Wang Qiani felt bad due to the heavy overload and shouted, ah, help! Rival Yang Chen was surprised at how he managed to fit into the corner and accelerate. Yang Chen won the race. His car came first to the finish line. After stopping, Yang Chen and his companion got out of the car. Wang Qiani was very tired after the race. The competition had worn her out. The losing guy's girlfriend consoled him. It's just an amateur race. Losing doesn't mean anything. He was just lucky to win. You're still very important to me. The losing guy was very annoyed by the defeat. He shouted at the girl. It's all because of you. He slapped his companion across the face with his hand. If I hadn't stood up for you, I wouldn't have lost face in this race. Get out of the car, he commanded. The guy grabbed his date and pushed her out of the car. She was scared. What are you doing? I'm scared. They walked up to Yang Chen together. The guy shoved his girlfriend towards him. Get lost. Wang Qiani was surprised by this behavior of her acquaintance. She asked, why did you push her towards Yang Chen? Yang Chen told the losing opponent about his girlfriend. I don't like her. You can keep her. Then Yang Chen said to his opponent, come on, it's not too late to kneel down and apologize. The other guy got angry. You want me to admit defeat? Here Yang Chen reminded, we agreed that if you lose, you will do whatever I want. Or are you afraid of losing your face in front of the people who hang out with you? His rival was annoyed. Who do you think you are, asking me to kneel down? Yang Chen asked him, do you want to hit me? You're right, replied the man. Suddenly, Yang Chen took off his seat and ran towards his opponent. Yang Chen kicked him with all his might. Yang Chen's opponent could only kneel down after being hit. Yang Chen told him, it would be better if you stop this circus before I get angry. Suddenly, Yang Chen grabbed his opponent by the throat and warned him, otherwise you will die a horrible death. A crowd gathered around. People started shouting, Yang Chen, you let him go. Yang Chen was still very annoyed. He was surprised by the shouts of the crowd. He replied, what? Do you want to fight with me? This is when Wang Qiani came over. She said to Yang Chen, don't you need to smear your hands from someone like him. Yang Chen let go of his opponent. The latter began to frantically recover his breath. Yang Chen's opponent rose to his feet. You're crazy, he shouted. But Yang Chen calmly replied, if you don't admit defeat, I'll show you what crazy means. Suddenly, the defeated opponent suddenly said, do you even know who my father is? Wang Qiani intervened in the conversation. She said, why are you acting like a 3-year-old child? The guy said, I didn't say I'd call him. I'm just reminding you that this case isn't over. I will avenge this humiliation. Yang Chen asked, I even wonder who your father is. Then the guy said, my father is Chen Zichen, the CEO of Dakan Company. Yang Chen added, this doesn't change anything. You just chickened out. The son of the company director said, "Think what you want. I warned you. In 3 days you will face the consequences." Then the guy got into the car and drove away. "What a coward you are," said Yang Chen after him. When Yang Chen wanted to get into the car, a girl approached him. "Why are you looking at me?" he asked her. She answered him, "Now I belong to you and I want to go with you." Yang Chen rudely replied to her, "I'm not interested in you." The girl pleaded, "Listen to me." Wang Qiani intervened in the conversation. She turned to the girl. "Didn't you have any self-respect?" The girl replied with tears in her eyes, "But my ex-boyfriend said that according to the rules, I belong to Yang Chen." Wang Qiani rudely replied to her, "He can say anything. Do you really believe him? Get out of here." Wang Qiani opened the car door and got in. Yang Chen asked her, "Why are you getting in again?" She told him, "I have to keep an eye on you so that no one steals you." Wang Qiani added, "Let us go. Didn't you say you wanted to rest today?" Yang Chen asked her, "Do you want to come to my house?" She asked him, "If you want to." Yang Chen said, "No, I don't mind it." Wang Qiani asked him, "Then why did you ask?" "All right, just take me home." The car with Yang Chen and his girlfriend sped off. They were on their way home. Half an hour later, they pulled up to a big house. The guy told her, "We're here, get out." Wang Qiani got out of the car. The guy said to Wang Qiani, "You look great, but it would be better if you dressed more modestly." The girl standing on the night street waved after the car with Yang Chen. Yang Chen said to himself, "Can take a couple more orders." We got an order for a cab from the big hotel. Yang Chen drove up to the ordering place. There he saw a young man. Yang Chen asked him, "Hello, are you the one who ordered the cab?" He said, "Yes." The customer got into the car. Yang Chen thought he left the hotel upset. He probably had something wrong. After a while, they arrived at the place the customer said. It was a high-rise bridge. Yang Chen said, "We have arrived at the bridge you pointed out. Where should I stop?" Yang Chen said, "In the middle of the bridge." The stopping place surprised him. When the customer got out of the car, Yang Chen said, "Don't forget your things. Order our cab next time." The client said, "Next time, huh? Maybe in another life." Yang Chen said to himself, "In another life?" He's kind of not thinking about suicide. Just then, Yang Chen decided to get out of the car. His client had already stepped aside a little. Yang Chen shouted to the customer, "Are you here to enjoy the river view?" The client said quietly, "River view, and I'm not in the mood to enjoy anything. What's the point of living when life seems meaningless?" Yang Chen asked the guy, "Did you have a fight with your partner?" He replied, "It's not just a fight. He cheated on me." Yang Chen decided to cheer up his passenger. He said, "If you have been cheated on, it is not your fault. Why blame yourself? I was cheated on too, but I didn't give up. But still young, don't give up so easily." Then suddenly the client turned to Yang Chen and said, "Your boyfriend cheated too." Yang Chen started to say, "Yes, but look at me, I'm still 31. Here Yang Chen thought and shrieked, "What, guy?" The guy standing at the railing of the bridge suddenly said, "You're right. I suddenly feel enlightened. You can take me home." Yang Chen replied, "I'm sorry, but my shift is over. You can call another car." The guy approached Yang Chen and said, "Who will pick me up at this late hour?" The guy started begging, "Do me a favor, take me home. If I want to commit suicide again, it will be on your conscience." Yang Chen replied, "Where do you live? If it's on my way, I will take you." The unsuccessful suicide victim said, "I live in Hailan." Yang Chen answered him, "Good, it's not far." They both walked up to the car. Yang Chen said, "Get in the car." The drive went by very quickly. When they arrived at the right address, Yang Chen said, "We have arrived." Then the guy said, "Handsome, let's go to my house and have some tea." Yang Chen replied, thank you, but I'm not thirsty. It's already late. I want to go home." The guy suggested, "Let's exchange contacts then." Yang Chen told him no. "Get out of the car." The customer got out of the car dissatisfied. 12. Here Yang Chen heard a message from the system. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bad review. The system rewards you with 100 million virtual currency. Note: virtual currency can only be spent to buy virtual goods, game skins, rewards, and the like. Yang Chen thought 100 million virtual currency. Only donations on streamers come to mind. The working day was over. Yang Chen returned to his villa. He went to his lounge where he had a large television set. To watch? He thought. Yang Chen turned on his smartphone. There he saw a beautiful girl who was streaming. "Hello everyone, who likes my stream? Could you please send some gifts to support me?" Yang Chen thought this girl is pretty cute. He sent her a gift in the form of a virtual rocket. The girl replied, "Thanks for the rocket, Secret Star. Is this your first time here? You can order a song and I'll sing it for you." Yang Chen said, "How about the lone swimmer?" The girl answered him, "Sure, no problem, wait a minute." The girl told all the viewers of the stream, "Don't swear. I have a new fan. I'm gonna sing Lone Swimmer." Yang Chen told one of the stream viewers, "I like this song. If you have something against it, you can leave." The girl thanked an audience member named Secret Star and said, "I'm starting to sing a song. The viewers of the stream were amazed at how Yang Chen could donate 100,000 points. One of them said, "I can't make that much money in a year," and he spent it in a second. Another user turned to Yang Chen and said, "Big brother, take me to work. I will work for 100,000 a year." A user named Smoking Alone said to Yang Chen, "I admit that you are richer than others, but to me 100,000 is nothing. I have already given her 500,000 worth of gifts. If I tell her not to sing, she won tea." Stream Girl got 100 super rockets from user Smoking Alone. She told him, "Thank you, I love you." A girl saw that a user named Secret Star had sent her 1,000 super rockets. Yang Chen said, "I need to step back." A girl said to user Secret Star, "We can meet tomorrow, I'll buy you something." He told her, "No, I'm just spending money for fun. It has nothing to do with you." The girl thought he's a big shot, sent 1,000 super missiles and says it has something to do with me. Yang Chen turned to user Smoking Alone. "How about we continue this round?" A user named Smoking Alone nervously put out his cigarette. He said, "It's only 200. Let's continue tomorrow night." Yang Chen asked him, "Why did you decide to continue tomorrow?" Here, Yang Chen saw that he had a lot of messages on the app. A user named Sweetie wrote, "Bro, come to my stream, we can organize a live meetup." A user named Maturity Path wrote, "Bro, I sing better than her. Come to my house, I can treat you to a meal or watch a movie together." Yang Chen also received tempting offers from other users. Yang Chen got up from the couch and said, "Hey, oh, these streamers." Morning came, the sun illuminated Yang Chen's villa. He lay on the bed for a long time and did not want to get up. The sun shone through the window and fell on him. Then his phone rang. "Hello," he said. He heard Yang Chen. "It's your aunt. Your cousin's entrance exam results have arrived." Aunt told him she scored 610 points. "Do you want to come with Zhao Fei and help her cousin choose a university?" Yang Chen was already sitting on the bed. He said, "Of course I will come today. By the way, I broke up with Zhao Fei. She found a rich guy and left me." Auntie was surprised. "What? How could she do that after all you've done for her family?" "Don't feel bad. I'll make your favorite sweet and sour ribs." The guy said, "Fine, I'll be right over." Yang Chen quickly arrived at his aunt's house. He knocked on the door. He was opened by his cousin. She immediately began to question him. "Hello, Yang Chen. Mom said you broke up with Zhao Fei. Is that true?" Yang Chen confirmed, "Yes, we broke up." Yang Chen walked into the room with his cousin. She said, "This is great. I've never liked her before. I told you that Zhao Fei is a terrible girl, but you didn't believe me." Then Auntie asked Sufei, "What are you talking about?" Cousin continued to say, "I have long said that Zhao Fei is terrible. Now you see that I was right." Yang Chen said, "Forget about her. I was told you scored 610 points. Is that true?" He patted his cousin's cheek. The girl replied, "Yes, but it's nothing special." Yang Chen said, "This is excellent. You beat my entrance exam results. So which university do you want to go to?" The cousin at this time was pouring water from a pitcher into a glass. She said, "I don't know yet. Could you give me some advice?" The cousin held out a glass of water to Yang Chen. He asked her, "What do you want to do in the future?" She replied, "I want to become a white-collar specialist." The guy told her many professions from this field will lead to office work. "What industry do you want to work in?" Cousin sat down on the couch and said, "I haven't decided yet." Then suddenly the aunt walked into the room. She said to Yang Chen, "I found a girl for you. She's 23 years old and a very talented presenter. I can set up a meeting if you want." The guy was annoyed. He said, "Auntie, you are really picking up my bride fast." An aunt came up to her nephew with a smartphone. She said, "You're already 25, and soon you'll be add her as a friend." Yang Chen replied to his aunt, "I don't want to date anyone right now." The cousin whispered to Yang Chen, "You better agree or she will bother you every day." The aunt put her smartphone near her nephew's smartphone. The guy agreed. "Okay, I'll add her." His aunt reminded him, "Don't forget to talk to her and I'll go cook." The cousin said to Yang Chen, "Open her picture and I'll tell you if she's a good girl or not. If she's a bad girl, I will tell you." The guy opened the picture and saw his familiar girl in it. He thought seriously, is that her? How small our world is. When cousin saw the picture, she said she is definitely a conniving girl. "What made you decide that?" asked the boy. The cousin started explaining. "Look at her pictures. She is showing off her bags or is in tourist spots. Trust me, she's definitely conniving." Just then the aunt came into the room and sternly said to Li Sufei, "Don't talk nonsense." The girl said to her aunt, "I've only been home a few days, and you're already starting to get annoying." The cousin turned to the guy. "Yang Chen, I want to go to your place." Auntie continued angrily saying, "How are you talking to me? Just wait. When I am done talking, I will deal with you." The cousin replied to her, "If I leave, I won't come back." The cousin said to Yang Chen, "Take me to stay with you." He replied, "You haven't made up your mind about the university." Just then my aunt came into the room. She turned to Yang Chen. "Don't listen to her. You better invite that girl to dinner." The aunt turned to her nephew. "If you don't do it, I will get angry. Yang Chen answered her. All right, I will invite her to dinner. The guy said, but she's a talented presenter. Would I be able to ask her out? The aunt said cheerfully, don't worry, I talked to her mom. She'll definitely come. The cousin took the smartphone in her hand and said to Yang Chen, let me ask her out, I know a good way. The aunt came over and said sternly, Sufei, if you mess up, I'll kill you. The girl replied to her aunt, you're busy cooking, better not get distracted. 3. Then suddenly the cousin said, looking at her smartphone, I sent her so many messages, but I only got hehehe. Yang Chen laughed. Didn't you say you were good at this? Cousin replied. Judging from these messages, I'm more convinced that she's a bad person. Be careful with her, got it? An aunt came into the room with a pot. She said it's time to eat. Yang Chen walked over to the table together with his cousin. He said, wow, it smells so good. Auntie replied, I prepared an extra portion of ribs. When you leave, you can take them. The smartphone signaled that a message had arrived. The cousin picked up the phone and read Yang Chen. She said that she agreed to have dinner with you at the Bogel Hotel. It is too luxurious a place for a first date. My aunt intervened in the conversation. She said, it's not a big deal. You don't have to go, it's too expensive. Yang Chen said confidently, I have a good income. Don't worry, let us eat, otherwise the food is getting cold. Yang Chen was sitting in a restaurant. He was waiting for a girl. He looked at his smartphone and said, she said she would arrive at 7 p.m. I have been waiting for her for an hour. He waited a little longer and said, if you weren't going to come, you could have just said no, that's too rude. He texted a girl, I've been waiting for you for an hour. Where are you? She texted him back. Sorry, my phone ran out of battery. I'm on my way over. You haven't left yet? The guy said irritably, yes, I'm gone. You don't have to come back. He thought to himself, why did I spend so much money on her last night? He looked at the dish on the table and said, what a pity. The food in this restaurant is not as good as Auntie's. Yang Chen shouted, waiter! A girl came over. She said, sir, how can I help you? The guy said, could you please warm up my food for me? The waitress was surprised and asked, what? Yang Chen's request was heard by the people at the next table, and they started to say, did he really think he had entered a diner? If they don't agree, I won't come here again. Yang Chen explained his request to the waitress. This is the food that my aunt prepared, so I would like to ask you to heat it up. The waitress politely turned him down. Sir, I'm sorry, we don't provide that service. Yang Chen said, then I will take 2 bottles of the most expensive wine. Do you agree? The people at the middle table were surprised and started talking amongst themselves. I didn't realize he was so rich. This wine is worth tens of thousands. The waitress brought wine, took the food from Yang Chen and said, no problem, I'll cook everything for you. The guy was happy and said, great. The girl Yang Chen was waiting for finally came in. She was with some man. It was the girl from yesterday's stream. Yang Chen thought, why is she here? The guy was drinking wine and decided it's a good thing I didn't send her a picture of me. The girl noticed Yang Chen. She thought he still hasn't left. Yang Chen realized looks like my aunt sent her a photo. A man who was with the girl asked her, is he your ex-boyfriend? She answered him, remember the blind date I told you about? That's the guy. Such an answer interested the man. He said, really? Then I should get to know him better. His companion said, wait. A man walked over to the table where Yang Chen was sitting. He asked, can I sit down? The guy said no. A man said to his girlfriend, you're here for a blind date, right? Right. I'll just observe from the side without disturbing you, Sun Shu. Don't put off such an important event. The girl replied to her companion, smoking alone. Don't joke like that. Let's go eat. Then the girl picked up her smartphone and saw that the time was 19 hours and 58 minutes. She told her companion, it's already 8 p.m. Don't you have to go to the competition with Secret Star? Yang Chen heard this and rejoiced to himself. He thought, so this is him. Interesting. The guy recognized the man as yesterday's stream viewer. The man pointed his finger at the girl and asked Yang Chen, you still want to go on a blind date with her? The guy replied, no, I don't see the point. The man and the girl rejoiced. He said, haha, good decision. A man was sitting at a table with his date. He asked her, so your blind date is canceled? She answered him, stop joking. I only agreed because his aunt and my mom are acquaintances. She insisted on it. Don't worry, I'll never fall in love with a guy like that, even if I've been single all my life. The man said, order whatever you want, I'll pay for it. The girl reminded him, by the way, do you really want to challenge the Secret Star? The man said with confidence, don't worry, I've got 10 million on standby. I'll win for sure. The girl was amazed. Wow, you're amazing. The waitress came over. She said to Yang Chen, you sir, your food is ready. He told her thank you. Suddenly 2 girls walked into the restaurant. They were streaming. One of them was holding a smartphone. She walked over to the table where Yang Chen was sitting and asked, brother, is this seat free? The guy thought, another streamer. The girl asked, can I sit down and talk to you? Yang Chen sharply replied. No. The streamer girl walked right up to Yang Chen. She said to him, brother, you look very young. How old are you? Then she took his ear. Wow, your ears are so big. I want to touch them. They're so soft. Then the guy sharply threw the girl's hand away. He told her roughly, don't touch me. If you continue, I will report you for sexual harassment. The girl was offended. She thought, what an arrogant guy. If it wasn't for the script of my stream, I wouldn't even approach you. The second girl started to whimper. Brother, you're pretty rude. Yang Chen was surprised. He asked seriously, are you crying because of this? The girl told him, brother, we're just little streamers. Give us a break. Yang Chen calmed down and said, stop crying. What's your name and what platform do you stream on? The girl said, I am Zhou Zhenyi. I'm a streamer on the Teasing Fish platform. Yang Chen took the wine glass and asked, do you need donations? The girl replied, sure, it's one of my sources of income. Yang Chen turned around and pointed his finger at yesterday's star streamer and said to the past girl, then fight her in the streamer battle, and I will help you. The girl stopped crying and began to say, brother, if you send me a donation, I will be grateful to you. But yesterday she had 2 big donators. It will be a failure. Yang Chen said confidently, if you want to earn donuts and win, start the battle and I will help you win. If you don't need them, then forget about it. Yang Chen said to the waitress, the bill, please. She came over and said, sir, the total amount is 259. The streamer girls who came in were surprised at the amount of the bill. They said 259,000. What did he order to get a bill like that? The waitress cheerfully explained. He ordered almost nothing. This amount is basically for 2 bottles of wine. 1 bottle costs 128. The weeping girl thought to herself, someone who can afford such expensive wine will help me get rich. I can't miss such an opportunity. I will challenge her, she decided. The girl confidently approached the star of yesterday's stream. She asked her, hello, you're Sunshu, right? She happily replied, yes, are you my fan? Amateur streamer replied, no. I stream too and I'd like to challenge you. How would you like to fight in a battle of the streamers? Sun Shui said, ha ha, do you want to challenge me? Then she pointed her hand at her companion and asked, do you even know who this person is? Streamer Amateur asked, no, who is that? Then Sun Shu said, he is my best donator smoking alone. A man asked an amateur streamer, what's your nickname? If I have time, I'll come over and make a donation. She replied, embarrassed. No need, thank you. The amateur streamer walked up to Sun Shu and told her, stop talking! Are you in or not? The latter laughed and said, are you trying to poach my audience? Sun Shu turned to her companion elder brother. Will you help me? I can't lose in this battle. The man was flattered. He thought it's good that she knows who to turn to. The amateur streamer looked at Yang Chen. She was thinking, can we trust him? The guy was eating dinner at the same time. Sun Shu pointed at Yang Chen and asked the amateur streamer, just Don T tell me that he asked you to challenge me. The man turned to the amateur streamer. He did not take Yang Chen seriously. The man said he looks like a normal office worker. Did you seriously believe him? You look pretty, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Streamersha Amateur said, why get personal? Just say, do you agree or disagree? The man turned to his companion's son. Let's let her fight us. I can easily bankrupt this guy if I want to. Sun Shu said, okay, I accept your challenge. The amateur streamer said, then I expect you at 10 p.m. An amateur streamer approached her companion who was holding a smartphone. She asked her, where's that handsome guy? She said he left. The lover became agitated. She said, I have already started the battle. But why did he leave? He didn't deceive us, right? Smartphone girl said, I don't think so. Let's go, we've collected enough material for today. The amateur streamer said, okay, but I'm so nervous. Evening descended upon the city. Yang Chen slept in his villa. The guy was lying on the bed in a restless sleep. He was holding a smartphone in his hands. Suddenly he woke up and shouted, I overslept. He looked at his smartphone and saw that the streamer contest had already started. They've already started the battle, he thought. Sun Shui hosted your stream. She greeted the guests with the words, welcome to my stream. She turned to the user Arcane Star and told him, finally, you're here. The girl was sure that if Arcane Star was here, the opponent would definitely lose. This user started donating to an amateur streamer. The amateur streamer was very happy, she said. Wow, thank you. Sun Shu was surprised, brother. Why are you giving gifts to her and not to me? Sun Shu pleaded with her patron smoking alone. Help me, I can't lose. Amateur streamer said, thank you, Arcane Star. May I ask why you started giving gifts to me? Yang Chen, who was hiding under the nickname Arcane Star, started writing a reply. It doesn't matter. Start singing the Lone Warrior song. As long as you sing it, I'll send gifts. The girl got excited and said, sure, I'll sing it right now. She began to sing, Brave Lonely Warrior. An amateur streamer asked Arcane Star, what song would you still like to hear? Yang Chen answered her. In Baogale Hotel, you flirted with many people. Demonstrate how you do it. The streamer was amazed. So it was you? She asked. Viewers of the stream began to wonder. Did she meet someone at the Baogale Hotel? Are you seeing someone? The streamer replied, Don't be silly. I accidentally met him at the Baogal Hotel. The amateur streamer continued to explain. He asked me to fight her. By the way, he is very handsome and charismatic. Sun Shu suddenly guessed that it was Yang Chen. Didn't Mom say he was just an ordinary employee of the company? How could he be so rich? Yang Chen, sitting at the smartphone, said, Smoking alone. Keep sending gifts. I will give you a little head start. Smoking alone wrote a post I won't be giving her any more gifts. An amateur streamer said to the viewers of the stream, User Arcane Star sent me a photo. I'm going to show it to you now. Smoking alone wrote, Brother. We don't need to go that far for a woman. Let's stop together, I will deliberately lose to you. Come to room 1206 of the Baogale Hotel. I'll make sure Sun Shui meets you there. Agreed. Sun Shu abruptly told the stream viewers, Don't believe her. It's definitely a fake. They're so evil, they're trying to destroy me. Sun Shu looked at her smartphone and said, This photo is definitely fake. Standing behind was her man with the nickname Smoking Alone. The man walked right up to the streamer. He told her, Why assert yourself with explanations to these losers? I can win over beautiful women while you guys can only fantasize about it. He asked, Why do you underestimate me? Sun Shu shouted, You're crazy! Let me go! The man grabbed her and said, I've given you many gifts. Shouldn't I have privileges? Streamer yelled, Let go of me and turn off the broadcast. The man replied, No way, I want everyone to know. Secret Star, see this, your blind date girl is in my arms. I can do whatever I want with her. Then suddenly the door of the room opened. A group of people entered the room. They were wearing suits and dark dreams. A man asked them rudely, What is going on? The men in black grabbed the man. What are you doing? Asked the girl. The law enforcers replied, We received a message that this man is embezzling public money. We need to send him for questioning and you must help. One of the men in black said, Turn off the stream and follow us. Late at night, Yang Chen's phone rang. He said, Auntie, why are you calling so late? Aunt excited said, Yang Chen. What's going on? My friend said her daughter was arrested by the police. What's really going on? Yang Chen began to explain. The thing is that her main fan was embezzling government money and that's why they were arrested. Don't you worry about me. The aunt replied, Okay, then rest. I won't bother you anymore. The next day, Yang Chen returned to his job as a cab driver. He received a call and arrived. On the phone, he said to the client, Hello, I am waiting for you near the apartment complex. Then he gets a call and the girl says, Hello, driver. I'll be right over. Could you please wait a moment? Yang Chen replied, Sure, I will wait for you. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen called her back. Hello, where are you now? The client answered, I don't know where I am. Yang Chen got out of the car. He asked on the phone, Miss, where exactly are you right now? She answered him, I don't know. I've been walking for more than 10 minutes, but I can't find the exit. What should I do? Yang Chen clarified, Miss, could you tell me which building you are next to? She replied, I'm next to building number, and my house is number. I have a seminar today. I can't be late. Yang Chen saw a girl sitting on the ground with a backpack beside her. He asked her, Miss, were you the one who called the cab? The girl timidly replied, Yes, that's me. Yang Chen walked up to her and said, Don't cry. Since you are in a hurry, I will help you. She replied, Thank you. Yang Chen got into the car with his client. The guy said to the customer, Put your seatbelt on. We are now going to Minhai Hotel. The girl said, Thank you for your help. A customer said previously drivers would wait no more than 3 minutes and then cancel the order. The guy replied, Don't blame the other drivers who knew you'd get lost in an apartment complex. The girl introduced herself. My name is Yuan Zhao, an author of web novels. I'm terrible at navigating the terrain. Yang Chen asked her, What is your pen name? I will sign and support you when I have time. The girl cheerfully replied, My pen name is Zhao Lan. I write love novels that you, as a guy, probably won't like. The guy thought to himself, Good thing I have 80 million more virtual currency left. Gradually, they arrived at their destination. The girl said to Yang Chen, You brother, thank you for your help. The client said, I will contact you and chat when I need help. If you are free, please pick me up on your way back. Yang Chen said, Sure, goodbye. The girl got out of the car and said goodbye. Yang Chen subscribed to her. Her page had 50,000 subscribers and 36 million views. The girl was on time for the seminar. There were a lot of people there. The hostess said thank you for coming. Then she introduced Sil Jian, the pseudonym of Gongzi Zhuan, a guru in web novels. The young writer heard a beep from her smartphone. Looking at the smartphone, the girl was surprised. She shouted, Ah! She received a message, Congratulations on the gift of Golden Master 100,000 yuan. The writer guessed who had sent her a present. She said, Are you Brother Yang? But how can an ordinary cab driver be so rich? 2. She messengered a question, Brother Yang. Were you the one who sent me the donation? He replied, Yes. I just read your novel and it's pretty good. Yang Chen clarified, It's a pretty popular drama about idols. The girl cheered, Ha 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 ha. The people sitting next to her in the seminar turned around to her, Yuan Zhao. Why are you so happy? The writer replied to them, I got the Golden Master. The girls sitting next to me looked at their smartphones and said, wow, this is really a Gold Master. The workshop host said, since you got such a big donation, it means your work is very good. Why not share your writing experience, Yuan Zhao? The girl replied, I'm just a little author. That support was from the driver who brought me here. He must have liked my work and decided to support me. The presenter said, I've read your work, and it's not worth spending 100,000 on it. You'll collude with that driver. The writer replied, no, if you don't believe me, I can call him. The girl dialed Yang Chen's number on her phone. The guy picked up the phone and said, hello. The writer asked him, Brother Yang, can you explain why you supported me? He quickly answered her, why do I have to explain to you? Someone doesn't believe you. I'll donate 10 times more to you. Let's see what they say. The girl only had time to shout, hello. The female participants were surprised. Have cab drivers become so rich? Look, a notice came that Yuan Zhao donated 10 million. There was a message on the smartphone that the writer had received a gift of 10 million. The girls asked the writer, Yuan Zhao, who was that man? She replied, it was an ordinary cab driver who brought me here. The writer's imagination is running wild. Maybe he's the son of a rich family who's hiding it. There are plenty of novels with that kind of plot. When a certain amount of time passes, he comes back to inherit the property.
Yuan Zhao, the seminar presenter, came over. This is bad.
The presenter added, relying on some rich guy to increase his popularity. The writer replied, I already said I don't know why he did it. Then the girl added, and you don't believe me? I'm leaving. The girls present at the seminar were repeating Yuan Zhao. The presenter said, let's continue. Speaking of which, your popularity will not grow in one day with this kind of manipulation. The girl ran outside and called, Brother Yang, where are you? Yang Chen picked up the phone. What's going on? Why are you crying again? The writer complained to him. They say I'm trying to increase my popularity in an unfair way. The girl tearfully listened to the cab driver. It seems that my support has caused you trouble. Where are you? The writer replied, I am standing at the entrance of Minhai Hotel. Yang Chen jumped into the car and said, okay, I will come over now. When he pulled up to the building, he saw the writer there crying. She got in his car and said, they don't believe me and think it's all a setup. No one wants to hear us explain. The guy reassured her, don't cry, let them think whatever they want. You have my support, and that's what counts. The girl rejoiced. Right, you're right. Why bother with their opinion? Hehehe. Thanks for the advice. Yang Chen said, let me take you home. The car sped off. While sitting in the car, Yuan's girlfriend asked the protagonist a question. She asked if he was the son of a rich family that was hiding it. Yang Chen calmly replied that he was an ordinary cab driver. The guy also added that he had a lot of money to spend recklessly. Yuan clarified with the guy whether he is just a rich man with a lot of money. The protagonist replied that he was. After the car ride, Yang Cheng drove the writer Yuan to her home. The girl thanked the guy and said goodbye to him. The main character left. Yang Chen's cell phone rang. He saw that it was his friend calling. The guy asked his friend where he was and if he had already arrived at Haicheng restaurant. A friend invited the protagonist to a restaurant and said he had a surprise for him. Yang Chen arrived at the right restaurant very quickly in his car. Without wasting a second of time, the protagonist ran with all speed to the entrance of the restaurant. A guy ran in and said hello to the cashier at the restaurant. He said she was even more beautiful. The girl replied that the main character was heartless. The cashier told the guy that there were 3 of his classmates upstairs. She said she would take him there. The protagonist realized why his friend Zhou Wen said he had a surprise for him. Yang Chen told the cashier that she was busy and he could go himself. He asked which room the guests were in. The cashier said the guests were in room 203. The protagonist thanked her. Yang Chen quickly went up to the 2nd floor and found the door of the right room. He knocked. A guy named Zhou Wen opened the door. He greeted the protagonist. Yang Chen told his friend that he could meet him upon his return. Zhou said he had an unscheduled interview. The main character asked his friend what the other 2 guys in the room were. The guys ran up to Yang Chen and shouted that they had a surprise for him. The main character told the fun guys that the 2 of them must have been dumped by girls, or they wouldn't have come back. The guests were very surprised. They couldn't understand how the main character knew that they had been dumped by the girls. One guest said he had bad memories. Another guy indicated that there would be no talk of women tonight. A girl came in with a crate and told the guys she'd brought them food and drinks. The protagonist turned to his friends and suggested that they all have a friendly drink. Yang Chen raised a toast and told his friends that they were drinking to their health. They raised their glasses with him. Zhou Wen said sadly that his girlfriend broke up with him because he didn't earn enough. Another guy said she broke up with her girlfriend because of her mother. The 3rd guy said his girlfriend wants him to buy a house and marry her or they'll break up. Yang Chen said that even though he had money, his girlfriend was cheating on him. Zhou asked the protagonist why he works as a cab driver since he invested in the Bao King Hotel. Yang Chen replied simply that he loved his job. The main character asked his friends if they had found jobs. One guy said he was the only one looking for one so far. Yang Chen asked with interest to his friend if he wanted to work in an advertising campaign. The guy said yes. He said that he used to plan a lot of different events and holidays. The protagonist poured beer into a friend's glass and said he was taking it to his ad campaign tomorrow. Yang Chen told the guy that if he came in for an interview, they would work together. Zhou Wen asked the protagonist if he too could apply to his company for a job. Another guy told Yang Chen not to forget about him as well. At that time, a streamer girl was reporting from the streets of the city. She said that this street sells the best food. The streamer holding a smartphone said she often comes here for a snack. A girl was filming a report. She approached the restaurant where the main character was. The streamer asked her followers for more likes. She said she'd come over and show the car up close. The girl said that although the car looks ordinary, it has very impressive performance. The car goes to 100 kilometers per h in 2.5 seconds. At this time, the main character told his friends this time he would pay the bill at the restaurant, but next time they would pay. One of the friends thanked Yang Chen and told him he was the best. Friends of the main character went outside. They noticed that near the restaurant is a luxury car. Yang Chen wanted to tell his buddies that it was his car, but he didn't have time. The streamer asked the guy if he knew which was the biggest flaw in the car. The protagonist was very surprised. He asked the girl excitedly what could be the disadvantage. The streamer lady said that this car, like other similar cars, has a big problem. Zhou Wen intervened in the conversation. He said that perhaps the problem was the high fuel consumption. The girl replied that people who bought a rich car would not worry about fuel consumption. Yang Chen asked the streamer what the car's flaw was. The girl replied that the car has poor air conditioning. The passenger in the front seat would start to undress to be cooler because of the heat. Such seductive words from the girl amused the protagonist very much. The streamer asked the guy if they were also graduates. Yang Chen told her that they had graduated last year. The girl was very surprised. She suggested to the guys that she add them to a separate chat room to hang out together later. The main character told his friends to order a car. The friend asked him what about his car. Zhou Wen interrogated Yang Chen where his car was now. The main character said they needed another driver. He pointed to his car. The main character's friends and the streamer girl were very much surprised. Yang Chen told friends that he was speaking in complete earnest with the key fob he used to open the door in the car. The friends encircled the guy and told him cheerfully that he was very rich. Yang Chen told his friends that he had sent another car for maintenance in the afternoon. He also added that he was not bragging. The guys got very excited. They shouted to the main character that they were very happy for him. One of his friends told the protagonist that he would be joining his company tomorrow. At that time, a cab pulled up, then the main character said goodbye to his friends. The streamer asked Yang Chen to add her to the chat room. The guy replied that he would call a driver and go home. Immediately, the girl cheerfully suggested to the guy that she should drive him. The protagonist asked with a chuckle to the girl if it would be hot inside the car. She asked him to let her broadcast from the car. The guy agreed. He opened the car door and told the girl to get in. The girl behind the wheel told subscribers that she was inviting them to experience the sensation of driving a luxury car. The protagonist was startled to ask the girl if she was a good auto driver. The streamer girl told the guy he could trust her, she's a great driver. Yang Chen said thoughtfully to the girl to take him to Bingjian district. The girl told her followers that the guy lives in the Bingjian district. The villas there cost over 100 million. Very soon they reached the right neighborhood. There was a huge archway near the entrance. The guy under the arch indicated with his hand to the girl where they should go next. The streamer asked the protagonist where exactly to go. Yang Chen said that they should go to Villa number 1, where there would be a bridge and they should stop there. A girl drove up in a car to a luxurious building. She asked if it was his villa. The guy answered in the affirmative. The streamer told the main character that she was thirsty. She asked him for some water. Yang Chen got out of the car and said that he lives alone so he doesn't invite other people over. The main character thanked the girl for giving him a ride. He told her to go home. But the streamer couldn't understand why the guy didn't pay attention to her. After that, the girl decided to stretch the front of the dress to expose her breasts. The girl looked at the guy and asked if he really believed he didn't want to ask her out. The main character told the streamer to come back as he wanted to rest. The girl looked after the guy and thought that he was really ignorant. The streamer reached out to her subscribers. She said she would show them the neighborhood. From the viewers, she asked for likes and support. The security guy came over. He asked the girl which villa she was staying in. The streamer said she was giving the owner of Villa number 1 a ride. The security guard told the girl to leave and that no trespassers were allowed on their property. The girl left. The girl went outside the gates of the elite neighborhood, and she didn't like that the guard thought he was the boss there. The streamer complained to subscribers that because of the security guard, they couldn't take a walk in the elite neighborhood. At that time, the girl got a call from her employer. He called her Li Qingning and said he was giving her one last chance. If the streamer beats her competitor today, she will have her contract renewed. If Li Qingning loses, then they will break her contract. The girl replied that she understood everything. The main character was sitting in his villa. Suddenly, a message arrived on his smartphone. Li Qingning said that she has a battle with Mei Xiaona today at 11 o'clock. She asked her followers to help her. Users began to write that defeating Meng Xiaona will not be easy since she has more than 10 million subscribers. Yang Chen decided to start his own company with streamers since they are now at the top of the income. He decided to contact the girl after she loses. Mei Xiaonai said that a normal battle would be very boring. She said that if she loses, Li Qingning can ask her for anything. If Mei loses, Li Qingning will jump 10 times. Afterward, Mei Xiaonai told her followers to support her. Users started texting Li Qingning that if she made 10 jumps, they would send her a rocket. The streamer shouted out her rival for not thinking she was cool for humiliating someone. At this time, Li Qingning received a message from her boss. He told her that she must win. The streamer couldn't understand why her subscribers were acting this way and what she had done wrong. At this time, a user named Secret Star sent a girl a reward called Carnival. She asked him not to send gifts. The main character texted the streamer that she couldn't bear to watch her being bullied. Li Qingning almost cried and asked why users were insulting her. She can't stand it anymore. Streamer Li told a user named Secret Star that she could sing for him. She also added that 70% of her gifts go to her boss. The main character wrote to the streamer that he just wanted to support her. Let her rival Mei lose and jump. Thanks to the main character's help, streamer girl Li won the contest. After that, streamer Li turned to Mei Xiaona and told her to jump if she lost. Mei said that she would do as she promised. Mei started jumping and was watched live by users. As the girl bounced, the camera was turned to her slightly bare breasts. Mei received a message that her stream contained sexual content. Her account was permanently blocked. The main character had a lot of fun for him. Everything that happened was amazing. The next day, the protagonist stopped by to pick up his friend. He heard on the news that it rains heavily every century in Yuzhou City, causing many people to suffer. A friend of the protagonist spotted his car and told him to pull up in front of it. The guy asked Yang Chen if he really works on this car. The protagonist replied that this car was not just for his job. He invited a friend to get in. The guy told Yang Chen that he had a luxury car and was very successful. After that, the protagonist, along with a passenger, drove up to the company's building. The company manager ran up to the car and said that Yang Cheng could have called him and not come in person. The protagonist told the manager that his classmate wants a job with the company. The manager said hello to the guy and told him to come to him if he needed anything. The guy gave his name as Li Zhenyuan. After they all entered the building, the manager called the elevator for the guests. The manager then invited the protagonist and Li Zhenyuan into the elevator. A friend asked Yang Chen why the manager was so polite to him. The protagonist replied cheerfully to his friend that he had recently bought the building. Li Zhenyuan was very much surprised by this answer. He couldn't believe that his friend owned this building. The guy asked the protagonist how he could buy a building worth several billion. Yang Chen just said it was his building. Yang Chen told his friend that if anyone bullies him, he should go to him or the manager. The secretary in the office greeted the protagonist when he came in. Yang Chen introduced all his employees to their new colleague, Li Zhengyuan. The protagonist demanded that his subordinates organize a workspace for his friend. Yang Chen told his friend that he had to go and he was going to work. Li Zhenyuan thanked him. When the protagonist left the building, he received a call. It was Yuan Zhao. A girl asked her boyfriend to pick her up at 7 p.m. She planned to go to a classmate's birthday party. She also asked the guy to dress well. The protagonist asked Yuan why he should dress well since he is not her boyfriend, but only a driver. Yuan insistently asked the protagonist to pretend to be her boyfriend. The guy agreed with her. He told the girl to think of it as compensation for the trouble he had caused her. The protagonist drove as fast as possible to the apartment complex where Yuan's girlfriend was waiting for him. The girl asked him on the phone how he was able to earn money for an expensive car at his job as a cab driver. Yang Chen drove up to the girl and said that he picked the best car since he had to pretend to be her boyfriend. Yuan told the guy that his car was awesome. The protagonist assured the girl that no one would bully her at her classmates' reunion. The girl happily agreed. She decided that everyone would respect her when they saw her in such a car. After that, the protagonist, accompanied by a girl, arrived at the restaurant. Yang Chen, together with the girl, approached the table. The former classmates greeted Yuan Zhao. A classmate asked Yuan Zhao what kind of guy came with her now. The girl introduced the main character to everyone. A classmate said to Yuan that her boyfriend looked amazing. Afterward, a classmate asked Yuan why she didn't say she had found a boyfriend. Yuan told her girlfriend that she only recently started dating Yang Chen and didn't have time to tell her. Yang Chen told the Yuan girl that he had worked very hard to win her for a long time and they would never break up. Girlfriends were surprised by such behavior of the protagonist. They said that he put them in an uncomfortable position. At this time, the door to the restaurant room opened and another customer came in. One of the girls greeted the guy who entered very cheerfully. The girl introduced her boyfriend named Wang Tianyi. She said that they will get married at the end of the year. All the other girls clapped and said they were congratulating their girlfriend. Afterward, everyone poured wine into glasses and got ready to celebrate. The girl called her friend Xiao Li and asked what her boyfriend does for a living. Xiao replied that Wang Tianyi's family was a seafood wholesaler. The girl said surprised to Xiaoli that her boyfriend was quite impressive. After that, the girl asked Yuan Zhao what her boyfriend was doing. Wang's boyfriend said to the main character that he looked very good. He said that Yang Chen's outfit was expensive. Yang Chen replied that he bought his clothes second-hand, usually dressed simpler since he works as a cab driver. The Xiao girl asked the protagonist how he was able to win over Yuan since she has high standards. Another girl recalled that Yuan Zhao endorsed her book and got 1 million views. Xiao was very surprised. She asked Yuan how she could spend so much money on a book. The protagonist said that it was he who supported the writer's book, not she herself. He sent Yuan many gifts so that she would notice his sincerity. Writer Yuan Zhao said that it's impossible to resist someone who is so generous to love. Wang's boyfriend asked the protagonist suspiciously if he really makes a lot of money working as an ordinary cab driver. Yang Chen said that when wooing a girl you should be generous. It shows his love for Yuan Zhao. In response, Wang agreed that it wasn't that much money. The restaurant manager came into the booth and asked Wang to move his car as it was blocking the driveway. Wang said that he had asked earlier to reserve a parking space for him. When he arrived, there was no space, so he left the car wherever he could. The protagonist gave the receptionist the keys and told the manager to put Van's car in his place. Yang Chen explained to Wang that there was a seat reserved for him, but when the protagonist arrived, then the manager gave the seat to him. Wang asked the protagonist with surprise if he really owned the sports car that took his place. The protagonist explained that he came in a sports car since Yuan Zhao was going to her girlfriend. Yang Chen usually drives a more modest car. Xiaoli's girlfriend told Yuan Zhao not to hide who her boyfriend was. Yuan said, as if nothing had happened, that her boyfriend really was a cab driver. She added that she drove to the author's meeting in the boyfriend's car. The girlfriend asked incredulously that there was no way the cab driver could be so rich. The guy approached the protagonist and said he wanted to work at the same company as him. Wang said that it happens that people rent cars to show off to girls. Wang then turned to Yuan and told her that she should be careful not to be deceived. The girl replied that she was sure her boyfriend was being sincere with her. Wang asked the protagonist how much he spent on his car. He asked which dealership he had bought it from. Yang Chen told Wang to call the most popular dealership himself. Wang replied cheerfully that he had forgotten the number of the dealership. He suggested that the protagonist call it himself. Without thinking long, Yang Chen took out his phone and started dialing the number of the car dealership. The representative of the dealership greeted the protagonist and asked if he had any problems with the car. Yang Chen said he had a friend named Wang Tianyi, who was interested in buying a sports car. The protagonist put the phone on speaker mode. The car dealer answered that he didn't know the customer named Wang Tianyi. Yang Chen cheerfully and politely thanked the car dealer for his concern. There was an oppressive, unpleasant silence at the table. No one said anything. At that time, the receptionist came in. The protagonist asked the girl if they still hadn't moved his car. She replied that they dared not drive the protagonist's car because it was very expensive. Yang Chen said that even if the manager scratched his car, he wouldn't blame him. After that, the main character said they had to go back with the girl. He thanked her for her hospitality. Yuan apologized to her girlfriend for not having time to prepare a gift for her. Xiaoli said that everything is fine, and she is even happy that her girlfriend just came to her birthday party. In parting, Yuan told the girl that they would see each other next time. At that time, the manager and a waitress came in. They brought drinks on a tray. The manager said it was the main character who bought all the guests' drinks. Then the manager apologized to Wang Tianyi for the incident with his parking space. Wang replied that the parking space was given to the protagonist because he drives a sports car. The manager explained that Yang Chen is the second largest shareholder of Baoking Motel. For this reason, he has priority for parking. The protagonist ordered that the number of parking spaces be increased. Wang Tianyi was very surprised he couldn't believe that an ordinary cab driver was the second largest shareholder. Recovering, Wang asked that the manager pass on his thanks to the protagonist for the drinks. At the same time, the main character brought the girl Yuan to her apartment complex. The girl sitting in the car cheerfully suggested to the guy that he come over to her house. The protagonist hugged his girlfriend and told her to concentrate better on writing the novel. The Yuan girl waved goodbye after the departing protagonist. The main character in the evening was busy with his job as a cab driver. He arrived on a call. Yang Chen was sitting in a car outside the building he called customers, and said he had arrived at the appointed place. 5 minutes later, the guy called again and told the customers that he was waiting for them. The customers answered that they would be right there. 15 minutes later, a young couple with a suitcase approached the car. The girl asked the protagonist how long it would take him to reach his destination. Yang Chen replied that it would take them 45 minutes. The guy got excited. He told the driver that they had to get there in 30 minutes. After that, the guy asked Yang Chen grudgingly why they had stopped. The protagonist replied that the traffic light was red. The customer demanded to drive on. Yang Chen replied to his customers that he wanted to live. A guy asked why the driver talks to his passengers like that. The protagonist replied to the customers that if it had been another driver in his place, he would have canceled the order. The guy said angrily that he's giving the main character a bad review and a complaint for his horrible attitude. Ahead, a sign lit up warning that there was a roadblock. The protagonist stopped the car because there was another car in front. Customers in the salon asked angrily why they were stopping again. Yang Chen's patience ran out, and he angrily commanded his customers to get out of the car. The guy said irritably that he couldn't even get another cab in this place. The protagonist decided not to wait any longer. He got out of the car and went to the back door. Yang Chen opened the back door in the car and commanded the customers to get out. Police officers at the roadblock approached the vehicle and asked what was going on here. The girl pointed to the main character and said that this driver has a bad attitude towards customers. Yang Chen calmly replied to the police officers that he had a camera in his cabin and could watch the tape. The police watched the video and asked the customer how he could demand the driver to run a red light. The guy apologized and said he was being rude. The police officer then suggested to the driver and customers that they should just apologize to each other and forget about the whole thing. The guy said he was a VP of the company and wouldn't apologize to the cabbie. The policeman commanded the driver to give the luggage to the customers and be free himself. As he was leaving, Yang Chen wished his client would never make it on time. The system congratulated the guy with a new negative feedback he received shares of the security company. Now the protagonist has an opportunity to call guards from the firm to solve problems. Yang Chen thought that it would be very excessive to send guards to deal with troublesome customers. The protagonist gets a call from his job that there has been a complaint against him. The boy was surprised and angry when he heard this. He stopped in the middle of the street. Yang Chen explained that he had a video from the cabin that showed what really happened. The girl from the cab service asked him to send her the video. The protagonist asked the girl to go out to dinner with him when she was free. She said she would contact him. Yang Chen thought happily to himself that he had invited the customer service girl over. The next day, the protagonist arrived at the firm's building where he would receive the stock. The receptionist led the way into the office and introduced Yang Chen to manager Chu. The manager shook the protagonist's hand and said he was the largest shareholder in their company at such a young age. The manager slipped the protagonist a stock transfer document. Yang Chen only had to sign the contract. At this time, the protagonist's phone rang in his pocket and he got distracted. The security guard at the housing complex reported that the main character's house had been vandalized. He asked the guy to come as soon as possible. Yang Chen looked at manager Chu and said that he would need his help. An hour later, the protagonist, accompanied by guards, arrived at his housing complex. A guard ran up and greeted Yang Chen. He said that the main character's house couldn't be sold until the outsiders left. Yang Chen told the guard not to worry and asked where the people who were interfering with the sale were. The guard pointed to a group of armed hooligans sitting at the door of the house. After that, the protagonist, accompanied by guards, walked towards the doors. Yang Chen commanded the guards to grab the hooligans sitting outside the house. The hooligans were frightened after they were captured and begged to be released. The leader of the gang begged the protagonist to spare them. He said they were paid money to destroy the house. Yang Chen asked the leader who sent him. The bully replied that he had been sent by Zhang Hengji. The protagonist told the hooligan that if they painted over the graffiti, he would not prosecute them. The bullies replied to the guy fearfully that they were going to do it all right now. Yang Chen thought that he had already handed over the evidence of the company's criminal activities to Yao Shuiyong, but no action was taken. The protagonist prepared to solve the problem. The protagonist, accompanied by guards, arrived at Zhang Henjin's house. One of the guys in the house asked Yang Chen unhappily what he was doing here. The protagonist replied to the guy that he should know why he was here. The guy angrily asked Yang Chen if he knew what he was doing. The protagonist asked the guards to bring the detained hooligan. The bully fearfully testified that they wanted to destroy the house on Zhang Henzi's instructions. The guy tapped the bully with his foot and said he was useless to him. Zhang Henzi told the protagonist that his company has been cooperating with the security firm for more than 10 years. Yang Chen took out a folder of documents. He said their cooperation was over. The guy provided a document that the security firm was terminating their contract. Zhang asked the protagonist who he thought he was when he talked about the end of the collaboration. Yang Chen said confidently that it was the end. Another man present said they had just renewed the contract for 10 years. It would cost a lot to unilaterally terminate it. Yang Chen said that there is a clause in the contract that terminates if the firm does something illegal. Zhang's company can be prosecuted for any illegal acts. The man asked if the main character thought they would ever go bankrupt. The protagonist reached into his pocket for his smartphone. He told the man that they were committing illegal acts. Yang Chen showed the interlocutor a video on his smartphone. The man was very surprised and did not understand where the protagonist got this information. The man angrily and excitedly asked the protagonist where he got the compromising information. Yang Chen sat down on the couch and cheerfully told the man and the guy that they better get ready for jail. The man turned to Butler Hong and told him to contact Mr. Shui for help. The man frightenedly promised that he would buy back the shares 10 times the price if Shui would help him. The protagonist was interested and alarmed by what he heard. He thought that Shui belonged to the Shui Inong family. The butler asked the main character if his name was Yang Chen. The guy asked the butler who he was. The butler said he works for Shui Yong. He was authorized to talk to Zhang Yaowu about buying back the shares. He planned to wait until the stock sale was over and then publicize the evidence of the family's illegal activities. After the protagonist came in person, the butler can retire. The man shouted fearfully after the butler that he couldn't just walk away and leave him. After that, the man asked Butler Hong to call Mr. Shu for help. After that, the man approached the main character's guards. He said he would pay them 3 times as much if they beat up Yang Chen. The boy shouted loudly to the guards, did they not hear his father's word? After that, several cars drove up to the house and people started coming out. The group of people headed inside the building where the main character was now. The girl asked if Yao's company would be destroyed now. The guy answered that it should have been destroyed a long time ago because of their criminal activities. A man approached the protagonist and offered to negotiate. Yang Chen said he doesn't negotiate with criminals. The doors opened and Chu's manager walked in accompanied by guards. The man asked manager Chu not to make any noise, or the neighbors would think that Yao's company had done something wrong. He offered to sit down and talk. Manager Chu said he has proof of all Yao company's crimes and will release them to the media soon. Afterwards, the manager asked the protagonist if he was doing well. The man was surprised. He asked manager Chu why he was being so nice to Yang Chen. The manager cheerfully announced that Yang Chen was the new major shareholder of their security company. The man was very much astonished. The manager added that Yang Chen had gotten 67% of the shares and he now controlled the company. The guy realized it was over for him and collapsed to his knees exhaustedly. The guy apologized to the protagonist and said he was only 28 years old and didn't want to go to jail. The protagonist replied to the guy that everything will now depend on his fate, whether he gets a chance or not. 2 girls entered the room. They cheerfully greeted the protagonist. The guy told the girls to tell the police station what happened that day. The protagonist waved to the boy Zhang Henzi and wished a happy life for him and his father. The girl hugged the main character joyfully and said he was the best. After that, the protagonist left the building. He was accompanied by a girl and a security guard. At this time, not far away, sat in a car Butler. He took a picture of the main character. Butler wrote to his superior that Yang Chen's personality is very mysterious. Even the director of the security firm treats him with respect. The protagonist put the girl in the car, wished her good luck, and said they would see each other later. After that, Yang Chen arrived in his cab to a large building at the request of a client. A cab driver asked a customer where she was. The girl asked the guy to go upstairs because she needed help. The protagonist agreed. He got out of the car and walked into the building. He was greeted by a young girl in the building. Yang Chen asked her how he could help her. The client was excited to have a handsome driver come to see her. She said she needed advice on her outfit. Yang Chen didn't realize what was happening. The girl took his hand and led him to her. A girl stood in front of a guy and held up a miniskirt. She asked the main character if she would look good in it. Yang Chen, a little embarrassed, told the girl that she would look great in this outfit. He added that he would wait for her in the car. The girl told the protagonist to help her choose an outfit he liked. Yang Chen replied that he wasn't very good at clothes. The guy asked the girl to hurry up and said he would be waiting for her in the car. 3 minutes later, the girl quickly dressed and walked down to the car. After getting into the car, the customer said her name was Kiki and asked the driver's name. Yang Chen introduced himself and asked the girl to fasten her seatbelt. The client asked the guy how long he drives the car every day. The protagonist answered that he works without a precise schedule. Tsitsi told the fun guy that he must not have a girlfriend with a job like that. She suggested that he solve the problem. The driver reminded the girl that he was driving and that she should stay out of his way. He also asked her not to ask him about his personal life. Chiki asked the guy how long it would take them to arrive. Yang Chen replied that they still had a few minutes to go. At this time, the girl on the phone began to write subscribers. They noticed that she found a new driver. Chiki told the protagonist that she ran out of money on her cell phone. Yang Chen asked the female passenger if she really wanted to borrow his phone. The girl told the guy that she just needed to make a phone call. He reminded her not to hit on him while he was driving. The driver reminded the girl that he has a camera in his car and all actions are recorded. The client had just unbuckled her seatbelt. She was surprised there was a camera in the car. Kiki took the smartphone in her hand. She asked the guy what he thought about those bushes. The main character tells the girl to wait for him there. He's going to park the car. Kiki happily ran towards the bushes. She asked the guy to the main thing to hurry up. Yang Chen jumped quickly into the car and began to drive away at full speed. The customer ran after the car. She was yelling for the main character to come back. The main character said to himself that he was sick of problem customers. The system congratulated the guy on another bad review. He received 25% of Luri's company stock. He would be able to get the documents at the company's main office. Yang Chen thought that he had gotten a good reward. but he was greatly disturbed by the feedback from the cheeky girl. The client wrote that the chauffeur was very bad and he wanted her to pay for the trip with her body. The protagonist stopped the car. He decided to contact his cab service. Young Chen called the support girl and said he got a bad review from a female passenger. He said he would forward the video for analysis. The tech support worker said she would wait for the video to get to the bottom of the situation. The protagonist sent a video from the interior of the car via his smartphone. The tech support girl said that other drivers had also complained about Tsitsy's customer. She deleted the bad review and blocked the customer's account. Yang Chen again suggested that the tech support girl go out to dinner. The tech support worker replied to the protagonist that she would be waiting for him. At that time, Tsitsy was broadcasting from the forest. It was already evening. She told her followers that she would find a new driver to try again. A girl noticed her account was locked. She realized that the driver had complained about her. Users began to write various unpleasant comments to Chiki's girlfriend. Someone wrote that everyone was fed up with her. At this time, in the main office of Luri's company, the director was researching how the protagonist could get 25% of their stock. The secretary came over and told the director that they had checked and found out that Yang Chen was actually able to buy 25% of their company's shares. The director thought about it and realized that the main character was very rich. He could help them expand their business. The director called the secretary by the name of Mary and told her to contact the protagonist. They should make a good impression on him. The secretary didn't put it off for long and decided to call Yang Chen right now. Mary told the protagonist that she was the secretary of the director of Luri's company. She suggested that he discuss the future development of the company with them. Yang Chen explained to the secretary that he had no professional skills in this field. He was just interested in a steady annual dividend. He also asked to have his company's uniforms ordered. Mary said she would contact the head designer immediately to get him started. The secretary wasted no time in going and knocking on the head designer's office. Mary called the designer Miss Bass and said they had received a rush order for a set of work clothes. Miss Bass said grudgingly that her designs and serve for the Fashion Week show and she would not design workwear kits. The secretary asked the designer if she had heard that someone had bought 25% of their stock. Miss Bass wondered what kind of rich person would do that. The secretary says that the order for the clothes came from the new shareholder. After Bess finishes the design, she has to go to the protagonist's house and take measurements for the clothes he wears. The designer said designing workwear is a worthwhile challenge for her. Bess promised the secretary that she would design clothes that would appeal to the shareholder and his employees. The protagonist at this time arrived by car at the office of his cab company. A girl from the company's customer service was already waiting for the guy near the entrance. The girl told the driver that he looked much more handsome in real life than he did in the photo. The main character called the girl Liu Xin and said she looked amazing too. He invited her to sit down and said he would buy her dinner. Liu Xin asked the guy for a favor. She wanted to pick up her girlfriend and her boyfriend in the city so they could have dinner together. The main character told the girl that they needed to skip dinner. He would be uncomfortable having dinner with strangers. The girl agreed. She told the guy she would treat him to dinner another time to show her gratitude. Very soon, Liu Xin together with the protagonist arrived at the train station building. The guy told the girl to go and meet her acquaintances and he would wait for her here. Yang Chen thought that thanks to Liu Xin he could get a lot of negative reviews and the girl could delete them every time. Liu Xin went inside the train station. She saw her girlfriend and her boyfriend walking. The girl greeted her friend named Shui. She greeted her in return. Liu Xin asked her friend who the guy next to her was. Shui replied that her boyfriend's name was Zhao Wenbo. Shui revealed that her boyfriend is the son of their manager. He also covered all the expenses for the trip. Shui asked Liu Xin why she still doesn't have a boyfriend. If this continues, she won't be able to get married. The main character standing by the trunk told customers to give their luggage. Shui asked Liu Xin's girlfriend, what is that guy next to the car? Without thinking long, Liu Xin confidently called the main character her boyfriend. The main character decided to play along. He told customers that his name is Yang Chen, and he is Liu Xin's boyfriend. The Shui Rin girl greeted the protagonist and shook his hand. The main character asked the girl and her boyfriend what hotel they were staying at. Zhu said that they were staying at the Baoking Hotel. She asked the protagonist where he worked. Yang Chen replied cheerfully to the girl that he works as a cab driver. Shui Rin told the protagonist that he could see Liu Xin daily. Venbo's boyfriend said he's the only child in the family. He has to contribute to the family business, then he can inherit it. Liu Xin told her girlfriend that she was happy for her since she had found a wealthy guy. Zhu replied to the girl that she even has her own car for work. Liu Xin told her friends that her boyfriend drives an NT car. Zhu asked her boyfriend if he knew NT cars and how expensive they were. Wenbo said that such cars cost several $1,000,000. Wenbo asked the protagonist how he could use such a car to work as a cab driver. Yang Chen replied that he had only 2 cars and could not use his sports car to work as a cab driver. The passengers were surprised. They realized that someone who can afford an expensive sports car cannot be a cab driver. Wenbo asked the driver if he was very rich, why he worked as a cab driver. Yang Chen replied that he liked the carefree lifestyle. In a very short time, the protagonist, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the inn. Yang Chung, along with fellow Wenbo and the girls, walked into the hotel lobby and went to the receptionist. The girl Zhu told the receptionist that they had a room reserved and asked for the room key. The receptionist told the girl that they didn't have a reservation in her name. Zhu excitedly told the receptionist that they had booked a room on the website and now it was gone. The receptionist said that on weekends and public holidays, a reservation is required at least 2 hours in advance. Guests did not make reservations in advance, so there are no rooms available for them. Zhu got very angry about it. She demanded that the receptionist call the manager. The hotel manager came in. He asked the main character what brought him here. Yang Chen pointed at his friends and said that he took them to the hotel. The manager replied that he would immediately take the guest to a luxurious room for free. The protagonist replied that the rules should be equal for everyone, and without rules, the hotel can't operate. The manager agreed with the protagonist and replied that he understood. The manager then responded to the guests that he could not check them in without a prior reservation. The girl Shu asked the driver if he didn't want to help them. Yang Chen replied that he was just doing his job. After that, the main character told Liu Xin to take care of her friends, and it was time for him to leave. After that, Yang Chen turned around and silently left the hotel. The guests looked at him in silence. Afterward, Liu Xin asked the manager why he was so polite to the main character. The manager explained that Yang Chen is the second largest shareholder of their hotel. The guests were very much amazed that a cab driver could be the second largest shareholder from one of the best hotels in town. Girl Xu asked Liu Xin what exactly her boyfriend does and why he works as a cab driver if he is rich. Liu Xin said that she just started dating the main character, and so she doesn't know much about him. Girl Xue sternly asked Liu Xin why her boyfriend didn't help them even though he is a shareholder. Liu Xin replied to her girlfriend that she ridiculed the protagonist as soon as she got into the car. The manager wondered why the young and rich Yang Chen was interested in a completely ordinary girl. The protagonist at this time was hosting a girl he knew at his home. When Yang Chen got out of the car, he was greeted by his girlfriend near the entrance. The girl said Aunt Lan made bean soup. She said the soup would help the boy cool down. The guy called the girl Miss Shu and told her to come to his house. The girl poured the boy's transferred bean soup into a large saucer. Yang Chen said that Aunt Wang was a good cook. The boy asked the girl if her butler had given her information about the family to Yao Wu. Miss Shu told the guy that this was what she wanted to talk to him about. She added that she couldn't solve it earlier, so the protagonist had to intervene personally. Yang Chen said excitedly to Miss Xue not to talk like that. The guy said that he was the one who didn't give the Xue family time to sell the company's shares to Yao Wu. The girl Xue apologized to the protagonist for letting him down. Yang Chen replied to the girl that if he had any problems in the future, he would turn to her. Xue replied that it was time for her to leave. The main character thought that he would have more and more property, and it would be harder to maintain it. He decided to hire a housekeeper. After the girl left, Yang Chen made the final decision that tomorrow he would find a housekeeper. The next day, the protagonist arrived in a neighboring area on a call. Cab was ordered by a woman with 2 kids. A guy drove up to pick them up. When the woman and her children got into the car, Yang Chen told her to unbuckle their belts as they were leaving. During the ride, a woman asked why the protagonist was taking a longer route and demanded a U-turn. Yang Chen replied that they were on a one-way street. They can only turn right at the next traffic light. The woman said they could take the oncoming lane in the neighborhood. She accused the driver of taking a long route to make more money. Yang Chen asked the woman strictly what kind of example she sets for her children. She teaches them to break traffic rules. The passenger yelled at the driver that it was none of his business how she raised her children, and she demanded a U-turn. Yang Chen continued to the woman to approach the policeman at the post to enlighten her. Without thinking, the woman opened the door and ran out of the car. The passenger told the cop that she wanted to turn around here, but the driver disagreed in order to make more money. The policeman explained to the woman that the street was one way. If the driver turned, he would be breaking the rules. Afterward, the policeman thanked the protagonist for following the rules. Yang Chen asked the woman if she wanted to continue driving. The customer replied angrily that she would walk. The woman told the guy angrily that she would leave his service an angry review. The system told the guy that a bad review would get him a secretary's girlfriend. She'd arrive at his door at 6 p.m. Yang Chen was very excited as the system gave him what he needed. The guy read the contract. It stated all the details about his secretary girlfriend. Exactly at the appointed time at 6 o'clock in the evening, a girl secretary arrived at the meeting place of the protagonist. A guy drove up in a car. He asked the girl if her name was Miss Yu Shi. Next to the secretary was a bag. She asked the protagonist if his name was Mr. Ian. Yang Chen checked with the receptionist to see if she knew what her job would be. Yu Shi replied that she would be the main character's personal secret responsible for taking care of his daily life. Yang Chen asked the secretary if she would be satisfied with the 50,000 salary. Yu Shi said it was great for her to get a big salary for her first job. The protagonist put the secretary in the car and drove her to his house. Yang Chen told the girl to choose which room she wanted to live in, and they would go out to dinner in the evening. In the evening at the appointed time, the protagonist together with his secretary arrived at the restaurant. Yang Chen ordered a very expensive and fancy dinner with delicious dishes and with wine. When they were eating dinner, a girl at the side came over and said that she didn't expect to see Yu Shu here. A stranger asked the secretary if her boyfriend was sitting next to her. She said he was very handsome. Yu Shi strictly told her friend not to bother them. The stranger asked why her former classmate was so unfriendly. A girl came up to the main character and said her name was Zhang Lulu. She asked the guy when he met Yu Shu. Yang Chen replied that he met his secretary today. Lulu's girlfriend cheerfully said that Yu Shu came on a blind date. She recalled that the secretary had studied abroad and had a master's degree. The secretary yelled at her girlfriend to leave. She also added that she doesn't go on blind dates. Afterwards, Lulu asked Yu Shi with interest if she had already found a job. The girl said that she worked as a vice president in a large company and could recommend her. Yu Shi jumped up and yelled for her girlfriend to stop. She once again asked her to leave. The receptionist told a passing waitress that they were being interrupted for dinner. The waitress asked the Lulu girl with interest if she had a reservation. The girl told the waitress that she had reserved table number 34. The waitress then asked that the customer return to her seat. In parting, Lulu advised the protagonist to stay away from Yu Shi. The secretary could hand over the friends at any time. Yu Shi yelled angrily to her girlfriend that she could tell everyone what she did in college. After that, the girl Lulu became very angry with her former classmate. A young guy came up. He greeted the girl Lulu and asked what she was doing. The girl called the guy Mr. Lin and said he had to help her since she was being bullied here. At the same time, Mr. Lin saw the protagonist and greeted him and asked him what he was doing here. Yang Chen asked the guy if he couldn't see what he was doing here. After thinking for a while, Mr. Lin said he had asked a stupid question. He asked the protagonist if his girlfriend was sitting next to him. He said she was beautiful. Yang Chen said that his secretary was sitting next to him. He also said that Lulu's girlfriend was interrupting their dinner. The protagonist asked Mr. Lin how he planned to solve the problem. Afterwards, Mr. Lin said he would make his girlfriend Lulu apologize and they would all forget about it. Yang Chen asked Mr. Lin how they could all forget what happened if he couldn't keep track of his girlfriend. Lulu's girlfriend asked Mr. Lin why he was afraid of the protagonist since he is the vice president of Luri's company. The guy yelled rudely at the girl to shut up and apologized to the main character and his girlfriend. Lulu immediately reminded her boyfriend that he had previously promised to help her. The guy demanded strictly from the girl to apologize to the guests. Lulu approached her friend and apologized for her behavior. Yu Shi demanded that her former classmate stay away from her as much as possible. Afterward, Lulu's girlfriend excitedly promised that the secretary would never see her again. The secretary told the guy that she didn't want to see Lulu and Mr. Lin anymore. Yang Chen told Lulu's girlfriend to wait. The main character asked Zhang Lulu how she could be passed on by her girlfriend Yu Sha. The secretary got excited and wanted to say something. The protagonist said he wanted to hear what Lulu had to say. Lulu said that she sat next to Yu Shi in the exam, but she didn't cheat from her. However, the observer thought otherwise and didn't credit her work. The secretary accused her friend of plagiarizing her article and then got caught. She then spread rumors that Yu Shu had betrayed her. Mr. Lin yelled at his girlfriend that she had done a dirty deed and blamed it on another person. He punched her in the face. A waitress came over and told Mr. Lin to calm down and not hit his girlfriend. Mr. Lin checked with his girlfriend Zhang Lulu to see if anyone had hit her. The girl replied with resentment that no one had hit her. She had accidentally fallen and hit herself. Yang Chen said that Lulu has been upset all these years thinking that Yu Shu did her wrong. Lulu replied that she knew it was her fault. She couldn't let it go. The secretary tells the protagonist that she doesn't want to see her former classmate anymore. Mr. Lin apologized to the protagonist for the inconvenience. He also promised that Lulu would no longer bother his secretary. Afterwards, Mr. Lin led his distraught girlfriend away from the restaurant. Yang Chen received a message from the system that Yu Shi's loyalty level had been raised. The next day, the protagonist decided to give instructions to his secretary Yu Shi. Yang Chen told the girl that he was going for a drive around town. He asked the girl to hire someone to clean the pool and garden. At this time, from a neighboring villa, the housekeeper watched the protagonist leave. The worker told her mistress that Yang Chen had left, but the girl stayed at his house. Mistress told her housekeeper to go and find out for herself. The maid approached the main character's villa. She rang the bell and asked if Mr. Yang was home. The secretary came out. She asked the housekeeper if she had come to see Mr. Yang. The maid said she was a housekeeper from the 8th Fork. She said that her mistress and Mr. Yang are good friends. The housekeeper also said that she brought king crabs for the protagonist. Yu Shi said that the main character isn't here right now. She asked the housekeeper to give her the crabs. The housekeeper gave the secretary the package and told her she wouldn't distract her anymore. After talking to the secretary, the housekeeper went back to her villa. The mistress asked the maid how it went. The maid replied that they had made up too much. The maid said that the girl in the main character's house is his housekeeper. Mistress told the maid to continue to do her chores. Then Mistress thought about it. She remembered that her father had told her many times to stick to the main character. At this time in Yang Cheng's house, his secretary loaded the received king crabs into the refrigerator. The main character called and said he bought a car for Yu Shi. She would be able to get around the city faster. The girl thanked him. Yang Chen told the secretary that after she was free, they would go together to pick up the car. The main character decided to check if he had any new orders. The smartphone reported that there was a new order. Yang Chen got into his car and drove to call on his new clients. When the guy arrived at the address, he saw a bunch of young women waiting for him. Yang Cheng leaned out of the auto and asked the women if they had ordered a cab. The woman then commanded her girlfriends to get in the car. The protagonist asked the passengers if they had really all decided to ride in the same car. The woman told the driver that there was no point in calling multiple cars if they could fit in one. The driver told the customers that his car could only hold 5 people. The woman said they all had good figures and would fit. When everyone was seated, the woman said they would save money perfectly if they ordered a cab for one person. It would be a waste. The protagonist told the customers to buckle up as it was time to depart. During the ride, a female passenger asked Li Jie's girlfriend if she remembered her lines. The protagonist listened to the conversations and decided that his female clients were rehearsing a marketing slogan. The customer in the front seat told the driver not to look around. Yang Cheng asked the female passengers if each of them had her own car. The girl replied that each of them had a car. She offered the guy to join them, after which he would get a new car in 3 months. The passenger asked the driver if he wanted to join them. She said that her ex-husband also worked as a driver, but did not earn much. Yang Chen thanked the girl for the offer and said he already had a job. The girl suggested to the protagonist to add her to the chat room. She would leave him a good review. The driver told the passenger that he really liked his current job. They drove up to the auto center. A customer told the guy that his destiny was to work as a cab driver for the rest of his life. After that, the client turned around and left. The protagonist looked after her. At the same time, Yu Shu's secretary greeted the protagonist. The girl asked Yang Chen what kind of people he was picking up and why there were so many of them. The guy replied that he had taken the order when he was on his way to the auto center. The protagonist then opened the door and exited his vehicle. The employee at the car center asked the guests what kind of car they would like to see. The receptionist replied that they had come to pick up the car ordered from Mr. Yang. The car service worker told customers to follow her. At this time, the main character turned to the side and saw a group of girls he was dropping off. After that, Yang Cheng and his secretary went into the general manager's office. The manager greeted the protagonist and motioned for him to sit down. He told his subordinate Xiao Li to make tea for them. At that time, the main character received a negative feedback from a group of girls. The guy was surprised that the clients put all the blame on him. The system congratulated the guy on his new negative feedback. He got 10 million with the option to increase the bonus. Yang Cheng was surprised as the system had new functions related to rewards. The manager brought the guy a glass on a tray and offered him some tea. Yang Chen replied to the manager that he was in a hurry and wanted to go see the car. After that, the protagonist along with the manager hurried to the car. As they walked through the salon, they saw several girls arguing with each other in front of them. The manager apologized to the protagonist and said he needed to step back. He showed Yang Chen where his car was parked. The receptionist told the guy that the new car is really awesome. He suggested to the girl that she take a look at the interior. When the girl was inside, the main character decided to take a picture of her. At that time, one of the clients he was giving a ride to came up behind the protagonist. She asked how the guy got here. The woman said that an ordinary cab driver can't afford an expensive car. She invited him to join their company. Yang Chen thanked him for the offer and reminded him that he liked his job. He asked the women where their cars were. The client pointed to a car standing next to her. She said she wanted to take a picture with the car. At that time, the receptionist came up to the guy. She asked what was going on. The guy replied that the women wanted to take a picture with their car. Then the women pulled out a piece of large red cloth they needed for a picture. While one of the women took pictures, the others held a red cloth near her girlfriend. Yushi's secretary asked the protagonist what the women around them were doing. Yang Chen showed his secretary his cell phone. The girl realized that the woman was taking a picture next to the car and posted a picture that it was her car. The main character told the secretary to let the women have fun while they can. At that time, the client said that the car had a license plate, so she had the owner and wanted to see him. The manager came over. He asked the woman if she had permission to take pictures of cars. The customer said she wanted to see the owner of the car. The manager said that the owner of the car was unable to check it out due to the actions of the customer. A woman asked the manager where the owner of the car was and why she couldn't see him. The manager pointed to the protagonist and said that the owner was standing right in front of the customer. The women were very surprised. They did not believe that the expensive car belonged to the cab driver. The manager told the customers not to talk and to leave. The woman asked the protagonist if the car was his. Yang Chen confirmed what she said. A customer asked the guy how a cab driver could buy a Rolls-Royce. Yang Chen replied that she shouldn't be interested. The woman asked the guy to tell her how he acquired the automobile. The customer told the guy to forget what happened, and she had already deleted her negative review. She even offered to buy him dinner to apologize. The system told the guy that he had completed an additional task. The wheel will then be spun to find out his reward. When the host yells stop, a number will fall out, which will be his bonus multiplier. Yang Chen shouted to stop in time while spinning the bonus wheel. The system reported that the host got a multiplier of 8. As a result, the protagonist gets 80 million and the money will arrive in his bank account. The main character told a customer at a car dealership that they might meet, and in the meantime they can add each other as friends. At the same time, Yang Chen winked at the car dealership manager who was standing next to him. The manager ordered the guards to kick out the women who were taking pictures of the cars. Security guards approached and pulled the female customers out of the car dealership building. The manager apologized to the protagonist. Yang Chen said he was satisfied with the car and was ready to sign the papers. The guy noticed that Miss Lin had arrived at the car dealership. He asked her if she was here to buy a car. The guy standing next to Miss Lin asked the protagonist why he was being so disrespectful to her. Miss Lin told the guy to stay out of the conversation and to get back in the car. Then the woman told the protagonist that if he helped her become the head of the company, she would give him 49% of the shares. The protagonist calmly replied to Miss Lin that he had absolutely no interest in her company. The guy turned around and started to walk away. He told the woman not to bother him anymore. Yang Chen instructed the secretary to go home first. He said he would work a little longer. The secretary said she wouldn't have any work at home and wanted to follow the protagonist. Yang Chen was fine with it. Then the driver arrived at the call. He drove up to the big company building. A cab was ordered by 2 employees of the company. They were a young man and a girl. Yang Chen told the customers to fasten their seatbelts. They're heading toward Minju Tower. The girl told her companion manager Chen that their company really didn't have a free car. The man didn't like being forced to take a cab. The girl told the manager that they were driving in a nice car. She told him to look at the interior of the car. Manager Chen said they were riding in a regular cab driver's car. He added that powerful people don't take cabs. The driver told the client that even cab drivers can have good cars. He also said that the client could choose the make of the car when placing the order. The man got angry and told the driver that he was flattering himself. He added that a cab driver cannot own a luxury car worth several million. Yang Chen told the man to pay attention to the sports car following them. The customer replied that he didn't believe that the cab driver could own that car. Yang Chen said that the expensive car driving behind them is available for booking in cab work, but the price of the ride will be more expensive than a normal car. The man said he didn't believe an ordinary cab driver could come after him in a luxury car. Yang Chen said it was his car that was following them, driven by his secretary. Then the protagonist stopped. He got out of the car and gestured to the secretary to stop. Yu Shu got out of the car and asked excitedly to the protagonist if anything had happened to him. The guy said his client complained, so he'd let him ride in an expensive car. He offered to get in right away. Yu Shi told the manager that she really does ride in her boss's car. The customers were very much surprised. The girl asked the guy again if it was really his car. Yang Chen said there's a security camera inside the car, so customers can make sure that he is responsible for his words and actions. The man asked the guy how he could ride in such a luxury car. He offered to drive on. Yang Chen waved his hand and said that they would follow further down the path. A customer asked the driver if he was rich, why he worked as a cab driver. Yang Chen replied that he liked the free work. The man apologized to the protagonist for what he had said earlier. Yang Chen replied to the man not to even worry about it. He said that they were already at their destination, and that the customers should not forget their things. The girl thanked the driver. She said she would ride in his car the next time she had a chance. The customers gave the protagonist a long stare. The manager said that he would never have worked as a cab driver if he had been rich. After the protagonist arrived home with the girl, she decided to give him back his car keys. The main character told the secretary to leave the keys at her place, as it would be easier for her to get somewhere by car. She asked the guy if he was really leaving her the keys. Yang Chen confirmed that he gave the keys to the secretary, and she thanked him. Yang Chen received a message from the system that his loyalty level has been raised. The guy thought that after he gave the car to Yu Shi, he had increased his level of loyalty. The protagonist got out of the car and suggested that the girl go shopping together. After that, Yang Chen and his secretary arrived at a large shopping center. The secretary told the guy she needed to buy a charger she forgot to get when she got here. The guy agreed. Yushi rushed to a retail outlet where she could buy a charger. A guy and a girl were standing at the counter. The girl asked the guy to buy her an iPad. The guy said he didn't have any money and offered to buy the iPad another time. The girl suggested that her friend take out a loan from the bank. She reminded him that he already owed 50,000 and a few extra thousand wouldn't make things worse. Yang Chen watched the couple's conversation from the sidelines. He realized that their relationship was very complicated. The guy continued to the girl to come back another time. She asked him strictly if it was difficult for him to buy an iPad. Afterward, the girl tapped her boyfriend in the face and told him he was useless. The girl capriciously shouted to the guy to kneel in front of her. The friend asked the girlfriend not to be angry. He promised to buy her an iPad some other time. The girl yelled for her boyfriend to get on his knees. He did. The protagonist, along with his girlfriend, watched in amazement at what was happening. The girl told the guy that she had agreed to go out with him, and he couldn't buy anything right now. She grabbed him by the ear. Yang Chen came over and said that gifts are given from the heart, not required. The girl told the protagonist that she would punish her boyfriend for not being able to buy her gifts. Yang Chen asked the girl why her boyfriend should buy her something. She replied that she wouldn't date a guy without gifts. At this time, the receptionist came up. She told the protagonist that she was done with the shopping and offered to come back. Yang Chen told the cranky girl that his secretary paid for the charger herself. The girl asked the secretary whether she pays for her own purchases when she goes shopping. She added that the secretary was very beautiful, and there was no need to humiliate herself. Yusha said calmly that she has arms and legs she can work on her own and not rely on others. After that, the cranky girl turned around and walked away. Her boyfriend was still on his knees. The main character told the fun guy to find a better girl. After the protagonist and the secretary made their purchases, they went down to the garage. As they were walking through the underground parking garage, they saw a guy and a girl in front of them. Yang Chen looked closely and saw Wang Jun in front of him. The guy was hugging the girl and she said she missed him a lot. The protagonist wondered if he should approach a guy with a girl. The secretary asked wonderingly to the guy why they had stopped. The protagonist turned to the secretary and told her to wait for him in the car. The guy then reached into his pocket and pulled out his smartphone to call someone now. The guy called the girl's acquaintance and said that Xiao Jin was drunk and he should pick her up. The protagonist walked up to the guy and called him Wang Ju. The guy was still standing with the girl. Wang Ju turned around to the protagonist and said cheerfully that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Yang Chen replied that they hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years since freshman year. Wang Ju asked him what he had been doing lately. The protagonist replied that he works as a cab driver. Wang Ju said that he was the vice president of a resort business. He asked why Yang Chen was working as a cab driver since he had studied marketing before. The protagonist said that he works as a cab driver and earns a living while he takes care of business. Wang Ju told him to ask him for help if he needed anything. Yang Chen asked his friend who the girl next to him was. Wang Ju replied that a guy was coming to pick up his drunken friend. After that, the protagonist along with his friend and the girl waited for her boyfriend. An excited guy arrived. He asked those present who had called him. Wang Ju told the guy who arrived that Xiao Jing's girl was now in his hands. After that, Wang Ju wished the guy and his girlfriend happiness. He suggested to Yang Chen to go and have a drink. The main character asked his friend why he was giving the girl to someone else. Wang Ju said that if a girl can't get over her ex, there is no point in their relationship. The protagonist told his friend that he understood him completely and suggested we go for a drink. Friends were sitting in a restaurant. Around there was booze and appetizers they were drinking over health. Yang Chen asked his friend if he knew the guy who came to get the girl. Wang Ju replied that he didn't know the guy, but judging by his car, he must be a rich man. Yang Chen asked his friend if he really wanted to date Xiao Jing's girlfriend. Wang Ju happily replied to his friend that he really wanted to date that girl. The protagonist told his friend confidently that he would definitely help him.